me too. Holy shit.
Here's me not getting in the way of that fire.
I don't mean to like. It's like.
Wow. Like the last week, Brad's finally stopped, getting on my ass. He used to scream at the top of his lungs at me every time I was in a room.
Literally every time, yeah.
So I'm trying my best to like.
I don't know. I thought tonight he was gonna, because you guys were not getting along.
I thought it would spill over to Joe at some point, but somehow Adam sucked that all up. You know what I mean?
I know. I gotta thank Adams once in a while.
Fuck United States and fuck Israel. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
God, these people. I want to fight you. Yes, Peter. Yes, Peter.
Oh my God, Peter! No one can understand you.
By the way, Joe, that's mostly me. I'll confess. What I do is, you know me. The number one rule is everybody gets like this guy.
Don't kick me down.
Oh, this guy's back.
You're a fucking family. You're a fucking idiot.
I need your shirt on.
Put his shirt on.
Yeah.
Where is this guy gone again? I can't look. Oh yeah, he is gone. Okay. Joe, what I was saying was I pretty much get everybody a chance, like a one chance, like that guy. No, I don't really look at profiles. I just throw them up here, and then like if they're not gonna participate, then I just toss them down. So that probably is kind of annoying for you. I just want to.
Yeah, no, you do like a little bit of like.
He's finna punch his son.
Me and Matt let Abdul sing every time, and everyone gets all pissed off.
That's cool, man. I've ran rooms. I know what it's like. And you don't want to get to the point where you're cutting people out of the rooms, because all of a sudden you're going to look around and there'll just be a dozen of y'all in the room. And
you got it right. If you look at the opposition rooms, they're pretty low on actual people because they've been scarred up and like it's just mods. You know what I mean? Left.
Yeah.
So it my exactly. My secret sauce. I'm just gonna give it out. Not that it's like too much of a secret, but if you let everybody speak, you're gonna have a room. It just is. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
If you don't like them,
get on your ass that way, like Matt, and I know that they get on you. That's how it used to be with me. If I let then it was always like, why did you let them say this to me? And it's like, dude. Like, y'all are adults, and I used to take it really personal, and I used to, like, try and, like, waste of time. That was.
Well, that's what the Democrats say. They say it's too dangerous to have the debates. So they are really the biggest echo chambers, the biggest hypocrites, the biggest fascists, the biggest supremacists, the biggest fake intellectuals. And, that's why we have to essentially defeat them through the law and start making arrests. And until we have sheriffs and federal prosecutors and state prosecutors willing to actually put criminal politicians who are not fiscally conservative in jail, because it's all a grift. The NGOs in every major Democrat city are pulling the same scam that the USAID and all those NGOs pulled, it just on a micro level, but it's still in the fucking hundreds of billions nationally. So it's a huge fucking grift. And we need 100 Kash Patels. Can he clone himself in India and bring a clone, Kash Patel clone army here to make mass arrests? Because it's not just the illegal alien invaders we have to arrest. We have to actually crush essentially the criminals in the political system who, have taken advantage. The biggest thing from the COVID-19 was the PPP loan. That was $1 trillion government program. And look how many people they're arresting left and right. Every day some new fucking person gets arrested.
That's very much true. Yeah, Edward, hey, you're up at this late? Edward, what are you doing?
Yeah, people like me can't get $1.
I'm up late because I have a project tomorrow. I'm going to be at a nursing home for 12 hours. So I had to prep all the food and stuff. And my wife decided to go to sleep, so.
You're sneaking on, Ed. Ed's all sneaking on the clubhouse this late.
yeah, well, she's sleeping, so it's all good. But, Alistair, you forgot one group. Because, you talked about all of the leftists and everybody else. You forgot the race hustlers on the Democratic Party, because that's all they talk about. It's pretty sad.
dividers, but they call everybody racist, but they're the ones who always want to highlight everybody's color. It's kind of interesting.
I know that's what Ban does. He goes, "You don't support gay black men? You don't support black women? Hello."
I think Edmund is the most misunderstood character on Clubhouse, because if you listen carefully, he's not wrong in what he says. Yeah. He just has the bold vision to get it out there and say it. He takes the risk of saying it because, look, Lincoln, he locked up a bunch of Democrats. He locked we're dealing with the Democrat Party. I don't know how we continue to exist with them in the future if it comes out that they are responsible for the stolen election in 2020. Mr. Edward, that's what right before you came in. There's supposed to be a big reveal by Kash Patel probably on Wednesday about the stolen election.
We know what happened, whether they ever tell us or not, but there's nowhere in the world anybody's going to tell me a lady that did not get 2 points. Hello? Can you hear me? Hello? Yeah? Can you hear me? All right.
Yeah, hold on. I'll put it in the audience.
Yeah. Yeah. So a lady that did not get 2% for her run for president, and a guy that was half dead got 81 million votes. Yeah. Okay. I know you can tell me a lot of stuff, but that right there, we can hear you.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I didn't know if you could hear me or not. I thought I was talking to myself.
That was annoying.
No, yeah. I thought my phone was glitching. I thought like nobody could hear me. That's why I was like, "Hello, can you guys hear me?"
Yeah. So,
but Joe, have you ever seen?
Hold on, Mike.
Don't click on his profile either. You'll get kicked out.
Joe, have you ever speed ran through Super Mario Brothers?
You can't hear me though, right?
He's doing this purposely.
That's what we did. We like speed ran through like 200.
It's hard to remove because he has a stupid gay thing. Okay, good. He's gone. He has the stupid thing where if you click on it, it freezes. He knows what he's doing.
I'm immune to it because I'm Android.
It doesn't do that for mine.
Thank you, Peter. Thank you. I love you.
Yeah, you got
mercy, Peter.
Oh God, how's he back?
You're welcome to join.
Peter, I said mercy.
Peter
does it on purpose. He's trolling.
I'm sorry. I made a mistake.
So they know they can't win based on policy. I always ask Democrats, could you give me your number one pro-America policy? Tell me what your pro-America policy is. You make people dependent on government. You tell people to kill her. You tell the men not to be responsible for their
What the fuck?
Ever notice how Peter forgets English when he's in trouble?
So yeah, it was
no problem. Sorry, I'll show you.
You gotta have. You see, Matt, that's why I'm not on at night. This is crazy.
Mm-hmm. Edward, they'll tell you that their plan is restorative justice. We have an attorney general here in Chicago who issued innocence certificates to 100 people. Multiple people in that group she knew were mad. Gave them over $300,000 in settlement money, and some up to $2 million. So this concept of DEI, social justice, equity, attorneys and ankle monitors, there's no cash bail, so they can go out and do recidivist murders. It's utter chaos, and why we don't have sheriffs and attorney generals, especially at the federal level, who can do special interventions and make arrests and correct the legal system when there's problems with corrupt lawyers and judges who are 100% Democrat, because on our ballot, there are no Republican judge options, only Democrat options. How is that possible? How do Republicans not have equal representation at the ballot? So we live in this huge Democrat-controlled industrial complex where crony Democrats are at the Cook County Board presidency for 30 fucking years. You can't beat them. They got the whole system rigged and fixed. They control the whole fucking thing.
California is kind of an example. Edward, when you agree of how the Democrats would like to just kind of like overlord, completely own every mechanism of our government, because California is just completely run by Democrats. So there was something else I was going to go there. Oh, Edward, did you see? Oh, go ahead, Joe. You were going to comment on that? Go ahead, Dan.
Yeah. No, that's definitely what it is. It's the Democrats' agenda is to create a one-party rule system where they get to advance through the hierarchy of their party who the next leaders are of our country, and that's their ultimate goal is, and that you see that in communist countries. That's the same thing that the Democrats want.
Can you give the example of those democratic countries who let Republicans to be their interesting.
China
okay, let me explain my side. What about the limitations that they impose to their citizens? Are they in the same level of mindset or with the American Republicans, or they are different? They have different mindsets.
They're inside the one party of China. They do have different sides within it. However, it's still just one party rule.
What about the methodology? Their methodology, the finding of a side to govern the country. That's the dispute.
Yeah, the methodology is the same methodology that the Democrat Party in America would like to ultimately execute on America. That is their ultimate agenda.
That's the goal.
But when you see Uyghur groups of China, or people to some group of people in the United States?
No, not the Republicans, Peter.
Exactly, they are completely different.
Yes, Peter, getting it. You're understanding it. When you hang out in these rooms, you're understanding it.
The Republican Party has a different concept. The Republican Party believes in a republic where what we have is a system based on federalism. And what that means is a decentralized governing throughout different levels of government, from state government up to the feds. However, in a one-party rule system, even within a republic, if it was ruled by one party, all the actual deal-making would be done in the party back room. And everything else would just be for show. It would be just going through the motions, because they'll have already agreed upon what the outcome is in the background.
Mm-hmm. By the way, Necro, welcome again. You're always good opposition. I don't know if everybody's ready for some opposition, but you're saying in the chat about the no kings. Do you believe we are under some kind of kingdom, or king rather, Necro?
I mean, not right. The Constitution doesn't allow it. So right now, yeah, there's no sort of king. But
so why do you guys say it then? Why do you guys say no kings? Why not just do like? I mean, actually, like no tyrant maybe might be better, because like obviously we have no kings, but maybe someday America can have a tyrant. I don't know. But anyways, go ahead. Yeah.
I mean, I feel like you have to make your voice known if you have a person who is in office who is lead the country in a it well known specifically on your opposition to it.
That's not why they do it.
Wait, do you think Trump wants to make the country no monarchy?
They don't say no fascism. They're careful with their linguistics. They choose a ridiculous term like no kings, which obviously is redundant. It means nothing.
I'm waiting for this guy.
Honest, Matt, I think that, so when I thought that no kings, my mind went right to like Christ is king. And so, like, they are saying no kings. That's
an interesting approach, Anne. So they say get rid of Christ, essentially.
Yeah.
I didn't even think about that.
Yeah.
Necro would be behind that.
Let me reframe Marshall's question towards Necro. Necro, can you link for us the policy that Trump is advancing to turn the United States of America into a monarchy?
So one in which essentially where he if that's fair.
Monarchy means ruled by a king with hereditary primogeniture. So Donald Trump would be the king, his son would be the next king, his son after that would be the king, his son after that would be the king.
Yeah, the easy way to answer that, Marshall, we'll take the common definition of what a monarchy is. Go ahead.
Yeah, so specifically though, I mean that's a pretty
This is what Necro does. I just want to point this out. When I actually asked Necro to define it, he philanders and filibusters and wallows around like it is.
So
the common definition of a monarchy, we're going to accept that. Can you link the policy? I'll say it again. Can you link the policy that Trump is advancing to create a monarchy in America?
No, we just agree to a definition because the king passes his rule from himself to his son. That's the definition.
Okay. So specifically, we're going to specifically. I could give a policy specifically about. What I mean by and what most people I think.
Oh, I need voice inflection, Necro. Come on.
I'm sorry, Anne. I'm working on that. But anyways, if you want specific examples and ways Trump tries to, aspire to be authoritarian, not necessarily I wouldn't say he's Hitler or anything like that.
That's not what Joe asked. He asked about a kingdom, like an actual monarch.
Okay, well, if you think that specifically that anybody thinks that same literal sense, then I don't know what you're talking about.
What am I supposed to call the No Kings protest other than a bunch of people who think Trump's a king and a hereditary monarch?
It's really about the propaganda that they distribute and who's funding it. Surprisingly, Warren Buffett is a primary funder. And they put down slogans like, healthcare is a human right. Healthcare is a human right. No ICE. Basta! Basta! No ICE. Basta!
Marshall, I'm not going to play the game. I'm not going to talk. Somebody else is going to be talking. So
yeah, I'm saying you
see. Marshall's good at filibustering because he wants to maintain the filibuster because Marshall is a clubhouse fake Republican Democrat filibusterer. Hello?
Necro, what is this thing about?
Oh, by the way, real quick.
Well, I'm willing to.
Yeah, sure. That's right. Okay, keep going. Decker, can you answer that? Like his question?
Yeah, so the answer specifically is that, ways that Trump aspires to be an authoritarian, I would say that there's specific policies Like, for example, the fact that he wanted to punish people who burn the American flag.
Okay, George W. Bush wanted to punish people who burn the American flag. Check, next.
Okay, well, I mean, it's still authoritarian, right?
No, presidents have done that. It's like it's not that big a deal, so please check. Go to the next thing.
Necro's been on me all year about the burning the flag thing. We've been going back and forth for years. Go ahead, Necro.
So you said that it's not authoritarian, so it's not designed to punish speech. That is.
No, what I said is other presidents have done that. So like,
no, but it's still
let's not pretend. Let's not.
Is not policy that you find authoritarian. What I'm asking is, what policy?
That's what I'm talking about.
What policy is he advancing that will give him ultimate unilateral power in our country? Because, from my understanding, we still, at my chagrin, have a Senate controlled by an establishment Republican that I complained about for 2 hours, and we still have the House of Representatives, and we still have a Supreme Court, to my chagrin, doesn't rule on everything that I wish would go my way, even though it does rule on some. So we still have state governments, we still have state constitutions. Tell me the policy that Trump is advancing that wipes all that away.
Yeah, I mean, this conversation is essentially going to go nowhere if we're just going to be like saying that, you know,
Kings and the No Kings protest, and people at the No Kings protest speaking Donald Trump's a monarch.
No,
and you apparently wanted to defend the fact that people thought he was a monarch. So he's asking you specifically, how is he a hereditary monarch?
I had no idea that Marshall does a loud mic like Adams. That's impressive, Marshall.
Let's let Necro answer. So Necro, what policy is Trump advancing that will slip us into tyranny?
Well, I just gave you an example of one of them, and of course, there's also plenty of other ones that I can name. For example, the fact that he tried to invoke the gag rule to forbid scientists from using certain words in climate science because it makes them look bad.
Wait, he did the thing he's allowed to do as an executive, and that's somehow an authoritarian asterisk?
It was struck down. The executive order was struck down, but it's, you know, it still is.
Struck down. If it was struck down, that would mean that he's not a king.
Oh my God! Like this, so you're suggesting basically that, I mean, you're essentially going to say it doesn't matter because it's not a law. I mean, it's still authoritarian whether or not it is actually the law, right?
No. How is that authoritarian? Obama wrote plenty of executive orders that got struck down by the court. Like, how's that authoritarian?
No, but executive orders, regardless of whether they hold up, are still authoritarian functionality.
That's not my point. Like, if he had unilateral power to install that, that would be one thing. But the court struck him down and said he couldn't.
Marshall, can you answer this question? So, if Hitler's policies that were authoritarian, were they authoritarian regardless?
Because
it's completely avoids the question.
There's a big difference between what Hitler did and what Trump is doing, as much as you would like to conflate the two. This government is set up, the Constitution is set up with 3 branches of government. They are constantly challenging each other. But to say because Trump exercises his authority as given by the Constitution, and that when that exercise is challenged by another branch of government, instantly makes them a dictator, is where your argument falls apart. Because every president does it. Some are challenged, some are not. But to characterize what he's doing as a dictator is bullshit framing by the left, because they're trying to dig into their grab bag and find anything that will create. And you're trying everything you can do to get your hand on your date's titties. And you will say or do anything to cop that feel and hopefully stick your dick in her. It's the same level of desperation.
Yeah, so I mean, the question I asked was more generally, and Marshall, you can answer it since you're on stage if you want, but overall, I mean, like, to me, like, essentially the argument is that it's not authoritarian as long as it actually never becomes law. I mean, so essentially, I mean, to me, this is like confusing the map for the place pretty much, is that, you know, it wasn't ever something that was implemented, therefore it never was the case.
I mean, if it gets struck down by the court system, it means the system did its job.
But it's still authoritarian.
No, what it means is that the president decided something that
if it doesn't become law.
I would say it's shitty, unequal, and unjust, but I wouldn't call it
authoritarian, though?
If you were listening, I said it's shitty, equal, and unjust, but not authoritarian. If it were authoritarian, you would be able to say it and do it unilaterally without anything to stop you. The fact that the president gets stopped by the court and gets stopped by the Congress means what he's doing is not authoritarian by definition.
Okay, so me censoring Republicans as long as it never becomes law.
You can't censor. That's not my point. My point is when you do it and you get sued about it, and the court says, "Hey, by the way, you can't do that." That's not a definition of authoritarianism. That's a definition of a president overreaching, which presidents in the United States have overreached for 250 fucking years.
Yeah, it's an interesting case you bring up. Thing happened, but not by a president necessarily, but by the bureaucracy of the government. Conveniently, I was just watching a now 2-day-old interview of Matt Taibbi discussing how the FBI and the Department of Homeland Security, and I forget who else, issued thousands of emails to private organizations telling them to squash certain stories. And conversely, when the left freaked out about it, there was one letter from, I forget who was from, the FBI to Death Row Records, cop killer. They sent one letter saying, "Gee whiz, could you not release that because it might cause more cops to be shot?" And the left lost their shit over that. That was not the three branches of government. That was the bureaucracy carrying out the wishes of one of government.
Yeah, so I mean, essentially, fascism as an idea was not authoritarian, as far as I understand. From what you're saying, it's just essentially is that because of the fact that it became a actual implementation of law, that's really what made it authoritarian. That ideas in themselves cannot be authoritarian until they are actually implemented, is essentially the argument that's being made.
Well, I think the argument that you're making, and let me try and think of a way I can get it equally wrong as you've gotten my arguments equally wrong. I think the argument you're making is that you keep, excusing the actions. No, I didn't say anything about an insult. I was genuinely trying to understand the argument you made, and the fact that you would accuse me of insulting you. Well, that really hurts. And now
let's refrain from all ad hominem, gentlemen.
This is violence against my person.
I got a question for Marshall. He was talking about Reconstruction and how America didn't make the investment in the South. And I'm just wondering, is that why there's such a class difference between the North and the South, and why the South is full of white trash? Hello?
So, Nick, what were you talking about? With regards to what Alan was saying. Just go ahead. Well, I mean, he made a suggestion that, the reason I support the left is because I support, I have secret fantasy with trans people specifically, and I want them to be able to do this. And
he was advancing to establish a monarchy in the United States of America. So he's failed on that point. What he countered with largely is that ideas that are proposed, even if they don't come into effect, and even if they are not enforced, can be ruled as authoritarian, hence making Trump a monarch or a king, right? That essentially paraphrases what we've had to listen to for the last 20 minutes.
Yeah, I've made my position very clear, and I mean, I've not seen any refutation of what I've actually put forward specifically.
I think you failed to make your point.
And what was my point? Can you repeat it back to me?
No, I think I gave you a very clear example of why you were wrong, and you chose to ignore it. Government are in conflict with each other, and if you knew anything about the Constitution, you'd understand that that's why the founders made it that way. So a president proposing laws and other branches of government saying no, you can't do that, and having a fight over it, and Trump is doing that too. Yet somehow you've decided Trump is a authoritarian or a dictator or king or whatever other disparaging mark you want to make is absolutely false. And yet you want to keep ignoring that. Now, I think that's a direct response to your question. Now, would you like to counter that, or are you going to try and gloss over it?
Yeah, I mean, specifically, agreed that I point out we're authoritarian, and I haven't seen a refutation of this.
So I'll give you an example. I'll refute it. So an authoritarian dictator would enforce some sort of policy that would render the legislative branch completely powerless, where the president could then advance into law anything he wanted, or he would render the Supreme Court completely useless and cut out any of their power in the rulings. Or even if they did rule, he would completely ignore them, which he has not ignored the rulings of the United States Supreme Court. So, look, that was what I was looking for, is like some sort of policy that he's advanced that would actually block
of free, like trying to take away free speech rights of people. That is not authoritarian, or freedom of the press. That's not authoritarian.
Okay, I said it really clearly. You're not addressing any of my points. What you're doing is hold on. You're bringing up red herrings to try and divert the points I just made, that you failed to be able to link one policy where Trump actually hinders or neuters, for lack of better terms, another branch of government that would ultimately lead to have unilateral power.
Yeah, so, I mean, trying to revoke people's free speech rights and trying to take away stifle information.
You were just saying is trying. You have
to link something where he has hindered another branch of the government.
Well,
so now what you have highlighted is where Trump has executed the power that he does have. Okay, so what you're saying now is that the executive branch, and we can have that conversation, that the executive branch may have too much power. Is that what you think? Because he hasn't worked outside of the parameters of the executive branch. Can we agree on that?
He has violated. I mean, I think there are plenty of grounds for impeachment.
he's trying.
That's not what I asked. No, that's not what I asked. I asked, has Trump done anything outside of the powers granted to him in the executive, being it's already been afforded?
And I'm going to repeat my answer, which is that I think there are reasonable grounds that he has violated his...
Name one.
When he declared the missile strike on Iran.
Well, that's actually within his power as the president.
No, he doesn't have the right to declare war without the approval of Congress.
The War Powers Act gives him 60 days. What are you talking about? Hold on. The War Powers Act is very clear that the president does not have to go to Congress for 60 days.
Okay, so he can attack a country as an act of...
Every president. Yes, every president. Listen, let me teach you. Every president has the power, according to the War Powers Act, given to him by Congress. Have to seek out getting congressional approval for war.
So a president can launch...
They may not even have to do that.
So
they may not even have to do it after the 60 days.
Yes, your answer is yes.
A president can launch...
He can launch an attack.
Okay. Is this guy done? Okay. Just so the president can launch any missile at any country as long as he notifies Congress.
Not any country. To the
no, he doesn't have
to genociders. To people who try to genocide.
He doesn't have to do that. Moving on. You know, you seem to have issues, so I'm going to help you out, Necro. How has Trump tried to take away free speech rights? Suppression of protest and dissent. Detention of pro-Palestine student protesters. Ideological law firms and lawyers.
Alan, so I gave an example.
Yeah.
I gave an example earlier of punishing people who desecrate the flag.
Yeah.
So that's violation of free speech, right?
How did he punish me? I'm not seeing it in this list here. Let me look it up. Has Trump punished people?
That's actually a crime. They're not allowed to do that. That's actually a crime.
What about the violation of freedom of speech in Iran?
You're not allowed to face the American flag or anything. That's a crime.
What did Francis say? Go ahead, Francis.
Defacing anything like that, like the American flag, is actually a crime.
That's not true. Not true.
It's protected by the First Amendment.
Yeah,
it is.
You know, Necro, I got to say I'm okay with that because we saw the previous administration attacking people who desecrated the trans flag, the LGBTQ flag. And so, yeah, you know what? I'm okay with that.
Do you have any evidence for that?
Yeah. It was in the news. Let's see. In the meantime, people attack for desecrating the
LGBT desecrate. Are you talking about Mayor Pete Buttigieg? Mayor Pete? Can just create officers in the armed forces. Hello?
Yes, individuals have been both attacked and prosecuted for desecrating LGBTQ flags or crossings, often facing hate crime charges and significant jail time. Notable cases include a 15-year sentence in Iowa, 2019, for burning a church's pride flag, and multiple arrests in 2025 for vandalizing flag near Atlanta's Rainbow Crosswalk. It looks good for the goose.
And was it their property or was it somebody?
Never attack a symbol of a gay, black, elite, intellectual Democrat. How dare you? How dare you?
You know, the crosswalks were public property. Yeah, you can.
Somebody had a flag.
There is. They imposed. Yeah, if I want to fly my American flag, that's fine. But why do I need to see it on a public place, on a crosswalk? And don't I get the right to express my opinion on that crosswalk?
You have the right to express your opinion with your property. You have the right to burn the flag, but you don't have the right to burn other.
I think it's called public property.
But you can't destroy public property.
How was burning a tire track on a crosswalk? Doing a donut on it. Was that destroying it? It's still.
So guys, didn't I say that?
Yeah. Okay, you're gonna. I can see. That's the excuse you're gonna hide behind.
What excuse?
So can I say something, gentlemen? The reason I say it's a crime is because I was arrested for that. I burned it. I went to jail for 5 days for that. And they told me it was a crime and that my citizenship could be revoked if I ever did that again. That's why I say it's a crime.
Hello? Francis, do you have any proof that you were threatened with your citizenship being taken away from you?
I can't. I went to jail for 5 days.
I know, but going to jail for 5 days isn't necessarily proof that an attorney general or something told you you were stripped of your citizenship. It's quite a claim. What made you want to burn the U.S. flag and reap the repercussions of doing that by the White House?
I learned my lesson. That's literally what I just said.
Oh, so you fucked around and you found out.
And it was wrong. I know this is not okay, bro. It's not okay to burn. I was told it was a crime. I wasn't allowed to do that. And I was very ignorant about that. I thought I had a freedom of speech right to do whatever I wanted.
Did you think about maybe just like doing it in your back?
It wasn't by myself, it was a group of us, and I took responsibility for it because I organized.
Yeah, you took it. So what is it about America? What was it that you were protesting? What about America that what are you complaining?
Iraqi women and children. Well, they burned down an entire school and they killed like 150 children.
In Iraq?
That's what was wrong. You were wrong. I know I was wrong. I went to jail for 5 days. Beaver said that. Beaver research.
Those people who massacred 500,000 people leaked wrong information and they put the launchers of missiles inside the school. They locked the doors of the school to students who don't avoid exiting the school during the attacks. To make some kind of leftist excuses.
I was a college student. I was part of the
administration of terror because they are terrorists and they live with terrorizing others. Otherwise, they wouldn't have used 1.5 million bullets in 2 days to kill 500,000.
So, I mean, I think specifically, though, I feel like there's a lot to essentially the cases that you're mentioning, Alan. Now, if you could find a specific case where you had a person who simply had a flag of their own that was an LGBTQ flag and they decided to burn it, which I've seen a lot of online, but I've never heard of anybody who was simply, was prosecuted because they had a LGBTQ flag of theirs that they decided to burn on, that's clearly, and if it was the case that there was a Democrat who did that, I would be equally as opposed to it as a person who was punished for burning the American flag.
Even if it violated burning laws at the time?
Burn something if it's a threat to public safety.
Yeah, so what's the difference between burning a building and burning a flag? It is freedom.
There's one.
What it specifically is that certain regions have no burning laws where you're not allowed to have fires because those areas are dry or prone to fires. So you're only allowed to have a fire at certain times. Do you think they should still be able to burn their flag during those periods when no burning laws are in effect?
Sorry, what was the question?
Do you struggle understanding my questions?
No, sorry.
Why do you clam up every time I ask you direct questions?
No, you asked the question.
He is low IQ, I think. He is not material for this discussion.
Support the person's right to burn a flag even when there's no burning laws within that region. Absolutely.
And in fact, at that time, absolutely, you say. So they should risk starting a fire in a dry area. Okay, like areas like Colorado have no burning laws in certain cities, right? Certain areas because they're prone to fires. Certain areas of California have no burning laws in effect, right? Do you think that your speech trumps this?
Do I think that free speech trumps people's whatever is considered a hazard? Like, I mean, I obviously, like I said, if there is a hazard, then I don't support it. And if it's the law, then, like, you know, no, you
didn't say that till now. Not like you've been saying. You didn't say that till now.
Yeah. I mean, and I mean, yeah, because you can't endanger people through in an area.
We've established that people don't have the right to burn the American flag 100% of the time, right?
It depends. So no, it's just like you don't have the right to shout, crowd fire, and or
you do if there's a fire. You do have the right. You do have the right to shout there's a fire if there is a fire.
Yeah. But you can't do it just in a public theater, right?
And if there's a fire.
Yeah.
So,
but I mean, essentially, like, you can, like, you know, yeah, you can come up with like all these different things, but I mean, it's, to me, I'd like to illustrate freedom of speech in the same way. Hold on, I just want to finish the point. Okay. So yes, you're always going to have like specifically certain boundaries that, you know, you have the right to move your hands, but you don't have the right to move your hands in people's faces.
What's the message that's being sent when you burn the flag?
It depends on the context. I mean, you can have people who oppose America's foreign policies in other countries, like so many people, whether they be leftists, communists, or even libertarians have done. But I mean, you know, it's true specifically you expressing dissatisfaction with.
So if I go so that's kind of back to my other point. If I go to the Pacific Palisades and I light the whole place on fire because I hate the rich, is that freedom of speech? Like, if I that's how I show off my thing for, if the American flag burning is disdain for the country for what you just said that it did, then can I just go to the Pacific Palisades and light it on fire because I hate the rich? Where is there like a line?
Is it your property?
Huh?
Is it your property?
Okay, so it's a property thing because you own the flag. I guess you get a chance to do your expression, right?
Well, I mean, it's not the only thing. I mean, there's other things with property that's
well, if I own, let's say I just bought a little piece of land with all the like, if I just I don't know, what if I rented a house or something? Or I guess I could just own it. What if I bought the little piece of land that had all the stuff on it, the sage to burn? Is that good enough to meet that requirement that I own the property that led to the burning of Pacific Palisades? I don't know. As an expression of frustration toward the rich.
I mean, if it's your property, it's one thing. But given that everything is secure, there's no other endangerment. Then
okay.
Yeah,
exploring. My thing's falling apart a little bit. Trump. You got it. Okay.
Yeah.
Is this like the papacy?
So, I would like to see Trump, if that's what you declare as authoritarian, I would like for him to be authoritarian and arrest someone for burning the American flag, so it can be brought in front of the Supreme Court again, so we can overturn that ruling. It should be illegal to burn the United States American flag.
But I understand why.
It's not a. Hold on. Let's be clear. It's not a constitutional amendment.
Yes, it is.
It's case. No, it's not. It's case precedence.
Yes, it is.
1989, a Supreme Court ruling. It's case precedence, much different than a constitutional amendment.
So is McDonald v. Chicago something that's just the Supreme Court precedent?
Okay, so do you understand case law, case precedence, and what it means?
I understand that.
That it can be that the Supreme Court can just like what happened with Roe versus Wade. It was case precedence that Roe versus Wade existed. It was not the supreme law of the land. It was just a ruling that established, which the Supreme Court can then later in years on rule opposite of it and set the precedent a different way. So I believe, in my opinion, the Supreme Court should change their ruling from what they found in 1989 and allow us to have laws against the burning of the American flag.
And it doesn't surprise me that people who want to, because the people who oppose Donald Trump, essentially are people who are very likely
the American flag. Yeah,
well,
I get
yeah.
it. You want to burn the American flag. Gotcha.
No, I don't. But to me, it's like I understand why Trump wants to punish people who burn the American flag, because a lot of people who don't agree with his policies are the people who are most likely to express their opposition to it that way.
Isn't it largely only people on the left that burn the American flag when they're upset?
It's not only people on the left, but yeah, a lot of people on the left.
I said largely.
Like the majority, I would say, yeah.
Can you name when? Can you name when?
Because when Republicans or conservatives burn flags, I don't know which one. What event? Have you ever seen that, Joe? I didn't realize that.
There are libertarians who have burned the American flag. Leftists.
In a lot of ways, they are. Yes, libertarians are much more left leaning than they are right leaning, for sure, 100%. Where do you think the whole transgender ideology concept comes from? It's we're just going to let live and let everybody just do whatever the hell they want. Just prop up. It's individual freedom, right?
Yeah, I thought that was what conservatives said that they liked, though, was individual freedom.
No, small government is what conservatives advocate for, and family. So they advocate for family rights. So true conservatism is about the nuclear family. It's not about the individual.
Okay. So I know libertarians believe that conservatives still support a nanny state. No, they're better than liberals on reducing, the government from being a nanny. They still think the government.
Recession is coming. Buy gold and silver. Sell stocks and.
But either way, to me, it's I would if you think the libertarians that they're a bunch of leftists, or I would recommend
Libertarians believe in illegal immigration. They're let them all come in. We shouldn't have borders. Libertarians believe in unfettered abortion. Let people have the freedom. The mother has the freedom to kill her child. Yes, this is what libertarians, many of them, not all. Libertarian Party is largely just a party of disgruntled right-wing and left-wing people.
You brought up
degeneracy.
You brought up immigration and abortion. Do you not think there have been any leftist governments who have supported
not in recent. I'm talking about today and the positions today. I'm not talking about positions 100 years ago. 100 years ago, Democrats didn't even think black people should be afforded rights.
Yeah. The parties did change. I would agree with that.
Not really. They still don't think that all Americans should have equal rights.
Okay, well, I would agree that the Democrats have been a failure to Americans, but I still think the same thing about Republicans. So, I mean, I think both of them are essentially, if you remove the cultural issues, I think they're pretty difficult to distinguish, in my opinion.
Joe, I got a question for you. If I had an American flag that was old and dirty, and I had a permit to burn trash in my private property, legal?
Yeah, I think communities should, if it was my way, I think communities should have the right to set that as their law. Now, it should be up to the communities, though, to be able to do that, yes.
Yeah, and I believe that the Constitution should protect people from tyranny of the majority on human rights. So
I think I know Beaver's scenario. I'll probably just disagree a little bit with Joe. I think like in that case, like I think we know the intention of someone trying to get rid of an old flag, perhaps, you know what I mean, versus somebody, out in the street at a protest doing it. Maybe, I don't know. But I'm assuming you're going to say the standard should just be the standard, right, Joe, on that one, or no?
Burn the American flag. Yes, we should. We should have that right to be able to set that law. Right now, due to case precedent, it says we can't have that law. What actual individual liberty are? I mean, we're not taking people's.
Joe, you have to. It is a speech issue. You have to look at it as art creation, because the moment you outlaw it, now you create a fixation opportunity for people that will intentionally do. It's the same thing with the Quran burning. There's this Christian guy who goes around burning Qurans, and then the police have to put out the fire, and then the Muslims are trying to put out the whole thing is just wasting everybody's time. And I like all the debates and conversations, but we have to, I know it's just this fucking social audio conference call, but I'm saying, like, how, as a herd, do we actually intelligently prioritize what our government is doing, what the taxpayers are expected of, and how do we essentially stop running a broke So is Trump actually going to liberate us, or is he just like got the fuckets? Hello? Fuckets, buckets, 2 tears in a bucket, like, is anything ever going to change? I doubt it. I think the status quo is good as gold. But miracles and breakthroughs do happen. Trump is that miracle and breakthrough, but how do we get the all-seeing eye to focus on liberating America? Because how has technology not essentially created efficiency? The internet is supposed to modify everything, and the biggest thing that isn't modified is the goddamn teachers unions and our national education system, which is bupkis. And look at Clownhouse. Like, this could be the future of education. Dr. Peepee here could be teaching a class and maybe making a salary, and we could eliminate the $1.3 trillion annual budget for education in this country. It's just a joke, but not really, because
Yeah, we talked about this earlier. So we talked about this earlier. We discussed that Kash Patel supposedly has a big reveal coming up where he's talking about arresting people that are responsible for the theft of the 2020 election.
Well, there's also a lot coming out with Rand Paul and Dr. Fauci, and Tulsi Gabbard is also releasing information on biolabs, 40 of them in Ukraine. So, the Pentagon and Fauci and all these bioweapon research programs, they're being exposed. And Dr. Bill Gates has been exposed. And, you know, there's still got these Epstein files. I mean, does anybody here look at Thomas Massey's, you know, Instagram and X account, or Rand Paul? I mean, these are leading conservative intellectuals, not the homosexual elite intellectuals of the Democrat gay trans party. Of structural right racism. We still got to think about indigenous rights. We got to think about the immigrant communities, and we have to think about the open border. Things got to go back to normal, is what they like to say. When things go back to normal. Well, Pandora's box is open, and nothing goes back to normal when things start getting weird. And things are going to get weird, in my opinion, or the status quo will just persist, and the Democrats will actually return to power and wipe away these years of work. You know, so hello.
Yeah. I mean, as far as I understand it, I mean, I understand that plenty of Americans have gotten away from what our Constitution actually said. I mean, we have plenty of things in the Constitution that are pretty explicit, like being subject to cruel and unusual punishment, but surprisingly, the majority of Americans find it acceptable. And so, I mean, it's one of the things I do find disgusting about Americans overall for my country, is that somehow it's something that we've been okay with.
Was it acceptable for how the Washington, D.C. Legal system treated the January 6th protesters?
If you're talking about specific cases, I mean, there are some that I do believe were given sentences that I felt were a little bit lengthy. Like, I feel like, you know, you had some of them, I think, guys like, I think his name was Joe Biggs. I mean, I don't think he should have got off scot-free, but I do think that I don't think he should have been sent or whatever it was. I think, to me, the thing that I found really distressing was the fact that these people got any time, got all this time that they served. But meanwhile, the guy who was what led it did not face any time. But that's something that, you know, I knew was pretty much never going to happen. But overall, I mean, as regards to, you know, I mean, I do believe you can give specific examples of people who I felt were a little bit lengthy. I mean, as far as people, though, who assaulted police officers that day, it's like, I don't see how Republicans who have claimed to be the party of law and order could be okay with those people being pardoned. Like, essentially, it's like, if I was a police officer in DC, I don't see why I would want to be defended because of the fact that, you know, he could have any bunch of rioters come up and he'll pardon them if they assault me.
But no man alive has seen a living dragon.
Yeah, I guess thankful that we have the Secret Service and don't have to rely on the DC police, right?
I am not a liar. Oh, I don't think you are.
Well, I mean, but doesn't that mean that, essentially, that, do you not value law enforcement, though? I don't know where you got that from. Well, you literally just said that you think it's good idea.
The DC police force is captured by the Democrats.
Here we are.
Okay, but they still work to protect everybody who is, you know.
The DC police force protects everyone in DC. Have you seen the murder rates prior to Trump's involvement with enforcing the law there?
I mean, it's DC crime rates have always been high. I mean, of course.
Yeah, until Trump put the National Guard in the DC police force isn't really something to go around and champion. It was like this beacon of policing example, like this great policing example, right? Would you agree on that?
My name.
That. I mean, as far as the failures of the DC Police Department, I don't know so much about everything about the police department, but I mean, you could be right, but to me is that what I see, like what happened on January 6th was that you had police officers who were who were assaulted by protesters that day. I mean, they were.
If Democrats didn't steal the election in 2020, would January 6th have happened?
It's like, I don't know if we're going to see eye to eye because, I mean, you believe it was stolen, but I mean, all the evidence that I've seen shows that it was secure.
Secure.
Yeah.
How secure? The most secure election ever?
I don't know if it was, but it's like it seemed like pretty secure. I mean, Trump's.
That's what the Democrats told us. That's what Biden told us, that it was the most secure election ever.
Okay. Well, I don't know specifically about whether it was the most, but I think essentially to me, it's like.
Do you think 100 million mail-in ballots is a secure way to run an election?
I know there's been talk about the concern about the mail-in vote, specifically that, you know, they start counting or something like along those lines. I don't know about the security of mail-in voting, but I mean, in general, it's like I think that, you know, it's some people.
There are people.
So if you're asking me about what are the best methods for people to be able to vote, I haven't looked at all of them.
Do you think it's authoritarian that the United States Supreme Court has now ruled that mail-in ballot cannot be counted after Election Day?
I don't know what the basis for that is, but I mean, if
during the 2020 election they were counting ballots up to a week after the Election Day, the United States Supreme Court has now come out and ruled that they cannot do that. That Election Day is Election Day, and that if
I don't know what the basis for it was that they made that.
There are people said it in the 2020 election. They were counting ballots up to a week after the election. It was a secure election, you said, and I'm saying that the United States Supreme Court has ruled that they cannot do that any longer. That those ballots should not be counted. Is that authoritarian of the Supreme Court?
And what was their reasoning for that? So I would have to look at it.
Would you be for counting ballots like a month after? Like, what's your limit?
I mean, if you want to know, I mean, I do believe that things should be done as fast as possible. And so, I mean, if there is limits on people, you know, being required to do that, but I also believe that, you know, there's plenty of other concerns, like just forcing stop counting or voting, like what happened in Florida back in 2002. And so we're back in 2000, but ultimately I don't know I know there's concern though about, you know, them taking ballots in. So I can't say ultimately though whether it's right or wrong. I mean, it seems to me that, you know, election laws, what is decided by laws is a state issue.
I'm assuming you're not for voter ID.
I do believe that there should be some form of verification.
Wow. I'm surprised. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a person who, you know, thinks that it's right to say that, you know, that voter ID is racist. Although I do believe there are concerns about. I believe we've touched on this, me and Joe, where I brought up research by journalist Greg Pallas that he did in a documentary, and you said that you'd watched it. I just wanted to know specifically if, like you said, the movie. I believe you said the movie was. You believe the movie was factually inaccurate or something like that.
Me? So what I want to talk about is what you just referenced. Yeah, what you just referenced. So you talked about that you are okay with limits on counting ballots, right? So the Supreme Court now, we have already established, ruled that they can't count after the election day. So the Brooks Brothers protest is what you referenced, that you do think that people should not be able to protest the counting, because that was roughly 2 weeks after the election that Miami-Dade County wanted to continue to count votes and count ballots after the election was already done. So why are you okay with having limitations, but you're against the Brooks Brother protest that occurred in the 2000 election?
So I made specifically, like I said, it's like I don't know necessarily what was the ruling that the Supreme Court made. I spent about kind of a weasel, bro. Like you go one way or the other. Like,
Is the Constitution a living document?
I don't know what you mean by living document, does it?
If baby Hitler was alive and you had the chance to kill him before he became adult Hitler, would you do it?
Fuck yeah.
So you're
Put
asking
a baby in a river.
whether I would kill a person when they're innocent.
He's being blown up before he can even walk.
Okay. Damn, Marcus.
No shit. People are having abortions every day, B. What's the difference?
Oh, that's a good question. Joe, what do you think? Would that
You should abort baby Hitler before he becomes adult Hitler?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Joe's not going to lie here a little bit. Hold on, folks. We got him. Just get good.
No, I mean, I don't think you can declare a baby. Just, a attempt to try and rally support for the next election cycle. That's really all.
It's organizing. And look who funds it. George Soros and Warren Buffett. Did you see the list of the funders?
Oh, my bad. I was late. My bad.
Well, Joe, I think it's interesting. I think this is a question I would like to know is that, there's always the saying of the enemy of my enemy is my friend, is like whether that's true. Would you become friends with Stalin if it was your only way to get rid of Hitler?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I would.
Absolutely.
But I don't know if everybody in this room would do that.
I'm not sure any of us know what we would do at that point. But I don't think it has any relevance to anything, any topic regarding.
Yeah, I agree.
I like thought experiments.
Yeah,
of course. Thought experiments, Alan.
We're just picking Necro's brain on what do you think, a young Gen Zer and what they think about the world around them.
Necro, how old are you?
27.
I'm fucking 29. What does that make? I'm almost 30.
Yeah, I know. You told me.
I'm basically a Gen Z. I'm 96.
Yeah, 29, so.
I'm a Gen Z, right?
I don't know when the cutoff is for Gen Z.
I was before AOL.
Yeah. But were you after, like, Resident Evil?
2000 is Gen Z cutoff.
2000 is Gen Z for 4 years. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm a millennial. Thank God.
Well, actually, millennial, I think it's either like 96 or like 95, something like that.
Thank God I made it.
Gen Z, because...
Yeah, 99.
Yep.
Damn. Anyone born after 2000, I just don't think they exist. That is crazy.
Yeah. Well, I'm really glad I'm a 90s kid, technically.
So, you guys love politics. I mean, Necro, do you think you'll ever try to run for, like, state representative? Pockets, do you ever think you'll try to run for state representative? Will you guys ever do anything other than coming on Clubhouse, like, for years and years more? Hello?
I'm glad you asked that, Alistair. Yeah, I've always considered it. I've thought about, one of the positions, policies I want to push for, at least in my state, is raising the age of consent to 18, abolishing mandatory minimums on simple drug possession. The punishments for people who rape children. I believe that those people should be sent to life imprisonment without parole.
I think they should be castrated. I'm with you. No, I will never run for any type of representative position at all. I'm not trying to sell my soul, but I will deliver your loads. Pun intended.
I also would fight to, this is another thing that puts me odds with most Americans, is my opposition to capital punishment.
I think we should bring back the death penalty. So.
What about immigration, Necro? I support closed borders. You can't have a functioning country without borders. Yeah. No, it's like, I think one of the things that Trump has done that, to me, it's like, it's his most effective policy that he's, actually has kept his promises on is immigration. Now, I disagree with some of the methods that he's done it. But for most of all, it's like, I believe in, the purpose of what he's trying to do. I think, it's something even many of the Democrats have had to admit, as much as they try to pretend that they weren't in favor of a fence back in the early 2000s, and talked about how corrupt Mexico was, like Joe Biden did. The Democrats were the party that was, in many ways, just as, if not more harsh on the border for a while. But yeah, even some Democrats have admitted to that, the border was more secure under Trump in his first administration than under Biden. So that's one thing, I think, why I felt Trump had a good chance of winning in 2024 was because immigration was so bad.
About H-1B visa holders, should we increase them or decrease them?
Yeah, that's something I haven't really thought about too much. I do think, there are definitely jobs for people who are outside the country who I think are the only people who are qualified, that plain Americans aren't able to do it. But in the end, I also think that, there's plenty of lack of funding for Americans to begin with, which I think should be addressed. Yeah, I believe I would.
Yeah, literally, people would hate what you have to say, which sucks because it's awesome.
Yeah. Well, and that's kind of the thing, though. It's like, I do like the idea of putting, America first. And like my greatest issue with Trump is the fact that he's, not been putting America first. He's spending so much money on this war. It's been shown. $72 billion that has potentially been spent on this war. It could have given every American community college completely.
It's over $1 trillion. We're spending annually 1.3 trillion. So if we're engaged in war for 1 year, technically we spent $1 trillion on war. It's crazy.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't agree on a lot.
Hello?
I agree with you on that. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous how much money we spend on war. But it actually makes us money, which is sad as well. We really profit off it.
It doesn't make you money when you only make $5 million but spend $7 million. Are you guys all broke? Hello?
No, and that's not what.
Well, you gave me money pockets, so obviously, you're at a negative.
We'll never finish what we're doing. It'll keep going. Unfortunately.
You have to understand how to run a business. You got to turn a profit. The government's no different. You can't keep running an insolvent organization. It's lunacy. Hello?
People running it are making bank. Hello? People that are not running it like us are the ones paying the dues. Hello? Yeah. They're doing just fine.
Well,
they're doing exactly what they want to do.
The medical industrial complex is doing great because that's the biggest budget, $4.2 trillion a year. And you're a recipient of that pocket. You work in medicine. Without the government, you wouldn't make a salary. Hello?
I'm not in the government. That's why I said I'm not.
Yeah, but you work in the healthcare industry. Who do you think funds the whole healthcare industry? The government. $4.2 trillion a year. Medicare, Medicaid. You quit it? No.
Absolutely. I've quit being there.
No.
The claims department quit that shit. That shit's ridiculous. Fuck working on healthcare. It's a scam. There's nothing I can fucking do.
Well, you got to get on the board of directors because there's a lot of little health groups billing Medicaid $100 million. And the doctors are making $1.2 million.
Didn't you try to run and they fucking turned you down, bro? Who's running that's really changing shit right now? Nobody.
Rand Paul, he just got an indictment on Fauci. They're going to arrest Fauci and Bill Gates. Hello?
And finally, after the HIV, after the fucking COVID, you think they'll ever fucking get arrested? No, Bill Gates is not getting fucking arrested. Are we serious?
Yeah, it's really sad.
Bill Gates is not going to jail. What are we talking about here?
Yeah, it's really sad because existence now.
I hate that, man. Steve Jobs as well. Fucking hate Fauci as well. Been calling Fauci since HIV.
Yeah, I'm actually working on that since there's been like a trend of making all these art pieces for the Epstein administration. I've thought, it's a shame that I don't have a DSLR because I thought about doing a Bob Ross parody video where like I was doing this painting of parody of Mount Rushmore where it's basically Epstein and his bestest friends.
Trump.
Yeah, Trump, Bill Clinton, and Bill Gates would have been. And I thought about having Elon Musk at the site, crying.
Can you get a white wig, Necro, and just pretend to be Andy Warhol? Can you do a gay voice?
I could try to do like a Carl Sagan, kind of high voice.
I believe in you.
Sorry, what?
I said I believe in you. Do it.
Yes.
No,
my name is Carl Sagan.
I'm picturing my hand. That looks beautiful.
Oh, that sounded so gay.
Yes.
My name is Carl Sagan. In the future, hundreds of people will gather on a conference call app to figure out unique ways to how to waste their time through multivariable expressions of political propaganda.
I'm actually on point. I still hate you there. That's on point.
I did a video where how marijuana will ruin your life, and I talked about how you might have to become president of the United States if you smoke marijuana. The past 3 presidents, Obama was president at the time,
that I did it. And so I said the past 3 presidents have all admitted to smoking pot at least once, and they look like they've aged 20 years in just the few years that they've been in office.
And I think politics did that to the man. Obama came in looking 20. That dude left looking 80. Like, that dude looks stressed.
Did they even drug test the presidents? I don't even know.
They should. They fucking...
probably
they probably have a piece of their poop in a bag somewhere. Fucking just like saved.
Yeah, they don't. Drug test. Hey, Necro, what do you think about Trump lowering the classification of marijuana? Is that a big thing? Do you now consider?
I heard about him and Elizabeth Warren putting forward a bill, and so to try to decriminalize or to repeal the old law that on the federal level where marijuana is criminalized, and so if that's passed, I would appreciate. I do appreciate.
No, there's not a law. It's a classification. The executive branch can do this in their authoritarian power unilaterally.
Do you think that they're going to backdate all the people that were arrested and free them, or do you think they're going to keep them in jail, the people that were arrested? That would be cool.
That's a really good question. You might be able to submit for a reconsideration.
You think?
I don't know, but if I was in that position, I would.
Right, okay.
There's plenty of things that I would say that I do agree with Trump on. One of them is him trying to go after big pharma for the cost of prescription drugs, because that's one thing I do support. The other thing would be his position on the political landscape. You mentioned marijuana. The other one would be abortion. One thing I was noted about 2024. Trump also voted for abortion rights on their measures as well.
Interesting about the big pharma, because he does attack on the drug prices, and he has pushed price most favored nature pricing deals to lower the prescription costs. His administration said it added deals for 17 major drug companies, but he's also making deals with pharma, not trying to destroy or take on, but they include benefits for companies like tariff exemptions. So I see, and he has to, obviously, because if he's going to give one for them, he has to give one for all. So I see how people make it. Someone put in the chat, he's not doing anything against big pharma. Yeah, he is. He's just giving them tax exemptions like he is with any other corporations. But he is literally lowering the pricing, and Medicare is dealing with that as we speak. So come, I believe, 2027, drugs this is be lowered for people who are lower income, so that they can afford their treatment. So I do praise him for that, because that's very much needed.
Yeah. It should be just for the sake that it's already been admitted that it's not very expensive to do so.
Yeah.
What's not expensive?
To provide that medication.
Oh yes, it is very expensive. No, it is very expensive.
No, it's really not.
You talking about insulin?
Yes.
Yeah, it's not that.
It's not.
It's the manufacturing.
They've already admitted that so many times. It's we gotta be done with that.
Yeah.
It is really just to put money in many pockets.
Yeah. No,
the manufacturing a drug might be cheap, but how much is the R&D for that drug? How long did it have to go through tests?
Well, Alan, are you talking about the COVID-19 vaccine? Because I don't think they did much testing on that.
No.
I think they had the patents for 15 years beforehand.
No, I don't want that.
Oh, it's not the same when it comes to COVID-19. I understand. Okay. Special rules, special circumstances, not a standard. I understand. Okay.
It's been in good standing for a long time. And that's what came forward in the conversations.
Well, first of all, it's not even a vaccine. It's just a gene modifier.
There's no good reason to charge so much for that medication.
Yeah, I mean, there's also no reason to charge high prices for plenty of drugs. So, yeah, I would agree. I mean, Germany and Canada, they pay less than $100 while we pay.
Well, I don't think a shawarma sandwich should cost $20, but I'm still prepared to pay the $20 for a good shawarma sandwich.
Well, and that's the thing.
That's really funny. I thank you for that, but also.
I think
Novo Nordisk has stated it spent over $10 billion on.
Yeah, tell us that you don't need that medication without telling us that you don't depend on that medication. You don't have to pay for it. Okay.
Whether you need it or not, they spent over $10 billion.
That's really
But Alan, Medicaid spent $60 billion on peptides, so it all balances out, doesn't it?
Well, I got to pay this and I got to pay that, so everybody else should pay something. That's not right.
The chemo industry is a worth of chemotherapy every year? Or how about $50 billion to Catholic churches? Maybe the Catholic Church medical industrial complex should come to an end. $50 billion a year to Catholic churches every year in this country? That's a lot of money. The Pope has his own medical industrial complex. Can you hear me? Hello?
Just take turns. It's okay. I want you to be able to speak because you're trying to speak right now.
So,
lied about it.
So I just looked up on Yale School of Medicine the cost for one vial of insulin. It costs
$2.
Yeah, it's
$2 and it costs $35 a month. If you don't have coverage, it's about $200. Yeah, it's like a lot of money.
Yeah, and
it's only because we have PBS.
Yeah, and they were charging like for a while. It was well over thousands. People were paying
for so long.
Yeah. Fucking companies, those are, I believe it's Novo. Yeah.
Pfizer, Moderna, J&J.
Yeah, you're not listening. Kitover, but it's crazy that when my mom didn't have health insurance coverage because she was doing everything under the glove. She didn't do her tax either. And one round of her chemo was $130 something thousand.
Oh my God.
Stage 4 cancer. One round. That's uninsured. Well, she passed away because there was nothing they could do. I still got a bill, and her bill was over almost $2 million for a week in the hospital. I believe 2 appointments at the oncology center, and I believe 3 rounds of chemo, which I did at my house, by the way, the last round. They sent her home with me, where she passed away, and I still got a bill. And I'm not paying it, obviously, if I don't have to. But it was $2 million fucking dollars.
See, if we had smart contracts, instead of paying the medical industrial complex $2 million, you could have taken a settlement check for $100,000. Would it's your money. Spend it when you need it.
I probably would have just to take advantage of the system, sure, because I'm gonna die anyway, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
It was so fucked. And I was like, bro, like it was just fucked. So I hate the healthcare system. I worked in Medicare for about 3 years. I worked in the claims department. I worked in finding seniors primary care right after COVID. And it was just the seniors right now, they paid 65 years in new taxes and their social security's being naked. They're broke. They're literally, these seniors are fucking broke. Don't even get me started on our veterans. Veterans are homeless, broke, no coverage. The VA doesn't do shit. The VA doesn't even let them know that they're entitled to a civilian doctor along with the VA doctor. They have no idea. Like, I'm only scheduling seniors.
No.
Have no idea still that they're entitled to a civilian provider.
Well, you can go. Anybody can go into that emergency room, but
also getting proper
if you're a veteran, you can't just wander around and say, they're not accurate.
It's okay. Don't entertain that one. It's okay.
I think what's worse, essentially, is like, to me, like, you know, the cost of gasoline is like, the oil companies made record-breaking profits during when the Russian pipeline was cut off. So it's not.
Is that a bad thing?
Well, essentially, the thing is that my point is oil companies are not desperate to make profits. It's not that they're desperate to make profits as to why the cost of gasoline is going up.
It's still not a good argument because whether a company is desperate or not has nothing to do with anything. Whether they're desperate to make it or whether they're not desperate to make it, fundamentally, companies get to make money.
Get and how much you pay for it, but somehow it's an okay if corporations do the same thing.
Because the corporations have competitors, the government does not.
Yeah, undercut them. If you can make.
I'm sorry. I mean, it's such a benefactor on all.
If
go in
one oil company
and make it cheaper, and then you can sell them and undercut them, and then the market will adjust.
But also, why are you muting me?
Because I was talking and you have to teach you.
Teach me. Okay. Wow.
See, Beaver, I'm glad you're there because I just want to say this. It seems to me that the left has an emotional crisis. That what they're experiencing, that's the main problem. And the problem is they've decided they hate Trump. And they can't accept that other people hate Trump. And it's not working. And it's not going to work. We will never convince people that Trump is a bad person. They've decided that, and it's an emotional response. Everything we're hearing, and I don't know if Necro is on the left or the right, he'll probably deny being on the left, though he's certainly parroting a lot of those talking points. But before I was called away, I went through those lists of how he's limiting free speech. And first of all, he's not limiting free speech. The government can and will decide where it gives its money. And we've seen this. Certain presidents will direct the government funds towards one set of we see that time and time again. Yet when Trump does it, somehow he's inhibiting free speech.
They're all still
and you can see it. He cut
Stop
funding
muting me.
to NPR. He cut funding to
Stop
NPR. Well, where is it
Coward.
written we have to fund NPR? And then
Alan, they're all bad though. I mean, come on.
And all of the places he's targeted had taken legal action or taken political action against him personally. And against his administration. So if they are going to get into the political realm, well then
I make you nervous. That's why you keep me.
You do it. Well, because you keep this. I'm not muted.
You're rude.
But you keep interrupting.
Everyone's been interrupting each other.
And so,
Stop
in conclusion, again, it's an emotional problem. And Susie's birthday party because the other girl that they hate got invited and they just can't get over it. That's the level of emotion
We got it, love.
we're dealing with here.
No, yeah, you're speaking facts. It is an emotional response to hate somebody. I don't think people hate Trump. And if they say they do, they're just being emotional and they're being petty. I think people just don't agree with his politics and they use the word hate because they're emotional and they're petty. People just need to say they don't agree with them and leave it at that. I don't agree with the left. Don't interrupt me, please. He's going to ask for this. You asked for the same thing. You asked for the same thing.
Go ahead.
No, I got you because I interrupted you like 10 times, so it's okay. But I feel like with Trump, I don't agree with a lot of what he's done. I don't agree with the younger version of Trump, which, people are weird when they're younger. A lot of people make mistakes. A lot of people in the 80s were fucking weird. Okay, half of you on the stage were probably fucking weird in the 80s, doing some weird shit. Looking at but this Trump, the one. I mean, the dude's a businessman, dude. He's not even a politician like that. People got to get that through their heads.
He's good at sales.
The dude's a businessman. He just wants money. And I'm for the green. I just want green. I don't care about the left or right. I don't care if you're conservative.
And he's honest about it, though. If you really listen to him, he's honest. He tells you.
He ain't honest about shit, but he's
I'm not saying like he's really forthcoming. I mean, he'll tell you, though,
this
what
is why
he's
you're
doing.
muted, though. This is why you get muted. Like, I'm good.
Seriously?
Yes, love. Like, come on, I'm trying to mute it all the time.
He's much smarter than Biden.
Hold on.
Yeah.
He's much more politician than Biden.
Yeah,
Hold on. I have to defend the 80s and 90s. For the record,
You weirdo.
the 2020s is a lot weirder. I'm going to tell you that right now. we didn't face tyranny, medical tyranny. We didn't face all this people confused with their gender, 72 different genders.
HIV hit. But pockets, 26, like it's 26% of the people on the left think it's okay to kill Trump.
Right, and that's crazy.
Yeah, no,
That's crazy.
when you say no, they just disagree with them. I can't tell you the number of people on the left. They're like, I wish Trump would just die.
Yeah, it's fucking insane.
Yeah, it really is. So that was the only thing I wanted to say. As far as the 80s, up until 83, 84, it was great. And then HIV hit. And then, things got weird. If you had sex with somebody, it could kill you. That fucks with people's brains. And there was no cure. And it was a long, painful death on top of it. I mean, people forget.
I think it's crazy to wish death on anybody. My bad.
It's something that plenty of people have. I mean, like, there's a whole...
No, it's not both sides. You're not going to go there. Less than, I think it's like 3% Republicans agree that political assassination is valid. But on the left, it's like 26%. That is a huge disparity. So no, this is not there are good people on both sides.
So you think that specifically you have data that shows that, the
Yes.
that
There was look it up. There was a poll that was done and it came out. That's where the country is at. Go find the link.
Well, I mean, I think that both sides, I think both of them can work in toning down their rhetoric as far as I'm concerned. I mean, as far as I understand it. And exclusive to one side, and so. But if you have data, is that the left?
Look for the poll.
Well, I mean,
that's weird. That's just weird.
Well, but you made the claim, Alan, that it was.
Yeah, and it's a recent poll where both sides were asked if it was political violence was okay. Do a Google search. I'm sure you will find it.
Well, I actually believe that you and I think, actually had this conversation. I think what you and I went to can't remember if it was PBS or it was Marist or something like that. But I don't remember it being, where one side was more definitely completely inverted with how they view political violence. I mean, I'm disturbed by any side of approval of violence to another person. As far as, feeling that somebody else, you wish that, they would just die. Not that you would wish that, anybody would commit violence on them, but hoping that, they will eventually, pass out or something like that. I mean, I know plenty of people in my family who have wished that of me, and I've, I mean, is it something that people wish? I mean, that people have. I mean, I don't know, but to me, I understand that people have that opinion in myself, and I don't have any thoughts on it. So.
Beaver, tell your cousin I said Netanyahu that fuck you. That'd be good. That'd be great.
If y'all think Rubio or Trump's bad, wait till Rubio and Vance come in.
Mark Rubio, you think he's bad?
No, I like him.
I was gonna say.
Do you hear my point?
The left thinks he's bad. Got it.
Yeah, if they think he's bad or they are bad, because I think they're going in as a joint ticket. I don't care what anyone says. Sit down and hush up. That's all I wanted to say to the opposition.
I think Mark Rubio is going to be a great kind of in a way, because he is more, I want to say moderate, but he is very conservative. He is more moderate in the way that he speaks to the left about conservatism and his beliefs. I think he's a way more, I want to say, just better communicator than Trump is. I think Trump is just so blunt and brash, and he's just very shock factor that people are not prepared to even process what the fuck he's saying, just because how shock factor he is. But Mark Rubio, he's able to break it down. So I'm looking forward to him.
Guys, hold on, Necro. I think your persona of JD Vance and Marco Rubio are largely crafted by the media.
I just said I haven't seen JD Vance in forever.
Well, yeah.
I follow them
even in limited. Can I finish my thought real quick here? Even in limited fashion, the right wing and the younger generation of the right wing will be more extreme than what people have seen with Donald Trump.
I didn't even speak on JD Vance's persona, so I don't know.
They're looking for answers.
Yeah,
and they'll find them there.
I think that's what Joe B is trying to say. Joe, am I echoing it correctly that the next generation of Republicans are likely to be even tougher than Trump was?
100%.
Hear us talk, right? You hear the ones that are in the next generation.
I don't know if you're a fan of him or not. I forget where you are.
We'll talk about it. You want?
He's on the gallows.
Up in Indiana.
We had our battles.
Up in the Midwest.
Would be a beast. I mean,
up in the Midwest.
I think Ron DeSantis would be a worse nightmare than Trump for the left, in my opinion. I think I said that before.
He lived in immigrants to what's her face, Nancy Pelosi's house.
I think Ron DeSantis. He's pretty much the 2024 type. I think And so I don't.
Hey, what's
my
up?
voice.
What's up?
If you're listening, please.
Damn, what if he was gonna say all hail Trump, bro?
No, he was
Y'all
just
totally missed out on the moment.
Look, with Ron DeSantis, I think he's been a great governor in many aspects. However, he lacks the personality to become the president. He's not likable. He doesn't like people.
Like, hello.
Wait,
And like,
Pockets,
the worst economic fallback during COVID, we got Trump.
Do you like Pockets? Or Pockets?
I love DeSantis. Yeah, I think DeSantis is so funny. I really think he's likable. I really think what he did with the immigrants trying to come to Florida, that was hilarious. I think that certain shit that he does, he's very low key. To be honest, he's kind of very much like Trump, but just low key about it. So I like DeSantis. I think he's an asshole, but a good asshole. And that record's squeaky clean. You can't find him in nothing.
Yeah. I don't know. It's like, I think to me, my greatest issue I had with Trump, with DeSantis, was probably when he signed his Stop the Woke Act, which concerned a lot of people who were teaching history because of the fact that his lawyer was pressed to this in any of America's institutions or laws, which in many ways is, is something that has been understood to be, pretty much established in academia.
Understood by who?
That is not true. Not in academia.
Yeah, see, it's funny. You're using. You're pointing to a specific person, Ron DeSantis, but when you reference what woke is, and you want to counter it, you're saying it's understood.
Wokeness?
And it isn't understood. There's a theory that racism and the effects and the disparities with which there's a theory that the disparity, but it's just that. It's only a theory, and it's a theory that doesn't actually use data. It uses lived experience as the basis by which it arrives at its conclusions. So it's fraught with, even within academia, it's fraught with problems. That's why it's called a theory.
Okay, well, I mean, essentially, it's something that is still, in academia, is really something that there's, data that shows. I mean, you seem to implicitly acknowledge that there are disparities that exist. Now, I'd agree that they're not necessarily proof that, racism is actually that race is the cause of it, any more than, Asians having higher test scores and level. There's definitely discussion of essentially whether it can be attributed to race, though, inconclusively.
That's all they do in academia is discuss. Come on now. Show me a product.
Right, but I mean, that's essentially what, DeSantis, the law, was saying essentially that it couldn't be legal for people to discuss that, basically.
I kind of don't see a problem with that.
Well, I mean, I think it's important for us to know our history, to know of what laws are actually affecting.
Well, can you say the specific law? Give me a
Well, I mean, essentially, there's not anything explicitly that says that that is the case.
Then problem solved, isn't it?
But yeah, we still have it where specifically that plenty of people like who are black somehow seem to be struggling to get to a position in society with roughly the same merits, if not more merits than the other person.
Yeah, we do, but is that caused by racism?
Well,
or
no,
is it caused by
I said,
individuals' behavior?
Well, and like I said, it doesn't mean it's not necessarily racism, but I mean, can we, it's like, I just don't agree with that.
Oh, we have common ground. No, black people don't suck at everything. I think we can acknowledge that. That's not a problem. But, when we look at the different disparities of outcomes, we can look, and remember, laws are designed to protect individuals, not groups of people. And we can look to individual behavior. And then when we look at individual behavior, then we can start to see, well, did racism occur? Was there prejudice involved in this specific thing, specific action? For example, people always bring up, well, Wells Fargo was discriminating against black people, etc. Well, if you're going to discriminate, well, then, yeah, you will be penalized. That doesn't mean the country is racist. It means the country isn't racist. A country that's racist would not penalize a bank for that. So, no, you're not going to find any law. And that's the problem, because once they achieve that parity in the legal system, it then had to become this, amorphous, well, it's underground, which I can understand.
True. The country is and was racist to a very high degree and still is very much now. DEI, woke, social justice activism, community representation, all these terms are still out there. Hiring practices, discriminating against white men, it's all racist. That
racism.
Yeah, that the whole crack cocaine epidemic, who is providing the drugs to the African American communities? Do you know?
And I presume you're probably going to say it's the Democrats, or
no, it was the Bloods and the Crips.
Okay,
CIA had nothing to do with it.
Alan, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so what similarities do you see between George Wallace and Donald Trump?
None.
None. There's zero.
As people always remind me of how old I am. And I remember when George Wallace was alive. So I don't need to go back and read the history.
I know. I'm just asking a simple question.
Okay, well, there you go.
Dan Adams.
Do you link between George Wallace and Donald Trump?
Racism.
Okay.
All right.
That's easy to say.
Wait. No. Let me be very specific.
Yeah, give us specific.
Yeah. Let me be specific. Before racism that he's shown as a business owner towards blacks in his business practices. If you want me to go into detail, I can. But I think you all know. Well, I shouldn't think. But I'm assuming you know his business practices before he became president.
We asked for specifics. Could you give us a specific?
Yeah.
I think he.
Do we want to go? The
Central Park 5. The Central Park 5 event. We can start there.
Well, that's, hold on.
No, we can go
you're not
there.
Your piece. We can talk about that. Dan Adams referenced business practices.
And
that's not the Central Park. That's not the Central Park story.
All the redlining, discrimination in real estate, him and his father did for years.
It is.
So can you give us a specific, Dan Adams?
Was specific. He took money out of his own business practices to pull a front page ad in the New York Times to say the Central Park 5 was guilty.
Have you actually read that statement?
Yeah, that's a different story. I mean,
yeah. At the time, hold on. Let me.
Dan.
Wait. Hold on.
Everybody's reaction would be the same.
Hold on.
They said they're guilty.
Hold on a minute. So you're saying that the Central Park 5, everybody was guilty of the crime that they were accused of?
No, that's not what I'm saying. That was the public saying that they were guilty.
Wait, so why bring up admitting to a crime?
They admitted it. That's what we're saying. They admitted it, not us.
Oh my goodness, great.
They were kids and they were comers.
Wait.
We know it.
Hold on. We can't get this confused. Come on, we're people that have brains. Did they admit that they were guilty or not, Adams? Come on, dude. Are you fucking serious? You're gonna sit there and say that it didn't say that they were guilty or not?
They weren't guilty.
I know they weren't. That's not the point. Did they say it though? My God, I give up.
As far as Trump knew, they
kid.
It doesn't matter the age.
Get out of here.
It's what they did. Your piece is what they did. Doesn't matter their age.
No,
man, you're not this dumb, are you?
You're not using common sense. Use common sense.
It's not common sense. It's what they said. That's the whole point, you guys. Hello, anybody home?
Were they guilty?
No.
Thank you.
Did Trump know they weren't not guilty?
Trump
no,
they were guilty. Dude.
Good God.
When he published,
first of all, this is horrible.
When
a published act.
Did he know they were guilty when he published it?
Or
had they admitted guilt?
Okay, so let's move to business practices. So you lost that one.
No, we didn't.
Hold on.
And
I got a follow up question. You never. Hold on, Dan. I got a follow up question. Dan. Dan, in this room we have dialogue. We go back and forth and take turns talking. look, I have a question for you.
Yes.
But how was Trump racist with this Central Park 5, though? You never linked actual racism to it.
Their race. So before I give my answer, do not respond. Can I?
You're gonna have a conversation or we're not.
A conversation is not allowing somebody to complete their sentence.
Okay, you finish up and then we're gonna go. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, that's all I was asking. Thank you. So repeat the question again, please.
Okay, is there a disconnect here? Very clearly, I've also made a statement. So you asked for me not to speak. I sat here very quietly, and now you're asking me to speak again. Right?
Interrupted.
I'm not interrupting. You asked me to speak.
I got interrupted.
So you're filibustering because you don't have an answer to link how Trump is racist.
Ask the question.
Did ask the question.
That's insane.
One person, please. One person.
This is black excellence, guys. You guys need to be nice.
Okay, I'm really kind of patient because I really want to have a good conversation.
Pepe is racist. I can't understand Pepe. He wants to defend the girl, but he says something worse.
Could one person speak, please? All right. Seriously. Can one person speak at a time and ask the question?
Why are you acting this way, Dan? Like,
oh my goodness.
Link how Donald Trump is racist with the Central Park 5 listing in the paper.
Okay, when I answered, nobody respond before I
need more qualifiers.
Go.
Just say it.
That's exactly why I can't answer. Somebody jumps in.
He's trolling.
Your own fault.
No, it's not.
And it's taken you 5 minutes.
No, it hasn't. Somebody jumps in.
Start talking.
Why are
Start
you
talking. 3, 2, 1, go.
Thank you. Number one.
Sorry.
See, here we go again. See? See? Every time I start talking, somebody interrupts.
Sometimes you have to ignore the little interjections.
Sometimes I have to ignore it.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. Go.
Okay, yeah, sure. Thank you. It's convenient for you, right? So, number one, if it happened to a group of white males, he would have never have taken out a full-page ad. See, here we go. See, thank you. See, somebody was about to talk, and I haven't finished my statement. So, number one, I'll repeat again. If this would have happened to a white group of males, he would have never taken it out a full-page ad in the paper. But it was because it was black males, he took out a full-page ad and said they were guilty. Guilty. I don't know if everybody. I've read.
You made your statement. So making
my point.
You
have to finished. As soon as
you've been taking a freaking hour. Go.
Dan, we have dialogue in here. Dan, we go back and forth because it's dead air time.
Did I finish?
No, Dan, I'm going to stop you right there because that was such low IQ bullshit. Number one, you don't know what would happen if it didn't happen because there was not white men who did it. Number two, like Jesus Christ, this is so fucking retarded. Like, this is brain dead. Just shut the fuck up. He's dumb.
It was incredibly insane. I don't even know where to begin.
I don't know if I could just state the obvious. He never mentions their race. He never mentions them directly. Well, what he says is his only thing is is he says, I do not think, Mayor Koch has stated that hate and rancor should be removed from our hearts. I do not think so. I want to hate these muggers and murderers. They should be forced to suffer, and when they kill, they should be executed for their crimes. They must serve as examples so that others will think long and hard before committing a crime or an act of violence. So that's the strongest statement he makes. But his complaint, if you read it, is not about black people. His main complaint is that families, white, black, Hispanic, and Asian, have had to give up the pleasure of a leisurely stroll in the park at dusk. His complaint is
so why was the assumption there that this is the type of crimes that black kids do? That I think the assumption was out there. Would you not agree?
I think the assumption was at the time he wrote it, that as far as he knew, there were 5 black youths, or as Joe Pesci says, youths, who had committed a horrible act. And so he was responding up to the lack of law and order.
Yeah, in your piece, anybody's reaction at first would be that, regardless of color, though, right? Because there's no indication that he's doing anything that anybody else was doing at that time of a different skin color, no? Like the actual reaction.
Like I didn't live in that area at that time. I have family in Philadelphia, and they said it was just horrible for black kids. Just constant racial profile was just horrible.
Okay, but the reaction, I'm talking about the human emotional reaction, not anything to do with skin color. If that literally came across, tomorrow in the newspaper, you and I had seen it, we would both have the same reaction regardless of our skin color, right? That's my question. Not what's going on in the neighborhood, because that's assuming that you're planting an assumption on Trump is reacting to what's going on all over the neighborhood, and that somehow this is some kind of racial comment that he's making. I'm talking about just the normal reaction that somebody would have to an incident like this. Do you see that at all or not? Or is that just out of the question? I
think that would be a normal incident, but I think that they were just, to me, have you all seen the movie about this whole incident? Have you all watched that movie?
Winfrey one?
Yes. With Ava DuVernay. Yes. If you watch that film, you can't help but to have emotional response, everything that they went through, and then just to come out and say, oh, by the way, we found out it wasn't you, so we'll give you a couple $1,000. There's no way you can repay those kids for what they went through. Some of them were even raped. Okay? Mm-hmm. So a couple $1,000, that's bullshit.
After the fact, I could agree with you. I could find some compromise here. I actually do have to watch the movie. I haven't watched it, so I need to get a little caught up on it. But I can meet you there. That's fair. I don't know if anybody wants to disagree with that. I don't think whatever happened afterwards is appropriate. But I was just saying at the initial time, that's because that's the main argument, I believe, right, is that Trump went right to the newspaper, I guess condemned them, right, as being, insert whatever racial thing that you want on it. And that's that, right? That's the whole gist of why we're talking about this, right? It's like this is assumption that he did all that, right? Am I in the right place? I don't know.
Yeah, Trump thought they were guilty. The public thought they were guilty. They had confessed. They were false confessions, obviously. But imagine if a crime happened today and it came out and it was on girl and raping her viciously, and then public talks about it for a month or for like a week, and everybody's saying it, and then someone takes out an ad saying they should face the death penalty.
Neva, do you have children?
And then it comes out that there were false confessions, and the public sentiment totally shifts.
Yeah, do you have children? How would you feel if someone took your kid down to the station and questioned your kid without your consent?
Right. Correct.
They know damn well that's illegal. You cannot question those kids. The parents were not there.
Okay, do you think Trump knew this when he posted it?
Yeah, it's something to do with Trump again. There's no connection between Trump and the police coercing a confession out of the kids. You see that, right? I mean, we got to get realistic here. There's no correlation. Trump didn't call the police and say, "Can you coerce those kids to say something?" Come on, man. Let's, like I said, we can meet in the middle on many things, and that's why I want to go there. Like, we don't need to make this a race thing. We can meet in the middle on some things, but okay.
But doesn't the belief of Donald Trump being a racist you have to take some liberties and some assumptions that all white people are inherently racist, so then Trump must be racist too, because Trump did this and took this ad out that he is a racist because of their race. Essentially, that's what Dan.
Yeah, you still have to make an assumption that he did it because they're black, and there's no evidence that he did that.
Exactly. That's very that's very hard to correct. Go ahead, Matt. Go ahead. Okay. Sorry, Joe, I didn't mean to call all over you. I mean, obviously, as we've been on this app, the default is that white people are all racist. So going into this, we have to figure out how do we untangle this for this other community to realize that that's not the case. And that's a very hard. We see that, right, Beaver and Joe? I mean, come on. Like, the default is all white people are racist, right? There's no question about that.
Yep, she left.
Yeah, they all leave.
I called out what the elephant in the room is. The elephant in the room is they think we're all inherently racist, so they are racist towards us. That's really what it ultimately is. That's the only way you can link Donald Trump being a racist, is the assumption that all white people are racist.
That we preside under has racial appetites that transpire over into our communities, which does not level out to an equal playing field. All black people don't think all white folks is racist. That's bullshit. That's asinine for somebody to think like that.
But are you sure about that, though? Like, are you really sure about that?
Frank, I've been told clearly. Hold on, Frank. We take turns here.
Frank, you can go, Frank, if you want.
I will say this. I'm 51 years old. I done lived down south. I done lived up north. When it comes to racism, is a lot of people want to say, get over it or it doesn't exist. That's where the tension comes from. Now, after that, if you want to sit here and go back and forth, well, explain this and explain that, when we all having logic to see where certain things are and where they're not, that's where the bullshit starts.
In fairness, the app is not a fair sample of the real world, right, Joe? We've always said that too. But, you know, we do have to go by what we comes here in here like we've seen. I think with these two individuals, if we got to the real heart of it, they would say white people probably are on default are racist. So it would be very hard to have this conversation if that's the default, right? Does anybody disagree on that? I mean, clearly if the default wasn't that, then we could have a conversation. That's why it's really hard to have this. Like I said, I can meet people somewhere on some points, but we got to be really just careful and logical. I mean, Trump is not calling down at the police station to help out with making sure these boys are entrapped in a way to confess things that didn't do. I mean, it's just like unless there was something in the movie I don't know about. Sorry, you guys.
Trump did. You're right. Trump's how do you call it? How do you say it? His persona. It's kind of hard to.
I get it. Yeah.
You got to see the. You got to see it.
That's fair. Like I'll speak for myself. Obviously, I need to. I just whimpered for years on the app. I haven't really watched any movies or documentaries or done any of that. So yeah.
But I think that goes back into the kind of the problem, because for me, I do not think all white people are racist. Okay. I also don't think that there's a cure for racism. You can only treat it. You can't cure it, because it's kind of like an individualized, learned behavior. And if you saw that film, not only that film, a lot of other films, I think a lot of white people, a lot of other groups, they shy away from looking at it. It's too horrific. It makes you fragile. It makes you have to admit some of these truths and systemic things. And it makes all of that come to the forefront. That's why whenever I ask someone who is white, have they watched? Oh no, I haven't seen it. Why not? Because we all know what happened to people who are accused of rape. A lot of time they go to jail. 15, 16-year-old boys getting raped in prison. And then just say, oh, by the way, we found out it wasn't you.
Is there a reason why people would think that young black teenagers would be more likely to commit crime that doesn't involve racism? Or is it purely racism?
Let down your long hair. What's wrong with your face?
The pattern recognition, if they see them doing it more often, then they may just think, well, they might do it next time. It might be the black person.
I have this perception that there is an increase in this particular pattern or an increase of that particular pattern. And I think, okay, is it actually happening? Or is it just what I'm being fed in my news cycle and what I'm being fed in my social media? So I try and look at the statistics for that and apply the same level of scrutiny that a group like Black Lives Matter applied when they declared that the police are targeting black people for murder with police shootings.
You answering your own question.
Yeah,
you just asked the question is basically is this a statistic? You just asked, hold on. You just asked.
Yeah, I know what I'm doing.
But you're saying they only show me these things.
Yeah, I will get to it.
So if you're not researching any.
I haven't asked the question yet.
You just said it's just something that's often.
Statistics, and I see the numbers, and I apply the same logic and math that Black Lives Matter used in their thing, and I come to a conclusion. Why is it, and other people come to that conclusion, why is it instantly gets called being racist? Because, Frank, I can meet you at the idea that you want acknowledgement of your experiences. But why can't you admit that there are actual behaviors that are going on that we have the statistics for, and those things are a problem?
Can you cite one, please, so I understand? Those
look, I don't want to misquote the numbers. So let me find it. Hopefully I've got it here. Okay. So when you look at violence, that includes everything. Perpetrators and white victims. From 2017 to 20, through 21, for 4 years, there were 2,382,400 incidences of violence where there was a black perpetrator and a white victim. In that same time period, there were only 3 of a white perpetrator and a black victim.
The same time, not
They don't report that. They only report what happens in our neighborhood. They don't report what goes on there.
The crazy thing is they actually reported. They really don't want to look it up.
If you want it, I'll give you those numbers too. I'm happy to do it. White perpetrator, white victim, 8,721,004. Black, yes, but remember, this is using Black Lives Matter.
In the same community.
So would you see if it's a proximity issue, then you would see equal numbers between white and black victims.
Yeah, but we all know that a lot of things that happen in certain neighborhoods, I'm just going to say it in white neighborhoods, it's not reported, Alan. White men are the ones that's doing the reporting. They sweep a lot of that stuff under the rug.
No, actually, that's not true. Because when you look at the 911 call statistics, you're seeing that white people make up about 26% of all calls. Black people make up, so you have it. They make up, what is it, 65% of the population. But they're only accounting for 26% of those calls. But in the black community, I think the Bureau,
the degrader. More than likely, there will be robberies, in-house invasion, home invasions, carjacking. It's all. I mean, it's still bad, right? But I guarantee you get there. If you really want to put your nose in those statistics that you want to read out so much with those disproportionately lopsided numbers, when you go to the white side versus black, I guarantee you more than 70% of those crimes were based on racism, skinhead shit, Klan shit. Run those statistics. And when
what
you
the
look
fuck
at
are you talking about? Like, I'm the one person in this room that
you're going to see was really based on racism.
No.
I think he's talking about the type of crime.
No, if we first of all, make this make sense. So you have. commit more fucking murder.
Hey, calm down.
Like
Per capita, or what were you?
Per capita in total. In other words,
could you put your supporting argument, the link in the chat, so I can look at that? Thanks.
You can look at it, but you're not going to understand it. It's also in raw numbers that they commit more murders.
How dare you say she's not going to understand it? Who the fuck are you talking to?
I'm gonna follow up on this.
She'll understand any number you put up.
Frank, can you hold on there? Look, I'm gonna follow up on this. This is a bunch of gaslighting. I lived in New Orleans for 15 years. The murder is awful. Blacks killing blacks goes on. You cannot try and gaslight us and convince us that this is being done by white supremacists or KKK. Is another black. Don't gaslight us. It's not just statistics, it's lived experience.
And it would appear by these numbers, the biggest threat to white males is black males too. I think the amount of violent acts that white
it's not violence though.
Black people make up 3% of all of their violence.
By the way, how did we get on this? Good. How the tables have turned.
By the way, how did we get on this? Because we were talking about Trump and whether or not the Central Park 5 is something that is tied to Trump.
To bring it back to that, the point is that if you see a bunch of skinheads, protesting in a city or commit violent acts, people are going to blame white people for that. Is it right? No. And I forget who it was. Well, it wasn't you, Frank. It was the other person. Yeah, you're right. We shouldn't judge the whole group by the individual's actions. And yet, we do. And we start to notice patterns. And so, to say, well, it doesn't completely excuse it. But I think when it came to the Central Park 5, and again, when you look, and before I say this last thing, when you look at the police's action in that particular case, there was no defense of it. I believe it. I will grant you that.
Yeah, can we answer now?
That much crime being committed by the same group of people, you start to notice that.
All right, so who else wants to speak? Who is that? Frank?
Nah, it's Risky. So I want to say a few things because the guy that was just talking, I've been listening for hours, a good like 4 hours. The guy that was just speaking, you made a lot of racist references tonight. Of just like even terms that black people call other black people, you're trying to jump in and dig with those shots against black people. That's very disingenuous with any conversation you're really trying to have that's going on.
Who are you speaking about, real quick, just so we know?
The older gentleman that was just talking.
Oh, Alan. Okay, keep going.
Yeah,
okay.
So he's been making racist remarks the whole night, but saying, how is Trump racist and all this? It's a lot of things, the youths and all that. Central Park 5. A lot of y'all haven't seen it because y'all don't want to face the truth of how racism played a part in that. That's another accord with y'all. But in other words, go ahead.
Risky, I just want to correct. You said you were here when we talked about that, right?
I was in here for a good amount of time.
Right. And we were talking about Trump and Central Park 5. Not that we deny that there wasn't racist stuff to it with the police and all that. You know that, right? You heard that part or no?
Yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify because you made it sound like we are just talking that we don't think that part was, there's
Jimmy, y'all only know so like a few people said, y'all only know what the media put out there. Y'all don't know really like black culture because y'all not black. Y'all don't know what black people are going through, so y'all sitting here.
The number one cause of death for black men, black boys under 18 is literally murder.
No one cut you off when you said that. Okay? So can I get the same respect? I appreciate it. So y'all said the biggest threat to another black man, exact words that you said was another black man. And then y'all said the biggest threat to a white man is another black man. And the biggest threat to a white man is not a black man because of violence. It's because of the work ethic in the position that we hold in life, that we're life's fetish. White man is not wanted as much as a black man. That's why y'all fear black men. It's not off of.
Nobody said that black that.
I said fear. The biggest fear of white men is black men.
No, that is bullshit. Because black men are fucking retarded in comparison to white men. No offense.
Wow.
We rule everywhere. Hold on. You guys can't even. You guys independently can't even fucking name one black country that's even as fucking developed as Honduras. They don't exist. You guys have. And the places that the blacker the places
most of them have been colonized
because you guys can't run your fucking selves. You guys should be colonized.
No. You're not gonna raise baby this anymore.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a false equivalence as well. Just gonna put that out there. Equivalence. So, really, you are just making
the United States.
You're just trying to make an emotional argument.
Making an actual argument.
Yeah. So for this, for the intent of this conversation, I think you should probably leave your determinations within the United States, right?
Okay, you reviewed my point. Let's look at the country.
Nigeria.
Let's look at the cities. Let's look at the cities with the highest murder rates in the United States. What do they all have in common? They're all black.
What do you mean?
The cities with the highest murder rates in the United States are all have a large black population.
Do they have anything else in common?
They're black.
Would it be density, maybe?
They're black.
So the places that experience the highest rates of murder, right, homicide, as you're describing, right, are these densely populated cities?
No, there's actually places in Mississippi, for example, that are rural that have very high murder rates. They commit, even despite being poor, if you compare the poverty levels to the for example, Native Americans, which also have high rates of poverty, or poor white rural areas, they don't even match the level of homicide you get with the rural poor, especially in places like Mississippi. Black people, there's a strong positive correlation between high murder rates and being a thug with black people.
Okay, so I just have one more question before I hop off the mic for you, Pepe. When you're making these comparisons, I heard you say something about, on average, black people kill more people than any other.
Not just on average, they do kill. The majority of murderers every given year in the United States, despite their small size, are black. That is a fact.
Okay, and so if we take that a said, following that statement, that like something should be done about that, right?
When it comes to murder, I didn't say. I did not say that when it comes to the murder. No.
Oh, so it's just a thing that you say. You don't think anything should be done about that?
Oh yeah, there's something.
I didn't. I know. I was pointing out a fact. I was not pointing out. I was not making a prescription for what should happen.
Okay, that's good. And you typically stay away from prescriptions. I heard you, Alan. By the way.
No, it's just that I was trying to. Somebody made a claim, and I was saying bullshit. Here's the facts, and it wasn't necessary for me to say what should happen.
We don't proclaim to have all the solutions. We're just trying to fact check right now.
And Xerxes, I am using the same math, the same statistics that Black Lives Matter used in order to determine that the police were targeting black people for homicide. If you'd like, I could bore the room and go through that math.
No, I'm aware of the statistic.
Yeah, but
can Black Totem Pole get in this?
The disproportionality of white
put some Black Totem Pole in it.
Black versus white perps and black victims still exist.
Right.
So
Yeah, and so you're the person who said that something should be done about that, right?
Well, I don't know. Did I say that?
I think you did.
Well,
yeah,
and I think the black community better do something about it.
So do you feel this way when you analyze the historical facts surrounding the violence that, and crimes that were perpetrated by any other race, including Europeans and all immigrants?
Yes, that's the problem.
Any of the conclusions we come to, and it doesn't change the fact that there are serious problems.
Well, I mean, it does, though, right? Because if historically people haven't been... Oh, my gosh. My goodness.
You want to deflect. That is the problem.
Okay.
You want to deflect. No, in other words, monkey see, monkey do. But no, let's look at the people that aren't acting like monkeys.
No, I'm just trying to identify a logical line in this person's rhetoric, right? That's what I'm doing. I don't know what you're doing.
But no, you're deflecting.
I'm sorry, what'd you say, Matt?
Yeah, there's facts and then there's derailment. You're kind of scooting away.
I'm just trying to understand where he's coming from. I'm not. Hey, listen, guys. It's okay.
No, I like to put some totem pole in it, please. All right, so let's look at a couple of things.
I'm going to answer her very quickly. I think the historical facts matter. It was either yesterday or the day before yesterday. To that man and his family, it doesn't matter the history, because that man is dead. What matters is that a white woman 2 weeks ago got attacked by him and didn't prosecute, because I don't want to prosecute a black man because they have it so hard because of their history. I'm paraphrasing what she said, or the judge who said, well, we need to take into consideration all of the history, and my background as an African American woman. All of these factors killed another man. So keep talking about history. We're done with it. You better clean up the act in your community. We're waiting for you to do it.
Okay, all right. Let's address a couple of things and facts. Let's put some facts in it. Let's put a few facts in it. Let me say a couple of things. The Black Totem Pole say a couple of things. All right. First of all, I'm Black Totem Pole, the indigenous Negro on the stage. If you see by my name, there's a gold badge.
Okay, no, you're not gonna. No, shut up.
Hold on.
Hold on.
Come on.
There's no such thing as a fucking indigenous Negro.
All right, you see that badge by my name? That means I bring value to any stage I'm on. I'm top 2% on this app, and I'm going to be respected as such because I'm the man in here. So with that being said, we're going to compare 2 states. Let's look at Maryland and let's look at Oregon. Now, there's a degeneracy in both of these states. There's a high drug level in There's a super high drug level in Oregon. Oregon people.
Okay, first of all, Oregon, you don't have to worry about these degenerate white hippies. Okay,
hold on, wait a minute.
That's the nerve. You literally, we can look at the degeneracy in Oregon. However, what the white hippies that like to do drugs, I get it. What they don't have to worry about is little Timmy picking a gun to getting a gun stuck to his fucking head to have his shoes stolen. Like you don't have kids running around with stendos and Glock switches, shooting each other up like you do in Baltimore. This is fucking retarded.
I'm sitting now. Get my thoughts out. Now, the state of Oregon has a much higher drug weight than the state of Maryland. And as we look at the communities in both states, now, Oregon is a white state. Higher amount of Negroes. But here's the thing about
in Maryland, you're way more likely to be murdered.
Wait a minute. But in Oregon, you're more likely to OD from illegal drug use. Hold on. Now, wait a minute. Also in Maryland, their per capita earning is $75,000 a year versus Oregon, $45,000. All right.
DC, so that means Maryland, you're talking about the DC. Where do most people in Maryland live? They live in the suburbs of fucking DC.
Hold on, wait a minute. If you compare Maryland to Oregon, these are 2 different states.
No, disingenuous. Once again,
wait a minute.
Shut your fucking mouth. Okay, if we were to look, we can look at the highest incomes per capita. Okay, in the United States, it's going to be the suburbs of Northeast Virginia, the suburbs of DC. We can look at the fucking people live.
And those are Negroes
live in the near DC. Okay, and you're comparing that to a rural fucking state like Oregon.
No, we're comparing it to Oregon.
This is stupid. Very fucking stupid. And yet, despite the high income of the state of Maryland,
wait a minute.
Look at the murder rates, especially in PG County and Baltimore. It is much higher than the rest of the fucking country. You goddamn idiot. You fucking moron.
Can Black Totem Pole land? Now, as we compare these 2 states, one white Anglo-Saxon, one black. One is governed by a black governor. So that means that the community is black and it's governed by black. Maryland makes more money per capita. More people graduate from college.
Why, you fucking retard?
Wait a minute. Hold on. Wait a minute. There's of the 2 communities would be Maryland. So that means that the Negroes, when given an opportunity to get education, produce at a way higher clip than the white Anglo-Saxon do. As we compare Maryland to Oregon, hold on, let Black Totem Pole, the indigenous.
I'm gonna shut your dumb black ass up. Okay, first of all, we look at what percentage of the kids from Baltimore, what percentage of the kids from Baltimore can even graduate at a fucking 8th grade reading level? Okay, no, I understand you have the people that statistically will really carry the state. Okay, these are going to be the federal employees that live in the suburbs surrounding DC. This is dumb.
You be a federal employee and you can't read. How does that work?
You are so fucking stupid. Just like you know what you're not two things. You're not indigenous and you're not smart.
Man, who you think you are talking to somebody like that?
I'm your master, bitch. Shut the fuck up.
Look at all the laws. Now we struck in the court here. Now let's put Oregon. The drug use in Oregon is astronomical.
Yeah, they dying off hitting them.
I'm behind the internet talk. Wait a minute. The drug use in Oregon is astronomical. We see deaths from using illegal substances, cocaine, fentanyl. When they're given a chance to govern themselves, they legalize drugs. And they kill off the community when they're given a chance to govern themselves. Well, hold on, in Maryland, there's a black governor. His name is Westmore. Westmore is a clean-cut, smart, intelligent black man. But not only is he able to govern the state of Maryland, he's governed it at such a high clip. There's not many. Wait a minute, black totem pole has to come in. Have you ever seen a totem pole that stood next to one? It's a big black totem pole. Now, when I come in, you see that badge next to my name?
The only big black totem pole you get is in between your chocolate cheeks where you get fucking your buns
glazed. I'm going to stick my totem pole right here. Before you start comparing, we look at state. And
why you don't want the information to get out? Why you don't want the information to get out, Pepe?
Because I'm glad he brought that up. And there are plenty of examples where that still has nothing to do with the statistics and the disproportionality that one can see. Something to be proud of, and maybe it's less in Oregon or more in Oregon compared to Maryland or Baltimore or any other.
No, that is a lie.
It is not a lie. Should we get the?
Anything you say justify
I started Clubhouse in the black femicide rooms, and I verified it. And by the way, you guys are getting busy because 4 years ago it was one murder every 7 hours. That wasn't good enough. Now you're killing a black woman once every 5 hours. Look up the statistics of a black man killing a black woman. Take that number, divide it by the number of hours in a year, and you get every.
Racism. Where do you get that from?
People moderating this room.
Okay.
Okay. Don't talk over me. I'm still answering your question.
You won't tell me anything.
Don't talk over me. I'm still answering your question.
You won't be doing anything if you keep talking right now. So Pepe represents himself. I want you to tell me who's justifying racism. Mine is Pepe. Go for it.
The only power white men have right now.
Who's that? Who's talking right now? Are you the guy that was talking? No.
I was the guy that was talking.
No, really. Not you. It wasn't you.
We were talking. Y'all keep muting us.
Matt, I just want to say, as the only white representative on the moderation panel, we must be, because we're all white.
Well, we had that discussion earlier. By default, we're all racist. I mean, that's the name.
No, yeah,
In my life, you told him every time he gave.
But Frank was pretty cool about it. Frank
I'm fine with it, bro. You're racist together.
You have an agenda. You guys have an agenda.
It's no that's talking right now.
You guys have an agenda.
All right, Othello, shut up, man. You're just jabbing right now.
No, you have an agenda.
Relax. You're gonna be okay, Othello. You're gonna be okay. I want to talk to the no guy. Is he still here or no? No.
Yeah, all y'all laughing.
Okay, come off the mic. I'm moving you down. Anything else? What? Repeat what you said. Repeat what you said to us. Go ahead.
You're making these black jokes and shit. We see that racism. Stop playing dumb. And you're using these facts to justify racism against black people when people bring up the exonerations that black people lead in that you won't speak on.
Okay, so you just mentioned there's facts, right? There's facts, right? You mentioned that. How is that helping help with racism? Hood scholarship from our intellectual Negroes on the stage.
Can I get in?
And it is bullshit. Black, hold on.
Can Black talk?
Go ahead, Risky.
Can I get back in the queue, please?
No, yeah, you can't after Risky. Go ahead, Risky. Risky, are you there or no?
Yeah, Black totem pole. The indigenous Negro. Can I get in?
This is the prime example of why white men are.
Well, we're going to go again. Let's go again. Wait a minute. Let me handle this. Let Black totem pole handle this.
Hold on. Let me say this real quick, though. But this is the reason why white men have this super fear of black men, because they think they can say what they want with no consequences. Because it goes on with white men. Black men
are not. I am telling you the fucking truth. You goddamn
talking
monkey.
to you.
The fuck are you talking about?
Black totem pole get back in this. Can Black totem pole get back in?
We'd like you more if you didn't refer.
This is not cool.
In the third person.
Yeah, this is not a
Can the indigenous Negro Black totem pole get back in one more time? Now hold on. Now let's go again. There's only one state with a black governor, so I'm going to use Maryland again. I'll say Maryland up against a state like Colorado, right? When we look at illicit drug use, of course,
you keep on comparing one fucking standard.
Anglo-Saxon.
Let's look at the amount of single motherhood. Let's look at the rate of fucking homicide. Let's look at what
Why won't you allow the black Negro to speak?
We're going to compare the fucking states. Let's compare the fucking states. Tell me where in Colorado you get a place that's even fucking place to get such a violent place in the United States.
We're exposing the Anglo-Saxon right
Why
now.
won't you let the white moderator speak?
Watch how I expose him. Now let me expose. Now
why won't you guys let the white moderator speak? He wasn't done.
I wasn't done. Now hold on. Now wait a minute. As far as I'm concerned, there's a danger when you're using illegal drugs and substances. Here again, Anglo-Saxons in Colorado use drugs at a much higher clip, which result in and community breakdown at a high clip in Baltimore or Baton Rouge or Biloxi, Mississippi.
That is retarded. There is nowhere in Baltimore.
Drug use, the illegal drug use by Anglo-Saxons is at an astronomical rate in the state of the lowest of states. Not only do we rank amongst one of the lowest of states, we're still governed by the black.
Okay, yep.
Oh, wait a minute, Black Toe.
Nope. Okay, so despite the disparities, okay, in illicit drug usage, okay, you still have shitholes like Baltimore. Now, let's look at, and despite, and this is where I think it really explains the differences between black people and white people, is that if we were to look at the murder rate in the state of Maryland, it is much higher. Okay, white people, whether or not they're on drugs, commit less murders. They, in other words, they're less likely to chimp out and kill people. I mean, but in fact, unfortunately, that is a uniquely black problem in the United States. You guys love shooting each other.
I wonder where we got that from.
Right, where did that behavior come from?
Let that comment go. Where did black people?
Denver, Colorado has a much higher murder rate than Charlotte.
Okay. Yeah. So
Charlotte is a black city. Why do you keep muting the
zip it, chimp? Because you don't got a totem pole, you with your little tiny pecker. Shut the fuck up.
Black totem pole get in. Now in Charlotte, Charlotte is a black city, and Denver is a white city.
Yeah.
Denver compared to Charlotte, North Carolina, there's a lower murder rate in Charlotte than there is in Denver. Now hold on, white Anglo-Saxon.
Okay, do you want, you know, we can do the numbers. We can do the numbers. Chip. Okay, so I got a mute. All right, here we go. We got a mute because you're chimping out. Mute. Murder rate in Denver is still a lot lower than the murder rate in Charlotte, North Carolina.
Good control or bad control? It's definitely control, but what's wrong with you guys say? I think bad.
Amazing. That made so much sense.
What? Shut up. Bad control is what you're operating by muting the whole fucking stage.
Amazing. Hi, I love the black excellence and scholarship in this room. It's amazing.
What? Shut up. Think about it. Yeah, you're done.
You're amazing.
Yeah, I know I am. Thanks. What are you? Is the question. We don't know.
I don't speak chimp, so I can't answer. Yeah, you're right, I don't. You're right, I don't.
Yeah, I just wanted to address the comment where
what are white men famous for?
When someone said, well, black people are violent, they said, where did we get that from? Well, I think you can go back and where everyone lived in peace and harmony. Let's just remember that all of the slaves that came to America were sold by other black people, that slavery was practiced as they learned it from the Arabs for centuries, and that the cultures were extremely violent. And then they came
Bro, you're fucking retarded.
Every
culture on earth was extremely violent, man. What you talking about?
And then when you look, I'm sorry, but you remember the Woman King. Remember the movie The Woman King that talked about the Dahomey, the Dahomey region in Africa. Yeah, one year the king decided it would be a fitting tribute to him. Just as a birthday present to him. And that's only the tip of the iceberg. Yeah, I'm sorry. But when you came to America, it's true. You imitated the Scots, Irish, ultra Scots, who felt that the best way to solve any problem was through brutal hand-to-hand combat or fights.
If we was naturally built that way, man, listen, we would have never went into slavery. We would have killed all y'all then.
Yeah,
so you can't even explain that. Come on, man, be for real.
Other black people in Africa who put you into slavery.
But if the culture was like that, don't you think that we would have fought instead of submitted?
You can fight all you want. The only problem is,
because
that when you guys decide you want to chuck spears or do whatever with your hands or whatever primitive weapons you have these much more sophisticated. Which they can easily overtake the Africans. That is just a reality. That's why you guys have always been easily
still there.
No, you came in peace.
Trickery.
Just like you ran up on the Mayans and all them, but you came in peace. And
the American Indians.
With trickery. They say Columbus was worse than Hitler. So.
Look at all the movies, man, from Dirty Harry, Terminator, John Wayne. Y'all always lead with guns and murder. Everything y'all do.
They don't know real history. To be motherfuckers, y'all don't
Not
know
too much on John Wayne.
Y'all just throwing shit at the fan and hoping it stick with black folks. We
not built like that, man. We're spiritual beings, man. We it's y'all the savages, man.
We had tribal beefs.
Thing is here. That pattern recognition they be talking about.
So this all came from
hold on. Let me
Park and Trump. Oh, Joe, you bring it back around? I don't know what you want to do. Yeah.
Oh, I was just going to ask him. Tell us again about the black plight in America and how tough it is to be black in America.
It's amazing. No, it's amazing being black.
Yeah, tell us why you're afraid of white people. How we made it so.
I ain't afraid at all.
So tough on y'all, and you can't succeed because of the white person. This is all we ever hear.
It's built in the system, man. It's systemic. It's built in the system.
Guys, hold on. I want to challenge Joe on this. Joe, it's so difficult that they can't even become a president of the United States. That's the problem in this goddamn country, right? So you need to understand that, Joe, okay? There's never been a black vote.
Asking women how much they love the black man.
When do the excuses stop?
I mean, they're not
I'm not
excuses.
making no excuses, man. It's a fact that is built in the system.
You got one life.
To be one-sided. I mean, it's a natural action, man. Listen to this. It's a natural action.
Listen to me. Hold on. Capture your dream. You can do anything. You can do anything you want in this world. Don't let the white man hold you down.
Oh, he can never hold us down.
At all. It's not about the listen, man. If I work
ain't nobody stopping you.
The difference when you want to be held down. You shouldn't be held down by anybody. Not like I'm voice is not different. Exactly.
Down, you get up by force, right?
Hey, Joe, I didn't realize.
That's what we can do. We can do that, right? Get the fuck up off the ground and do whatever needs to be done to take what we think is ours. That's historically.
And don't listen to these people. The white man is being demonized
I
right
agree.
now.
Quit bitching on Clubhouse.
The problem that
to
they're
white
having
people about your. No, listen real carefully. Quit bitching to white people about your problems in your life on Clubhouse and do something about it.
As a white man, I agree with Joe.
Well, I didn't realize I was this powerful.
That's not it, man. I'm saying
this room that's richer than you, Joe.
Wait, Joe and No and Othello.
Then why is the system so systemically racist against you? If that's a fact, see, you can't talk out of both sides of your mouth. If the world around you is so awful because of the white man, then do something about it. But you say you're rich, you're richer than the white man, you hold the white man, you got the white women and all this stuff. You can't have it both ways. So
Well,
which
you
one?
can, because both are true.
But both are true. Okay. So the white men are.
Yes. That's a different thing.
This is 2026, man. We're not talking like we're in the 60s and 70s.
White men are going extinct, Joe.
Well, I'm really confused because I didn't realize I was this powerful. I'm using my skills completely
You can
wrong.
barely model a room.
Yeah, like look at that. Look at that. See, I'm a
You
victim.
got a lot of bitch in you too.
I know I'm a victim.
Yeah, you
I'm a victim. I'm a victim now. So that means I'm not that powerful. What are you doing then? You're not doing anything with your life. So what's going on, man?
I'm definitely doing something with my life. What are you doing?
Because I'm supposedly keeping you down.
You running from the sun.
Oh, I'm getting burned up by the sun now. Okay.
Yeah.
Is that why I'm here?
You always be less than me.
Okay, good. There we go.
Matt,
You're empowered.
As another white man on the stage, I agree with him.
Matt, can I ask a question? Are you being hyperbolic?
Who's that? Oh, no. Wait, what part am I being hyperbolic about, do you think?
Well, you said I'm a white man and I didn't know I had so much power.
Yes.
These are, I think they can often be personal conversations because there's conflict when we talk about these things. But when people are addressing the structure of whiteness and white supremacy in the country, they're not talking about you specifically a lot of the time, right?
Wait. I'm part of that, though. You're including me.
You are part of that, and I'm glad you acknowledged
Wait,
that.
Joe. Hold on, Joe. But wait a minute. If I'm part of this big picture, that how am I not feeling the power and enjoying the glory of all this?
Whoever's muting me, stop muting me. I'm trying to answer Matt's question.
Where does that show up in my life?
Well, okay, so I mean, like there will be aspects of your existence that indicate that you would not be subjected to the same efforts by different entities, right? We can agree to that, certainly.
Hold on. Let me ask you. Have you that you know what it's like to be white. However, you've never been white. You'll never experience what it's like being white.
Right.
And Joe, African Americans. Joe, hold on. An honest question: is the plight of a white man anti-black but pro-brown, or just anti any color? That's the question.
Yeah, she's at least 24% white. That's the African American.
That's the question I have. Is it?
They're less than 1%.
Are they racist against every color?
Who are you asking?
I'm asking anyone.
You can't pick and choose, right?
White people. So the question is because you have these people like the president of Google, Sundar Pichai, or Satya Nadella and stuff, who are colored people who were running these major companies in the country. You had a vice president who was half black and half whatever she was, Indian or whatever, right? So
you guys are contending with in this room right now is that there are predominance of black speakers, so they'll be speaking from their perspective, but of course not, right? Like to answer your question, of course not.
No, you didn't. So I asked you a question: is in this conversation, I'll ask anyone who wants to answer, are you saying that white people are racist against only black people but pro brown people, or are they just racist against everyone of any skin color?
They just want to be supreme. Just want to run the world.
Yeah, you're trying to preserve white prestige. That's the whole thing.
So brown people help promote white prestige.
Yeah,
that's amazing. So Satya
Have
Nadella.
you ever been to India?
No, I've never been to India. As a white man, I've never gone there. As a white man, I've never been.
Even Africa too, man. Y'all.
But look at what they're saying. They're speaking on a bunch of countries they've never been.
Many times. So what does that have to do with it?
Are you white?
Am I white? You tell me. You guys said I was white, so I must be white.
He's not white, you idiots.
Well, you're irrelevant.
Yeah, so I think like.
But now I'm irrelevant, and the white people are the racist. God, and I'm
Let's threaten her to be in the back channel like a weak bitch.
Stay on topic, and you're trying to get serious.
No. If you're talking about racism, racism isn't only black and white.
Yes.
Oh man, you guys just got screwed. Oh shit.
Yeah. So advancements in representation don't mean that we can completely divorce ourselves from how the history systemically disadvantages people.
So it's history, not today.
Well, I mean, the structure of the history of the country, right?
Got it. So
well, I mean, I think you're, I'm sorry, with all due respect, I think you're being slightly disingenuous if you don't openly recognize how the structures that run the country currently.
Allowed people of color, maybe not black people per se, and maybe in some cases, yes, but people of color to achieve pretty much dominance in controlling companies like Microsoft and Google and things like that. So those are people of color, by the way. Yeah, those are people of, well, I don't know about
the yellow, brown.
It's a perception of dominance.
I didn't hear a question.
So that is that your perspective? Your perspective is it works for everyone.
That was by you. Yeah, he's basically saying.
Well, no, I
think that's what the blacks do, man.
It can't pick and choose who. Like, why would it be pick? Why would racism be picking and choosing who gets rich and who doesn't in this case?
Well, I mean, it does, and there are many structures. I mean, there are many structures that it does.
Brown people are seceding.
Okay, that's fine. I'll just use an example so that we can bring this into reality.
Well, man, the Nigerians, like.
So, do you know what a racially restrictive covenant is?
No.
Okay. So, a racially restrictive covenant is basically a clause in the. No, this is very real. A clause that's included in the deed. Okay. Oh my God.
Yeah, they're gonna let Rich do his thing.
By the way, it applies to brown people. He's right on this. No, let him finish, but he's right on. It applies to brown people. It's just that. So it seems to be that only black people are affected by it, but it applies to all races.
So can I finish what I was saying, or are we having another disingenuous conversation?
No. So racially, so those covenants apply to all races.
Can I finish what I was saying, or are you going to continue to do this? This is I'm not here to be adversarial with you, bro.
Tell us about your made up shit. Hurry up.
All right. So racially restrictive covenants begin as a clause in the deed, a land deed, right, for your home, that indicates that you cannot rent to anyone who is not white, right? Very ambiguous, right? This means everybody who's not white. This is a real thing, right? Then they change this. These are social contracts, right? So between homeowners who want to sell their home, these are not federally mandated, right? And then they do become federally mandated, right? Am I here still?
Yeah, we're listening.
Oh, okay.
We're waiting for you to make your point.
Okay, so inside of racially restrictive covenants, there's a tier. it can be based on geography. It can be based on contracting. It's based on a lot of things. So if you need more Chinese people, obviously it would be advantageous for you to be able to rent to them because they need to be able to get to work. We take them out of the clause, right? If you need more Black people, it's not as easy to do this. Okay, yeah. So I'm saying this to say, like, two things can be true at once, right? So while the government is on its public face at this time, so the 30s, 40s, and 50s, is working toward a space where they're giving more equity in the system to previously marginalized groups, they're also simultaneously working to limit the access to, I guess, a normal American life for those same marginalized groups, right?
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, you're basically talking about quotas like DEI quotas and things like that. You're talking about that essentially our government, and you're absolutely right. They've been making things based on race, based on color, based on an arbitrary system that is actually not
they're not government.
Defined by, I just said that, not defined by government. That individuals are using these things, and thankfully those are gone now. DEI and all that. You can't make these decisions, and you shouldn't make them based on any race. The point that I've been trying to make and consistently make is that, it's always been against other races. Now people are anti-Chinese, and people are doing this. You're always going to have this major problem with race and with issues. But to say it's only Black people that are going through this is disingenuous, to use your phrase.
Well, I mean, I agree that it's disingenuous, but again, I would just mark that you, like I said at the beginning, you are talking to a specific demographic inside of Clubhouse, so they're going to speak from their perspective, and also to address what you brought up, like. You compared racially restrictive covenants to DEI practices. You can feel that way, but one is corrective and the other one is exclusionary. So they are different in this way.
So just to be clear, well, no, hold on. So just to be clear, when you have things like DEI, affirmative action, all this stuff, you're putting quotas. So actually, if you talk, in many Black people have complained. Look at the lawsuits filed in California against universities like UCLA and all that stuff because a Chinese kid gets in because the quota is met, but a Black kid doesn't get in. Why? Because I have to meet my quota. I have to meet my standard, and therefore I took this kid. And now there's because they have to meet the quota, but he wasn't qualified to get in. So the whole point is exactly what I'm saying is when you say I have to bring certain people in based upon a quota system and not based on qualifications, you're actually hurting those people because those people are not actually achieving what needs to be done, and you're actually marginalizing other people. What about the white people in that case?
Right. They don't get bringing unqualified people in, man. You still, because they got to meet that one requirement. Like, yes, it is, but they not bringing unqualified people in. Do you think that they're gonna hire somebody that can't fly an airplane?
Bro, as a company owner, I used to get, until this new administration, but I used to get audits saying, how many Black people did you interview? I'm like, well, and I had to prove that, I have to ask. Yeah, but why didn't you give them? And it's like, oh my God. Or why didn't you hire this person who's Asian or who's from here and stuff? And it's like, oh my God.
That's not right, man, for it to work like that, man. I didn't think it worked like that.
That's how it works.
I don't think it worked like that. Man, you still got qualified.
Check it out.
They just saying if you own a company, you can't just hire all white guys because you own it, man.
They apply and they're qualified and hiring them is different than saying, oh, well, because you didn't hire them, you're a white racist firm only. Well, what if you actually went through the process of vetting people and they weren't qualified and you didn't hire them? So be it. Well, unfortunately, though, the narrative comes, oh, look at you. You only hired white people. Come on. You know,
I mean, but that's like a little shaky though, because that's not really where that comes from. This comes from like nepotism, cronyism, good old boyism. Like we know where that comes from. The need for that correction comes from a system that was intentionally exclusionary. What are you talking about?
Wait, let me ask. Pepe, you're Minnie Mouse.
What about genetic IQ?
We'll get there in a second. Hold on.
Biological determinism is disingenuous.
What if a company only had 10 white applicants apply, and that was it, and they all 10 got hired? Is that considered racism?
No.
Okay, then we're good. Like that happens. I mean, I don't know. Just double checking.
Yeah. So Matt, the only question I would have, and like this is speaking as a person in 2026, like in the future, right? The only question I would have is if there are only 10 applicants who applied and all 10 applicants are white, how did they source those applicants? Like, was the job open to everybody? Was it like...
Yeah, no, it's totally open.
Okay. Then if it's open to everybody and that's who applied, then that it is what it is.
Okay. Just double checking that we're all like, being honest, fair actors in this whole thing. So, okay. Joe, does that make sense? You kind of made a different. You didn't not Joe here or the other Joe, but Joe, is that you got a problem with that? If 10 people that are white that applied, there were only 10 people that applied that were white and all got hired, you're cool with that, right, Joe?
Man. Yes, man. If they qualified to do the job, yes, man. Nobody else applied, and it ain't all just one sided, man. That's
right? 12 people apply, okay? All right? 10 of them are qualified, right? One is kind of qualified, but he happens to be black, right? And the others are all white, right? That's where they come in and say, why didn't you give this guy a chance? Well, he wasn't 100% qualified. And they say, yeah, but is it because he's black? Well, no, it wasn't. Then the person goes and says, the reason I get the job is because I'm black, because you know what? I'm better than the guy they hired. Well, no, you're not, because it's in my it's in my interpretation of whether your interpretation is racist. Well, no, it's not, because actually I don't think you're qualified based on you're racist, and that's where the problem comes when people do that and say, "Who are you to say?" And it's only based on race they feel, even though in reality,
if you're being 100% honest on your choices and your evaluations, then yes.
That's why OFCCP exists, to make sure companies
but a
are
lot of
honest.
people, Joe, a lot of people assume that
applicants had a 1550, and so you took all the 1550 guys and didn't even give a little bit of chance to this guy who had a 1500. You know why? Because he was black. Well, no, that's not why, because these guys all have 1550. Well, still, you should have given him a chance. Why? Well, look, he's in a different situation than everyone else. He's black. He went through this. He went through that. You should have given him an opportunity. So it's like the government in a way, or society saying what that person or that institution or that should have to do, only because the person's like, well, hey, guess what? Other people of color came in and milked that, and that's how they move forward. They said, oh, well, hey, you know what? You're doing this to black people. What about us? What about us? I mean, you talked to Satya Nadella, who used this thing. You should read his story. He's the president of Microsoft. He actually used some of this language and terminology to get himself in a position that was much higher in Microsoft, where now he's the president of Microsoft. Right? Ridiculous. Yeah, but I'm saying this is kind of stupid stuff. The guy wouldn't be there if he had to go based on merit.
King, I have a question. You own a home?
Yeah, I own a couple. Yeah.
Or you've had those houses appraised, right?
Yep.
Do you know it's a stat that the black community has lost $150 billion through racist home appraisal practices? And you can look this up.
Well, you're 100% right, and I'll say this: even people of color have as well. I mean, my father and others have also had that, but we still persevered and figured out ways to work. We fought, and we ended up. But now in today's world, recently, I'm not having that problem. Why? Because the way society is now, you can't tell what someone's race or ethnicity is in most cases. You can't tell. Right, so you don't know until the person shows up.
That was the thing. When the appraisals were coming, they were seeing the black pictures on the wall.
Understood, but now,
hold on, and they.
Bro, you're living in today.
No. This was just in 2019. And so,
if somebody's asking for your picture as part of an appraisal, then I would get out of that and not be involved with that.
They were just seeing it, and so what it was is it was a sting.
How did they see it?
It was a sting. So basically, it was a black-owned home, right? And then they brought in a white family to greet the appraiser, right? And then it was a whole different amount. It was plus 400,000. And so when they did the total of how much black people have lost in equity, in money, it's 150 billion. Do you have where is 150 billion just hanging around, right? That's a lot of fucking money that was taken from black people, right?
Maybe they damaged their homes.
So we a lot of
how do you know
a
that
lot of what you guys are talking to these people about is covert racism, right? You know, but this is more overt because they've actually done stings on this. The New York Times have written on this.
Stings that were done, all these things. He's 100% right on this. What he's forgetting to mention, everyone, or I don't know if intentionally or not, is that a lot of these are individual entities, not a system. It's not like a Coldwell Banker Corporation is doing this. It's individual corporate, and that's very important.
$150 billion.
Hold on. He's talking over the course of 30 years, or actually over the course of 70 years is what they said, which is a little bit different, and it's also an estimate because they have no way of knowing for sure. They're guessing, saying, okay, here's the number. So it's actually racism in a way because New York Times saying, here's the number of black people. Our assumption is that these black people all got screwed, but they didn't investigate. It's true. Look at it. Read it carefully in New York Times. It says, hold on. It says 150 billion is an estimate. However, New York Times has not independently verified each and every source of this, but our estimation based on the number of black people who purchased homes is that if each and every one did go through it, this is what would have happened. They're saying they didn't investigate every single black purchase. Okay, in the entire country.
How are they going to investigate every?
Well, yeah, but they're extrapolating basically based on the small examples they have of where there was discrimination.
Which could be one or two offs. And the point I'm saying is that there could be one or two offs or three offs that you find. You'll always find those. In every country, every place, you'll find those. The question is to say that it's systematic. You really have to take down a Coldwell Banker. You got to take down one of these large firms and say this is what they're doing. But they haven't found that. But you can have the...
What the cases he's talking about. It's not just one bank, multiple banks across the country, and companies are a part of the system of capitalism. I ain't gonna talk about it.
So today you're saying, right? In today's world, not 5 years, not 10 years ago.
This was just a few years ago.
24. I put it in the chat.
So which major bank did they take down?
Oh my God.
Othello, are you actually comfortable? Are you comfortable actually being hired just because the color of your skin is black? That's your qualifier.
Okay, Citadel Credit Union, the mortgage firm, and there are others. Olsen First Bank, First National Bank of Pennsylvania, predatory land sales. Let me keep going here.
So individual banks in certain regions. Got it. Okay. Understood. You said it was systematic. They took down huge networks. They took down a chain. These kinds of big.
Thanks for that data, no.
Individual locations and small and community banks. Got it. Okay, understood. So they didn't get any major
Well,
things.
the
It's not
JP Morgan,
institutional.
they're tied up in the Epstein thing, so they have to pay millions to the Epstein people.
What are you talking about?
You know, that's a whole nother thing if you want to talk about the JP Morgans and the Schwabs.
Othello, are you actually comfortable with being hired to a job just because of the color of your skin, that the qualifier is that you're black?
No, not in this time, no. But in the 60s, in the 70s, when all that stuff was started, I could see why they initiated that. But now, in this time, no, I feel like my intellect far surpasses anyone. You know,
They weren't smart back then. They weren't smart back then.
I feel like I've gone around the world twice. Some of y'all have a passport. Some of y'all have never even left Tuscaloosa, Alabama.
Yeah,
so I'm not worried about none of that.
But Othello, Joe's question was about your skin color, not your qualifications.
No, I'm talking about my skin color. I'm actually glad that they got rid of DEI. I don't think we need it anymore. If you want to base it all off the intellect, let's go toe to toe, baby. And none of y'all. Home. We starting businesses from home. We already got the blueprint. Now let's go continue to do what we do. Because what they're talking about is a very small people, right? But they want to, they want to blow it up to make it seem like all of us. Most of us are middle class, actually, when you look at the data. So that's what it is.
I have a question for King.
Go ahead.
All right.
Have you ever read this book called The Color of Law?
I have a long time ago, but yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, and it's so do you remember any parts of that book?
Probably I do. Go ahead with your question.
Right. Well, I'm just, I'm trying to process things that you were saying about
I'm saying today, right? And you guys keep saying, oh yeah, it's happening today. And then I give examples of saying that how is, and by the way, that book, just to be clear, and let's see if you're honest, that book doesn't talk about only black people, it talks about brown people.
No, it talks about everybody.
Correct. But yet, how then, I gave the example, you still haven't answered. If that book is accurate, how did Satya Nadella become president of Microsoft? How did Sundar Pichai get in charge of Google? Google controls so many white people. Holy shit. They have a person of color running that. Holy fucking shit. How did that happen? Oh, you want to answer that? Hey, you had that.
I will answer that if you stop talking.
Indira Nooyi runs Pepsi, which is one of the largest, Coca-Cola, one of the largest brands, Pepsi-Cola, right? She was running that for a long time. You look at some of these people of different color and different race who are running these major things. How is that possible?
Toward marginalized groups, and this includes poor white people or middle class anybody's who can't find things or whatever.
That's fair.
But both things can be true though. Like you can have excuse me, you can have people experience advancements in representation in companies while still admitting that largely, and I do mean largely, that level of access is not afforded to everyone, even in their demographic.
Yeah, That's fair. So if you want to base it on, look, I think if you want to better say based on economic status, opportunities are not being afforded regardless of color of skin. I'm with you on it. Right?
Yeah, I would say that actually.
But you and I will agree on that. There should be more opportunities afforded. I agree. I think, like I've talked on this stage before, where I believe America and companies should provide more training for people who are citizens or who are local in this country. Are safe and all that. Take those people, train those people, give them opportunities, and teach them how to do it here. You may save as much money as going to India over there, but you'll have better, loyal people in doing it. The company's like, oh, I get cheaper person in India, cheaper person in China in tier 1. Yeah, well, you're losing customers for it. So you're 100% right on that. Okay, but when you say that it's only black or only people of color, that's where I challenge you. If you want to say based on people's economic status, which is what you said, marginalized white people. Listen, so I'm just going off you, right? So so based on that, I'm with you 100%. You're 100%
Okay.
correct.
So I think the part of this conversation where we're just never going to agree because you seem to want to divorce what's currently happening from what has happened is like while those things do, and we both agree, I have included, right, economic disparity across all of right, then the skeletal structure of harm begins with black people, and that's why you have so many people on the stage who are black who may be pushing back on the things that you're saying because they have been taught the history of how these things happen.
Has it improved?
Of course it's improved.
Okay, so that's a good start.
People are racist. How did it improve?
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
I
couldn't hear.
That is a good point too. Racism is who's talking right now. Racism is supposed to hold people down. Hold on, who's talking? Shut the fuck up. Essentially, racism, like I think King was just hinting at there a second ago, is intended to keep everybody down all the time. Would that be a fair statement or no?
I think the function of racism in the United States, for me, with an added caveat of ensuring that there is a totem pole aspect of well, I think like if you take it from like a Darwinian standpoint, yes, of course there are winners and losers. If we're talking about America, I mean, that's the ethos of the country, kind of, but underneath that, I don't know, not so much. Like, are you really a winner if your daddy helped you? No, not really. Are you really a loser if you started from 7 picks behind? Well, no, not really.
Well, you could be a loser if your daddy helped you too.
I mean, yeah. I don't think you want to hear my thoughts on Nepo babies, but yeah, for sure.
You have to be a winner too. I mean,
yes, of course.
If you flip that money into something and do something with it. If you don't
so that's kind of the thing about America, right? And I think that's how these conversations help to serve the state keep its its own supplanted 10% supremacy, regardless of who's in it, right? Because this other place, right, with all its cronies and things, is because like the nature of America, and like I do mean that like if America were a product to be sold around the world and to its own citizens, is competition, right? It's like America is the lottery. It is the biggest lottery. It is the most faithful lottery on earth, right? You could come here, have fucking nothing. You could be born, have fucking nothing, and in a minute, the windfall comes, and your entire life changes. What they don't say, and what is, kind of a little bit disingenuous to things like, the preamble of the United States of the country, is that, like, they don't really mean to include everyone. They just want you to believe in that dream so that you keep fighting for it, because that engine also is necessary for their success, not ours as the republic, for theirs as the state.
Can argue their points to what they think is reasonable, and we can listen to it. That's good. I hear what you're saying. By the way, this all started with Trump and Central Park 5, so it's been an interesting journey to get to where we are.
This whole conversation started with that?
Yeah, you came in a little bit late on that.
That's great.
Yeah, and look, I'm not, I think you and I both agree, regarding this. I mean, it just seems very strange that other races were able to succeed and get to some of the highest points, right? And then there's other people who are complaining, saying they haven't done it. What about the economically disadvantaged white people in those firms? And by the way, there's actually evidence that Satya Nadella and others have actually not chosen white people for positions, right? He's actually turned them down in favor of other Indian people. Well, so then I guess those white people are being marginalized now, by the way. And black people that have gone through, hold on a second, but this one, well, it doesn't matter, that's what you guys deserve. It's
I'll try and give you an example. Please, let me tell this. When I was a rookie immigrant to Germany, you need to find some general jobs. General jobs for courier purposes are in the manipulation of Indians. I swear on my mom, I am not racist. For example, Wolt, and McDonald's, they are just recruiting their own mates, because some of the high-ranking officials of those were Indians, and they tried to exclude others. And in the same time, they are gossiping that they are the victim of racism.
That's true.
In the Berlin, but because of my nationality, I don't face them because I want to say.
Hey, let me say one quick thing, y'all. As a black man, let me say a quick thing as a black man in America.
Hold on, just chill, relax, buddy. You go. Peter, are you done? You good?
All right. I think that the main point was told by me. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, mister.
He's gone. What he's gonna
What the hell?
Mr.
Oh, he got moved down.
Somebody put him down.
Okay, I brought him up. He's coming back up. Yeah, he had to.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Mr.
I gotta look for those companies y'all
He's
asking.
actually a black totem pole. I wonder if he is. I don't know. You're Hug, aren't you, mister?
Yeah, I want to say one quick thing. I feel like everybody's opinion is based on what their race is. And what I've noticed is white people, of course, are going to feel a way about America different than black people. We were brought here, we were colonized, we built this country, we get absolutely no credit for it. A lot of times we bled and died in wars for this country. We still get treated like Marjorie Green, all these people fought for this man to get elected. They're even saying we made a mistake. We elected a moron, he collapsed the country, blah, blah, blah. So my point I'm making in this, it can't be about policy. It can't be the fact that he's a racist or a rapist or a pedophile, allegedly. This all simply comes down to white and black. You motherfuckers, I'm not saying everybody in this room, there's some good white people, don't get me wrong. But a lot of white people just simply want to roll this shit back to 1776. Y'all motherfuckers want to roll this shit back to cotton fields and slavery. this room, y'all shut him down, y'all cut him off, you told him to do all this weird shit. This is coming from a perspective of me. I'm not saying I don't love America. I do love America. You have a right to vote for whoever you want to. I think that it is a human being, of which case this man in office is a horrible person. Most people can agree to that, but y'all still support him because he supports rolling it back for black people, taking away rights, removing the civil rights, removing the voting rights, making the 18th Amendment get dismissed. All
Is
this
that
shit.
why we support him? Is that
That's why you support him. You can't
Thank you
support
for
him.
telling me.
You can't support him because you can't support him for any other reason. Gas was $5 a gallon. Motherfucking groceries are through the roof. You have an award that nobody fucking wants. There's nothing good that you can say that this man is doing in the economy whatsoever. Your only talking point and your only standing point is he hates niggas, so I love him. That's how your motherfuckers feel.
So, Mister, hold on. I have a question for you. What about brown people? Do you believe same thing? He's against brown people too?
I think he's against anybody who's not white. That's what I think.
Oh, understood. Okay, makes sense. A brown Sikh lady who is of original Indian origin, not born in America. I mean, she became a citizen later, but you're saying that that is a sign of white nationalism. That is incredible, Mister. I mean, I find, wow, why would Trump trust a Sikh?
So you don't
Sikh,
think...
hold on, no, I'm asking you a question. Hold on. Why would he trust a Sikh brown lady who actually was against him in the primary? Why would he trust a lady like that based on her color? Because he's a white supremacist. Why wouldn't you take a white person to prove election fraud and civil rights and all that kind of stuff? Wouldn't you want to put someone in there? Because that white person will then take down other Indians and take down other brown people and take down all this stuff. Why would you trust a brown? Just explain that to me. Why does he trust a brown lady?
I think
when you look at his administration,
but I asked you a question. No, I asked you a question.
I'm trying to answer it.
Yeah, so why is a brown lady in that position?
So why am I trying? I mean, every time I say 3 words, answer it. I'm trying to. I'm saying to you this simply point, right? When you look at his administration and you look at who he's appointed in the position he's appointed in, the only black person he's ever appointed was HUD, and we know why that was. He needs to talk the nigga to dismantle shit. But other than that, there is no Tim Scott. There is none of these bootlicking DJs.
You didn't answer my question. So you just said bitched and moaned.
You're not gonna let me.
So I asked you a
specific
question. No, I'm gonna ask you a specific
my way.
So answer no. Okay, so how does that answer my question? Why did he choose a brown lady who's Sikh? I mean, it's an easy question. Joe's here. Everyone's here. Why did he choose? No, not you. I'm asking Mister because he's the one who brought the point on it.
Well,
so why did he choose? Yeah, so Mister is not able to answer the question. So he made a premise. He should be able to defend his point of view. Mister, why is it? So explain to me why Trump. Why did he put a brown lady in charge of the Civil Rights Division? Why not put a white person in that position? There's plenty of.
Where is the brown lady at when we're in the interviews then? Where's the brown lady at? When we're talking about this issue, where's the brown lady in the media? Where do we hear her speak?
She's everywhere. Just Google it. Harmeet Dillon speaks to media. Why don't you Google it? I'm not going to do your work because you're not looking. So just Google it. Harmeet Dillon speaks, and you see her interviews. She gives press conferences.
You're spinning the goalposts.
Oh, you were wrong. Just admit, look, I was wrong.
Mister, go look it up.
I just looked this up, and it might not be true, but it looks like that. I looked it up, and I think Trump actually voted for Barack Obama in 2008. Why would Trump be voting for Barack Obama?
Because he likes winners.
Why is he dismantling the voting rights? Why is he doing that? You're talking about
wait, who's running the voting rights? Hold on. Who's running the voting rights division of the DOJ? Hold on. Who's running? He still hasn't answered this. Who's running the voting rights division of DOJ? It's a
Let me ask you
colored
this.
person.
What president has
It's a
ever
colored
tried to
person.
take away the voting act?
It's a colored person running the
Trump.
DOJ.
He's the only one. So we got a racist who's taking away voting rights.
Where's he taking away voting rights? Explain to me. How's he taking it away? I'll wait. Exactly.
Yeah, I'm just gonna answer your question, King, because I feel like it's like a super easy question, and I'll go back on mute. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Go ahead. Yeah. Okay.
Is it Roostard? I don't know how to say your name. Are you there or no? He was trying to get in. I just want to get someone else in. But okay. Oh
Yeah, I'm here.
Did you want to say something? Go ahead.
I don't know. I'm the kind of person that wants to jump in as soon as I have a thought, or else I forget it. So just give me a
And
second.
Trump did not vote for Obama. Whoever said it's a dumb fuck.
No. I prefaced it with saying there's a rumor, or look, they don't know.
He didn't even acknowledge him as a citizen of America. He called him.
It could have been that he voted for him. You never know.
He went along with what Hillary said, but yeah.
Anyways, I was just pointing out there'd be no reason for him to vote for Obama if he's racist. But go ahead. Xerxes, go ahead.
Xerxes, yeah. So I'm gonna answer this question that you've asked, Mr. King. I think that it's like it should be clear to most people, but maybe some people are not aware of how like non-white people can be agents of the efforts of the state. They can be. They can be agents. And I'm not saying agents like they're, like this is some kind of like weird conspiratorial thing. I do mean like agents of the state, like in a full position with the government. They can be agents of the state as long as they're willing to toe the line of what the state desires, like bringing up somebody's identity or phenotypical features or origin or ethnicity. I guess like the question would have to turn into, well, how is this advantageous for that particular person to have her there, right? Like outside of her just being a person of color, why would it be advantageous? Is she, a person of color who holds conservative beliefs? Does she really, okay, so then who said yes? And somebody said yes, and then somebody said not really.
She's actually, Harmeet Dillon actually.
Oh, okay, oh my God, there's too much, I don't know.
Can I have a conversation with him, guys? Can I have a conversation?
When you're ready.
Jesus. Hold on. Let me just have a conversation directly with him.
Answering Xerxes. She's a staunch Zionist.
This guy gaslighting. This guy's gaslighting.
She says that combating anti-Semitism is the number one priority in her office, right? And she regularly speaks at AIPAC and Israeli lobbies. So yes, there is a reason why she was hired. Go look her up.
So just to be clear, Othello, this is where. Hold on. This is a gaslight. Hold on, Othello. Are you saying that her family and she was raised in India, family came from India to this country? Are you saying that they were conservative in India? Is that what you're saying?
No. She grew up in the United States.
Understood.
Very conservative family.
No, actually they weren't. Nice try. But actually they weren't. And actually I know the family pretty well. And they weren't conservative, and they're not. And by the way, she was anti-Trump. She was anti-Trump in the primary. As Joe Hero, because he and I had long conversations about Harmeet trying to screw Trump and trying to change California law so that Trump couldn't be on the primary against DeSantis, basically helping DeSantis. When you remember that, Joe Hero? So, I mean, these are things you can look it up, right?
Okay,
She's all in on DeSantis. And by the way, DeSantis chose her to run the RNC. He was the only one. Trump looked over her and chose a white person. Oh, wow, racist.
Okay.
There's a white person.
Look it up. Now you need to be quiet so I can respond to you.
No, actually, you need to shut up because I was talking. So you need to shut up because I was talking.
Raised in a conservative.
All right. I'm moving you down because I'm in the middle of talking and you're speaking. So
yeah,
you need to shut. You
don't want me to say.
I need to shut that up. Sorry, that's the first person I moved, but I did that.
King, were you going back and forth with someone? What happened here?
Yeah, no. Then Othello came in because he thought he knew everything on it and doesn't have the sources. Believes that TQ. Okay, that doesn't make them conservative. Okay, her family was was anti gay rights. Okay, that doesn't make them conservative. So people are saying that they're conservative because of certain views, but actually nobody's ever actually interviewed the family and asked this question. Nobody's ever actually checked it. So what happens is he's doing opinion articles where people say this is her background and this is where she came from, but without actually checking to say, hey, where do you know this stuff, or how do you know it? Has her family?
He didn't think that we were going to look it up. That's what happened, and I put it in the comments.
Okay, so you copied and pasted from some editorial thing, but okay, cool. So again, how are her parents conservative? Explain it, since you know it. Exactly.
So she is a staunch Zionist, right? And she even called Mamdani anti-Semitic.
So where she is now? Hold on, I'm talking. So notice how, did you see that, Matt? How that happened? When I asked the question, how he can't answer that. So then he switches to now. You're right. Right now, she'd be considered. So you're saying she called Mamdani Zionist before Trump chose her because that amazing, because Mamdani wasn't even running at that time. No. So how did her family? So how was her family? So what kind of family? So she was that way, calling people that way before. Oh, by the way, who was also a Zionist? Chuck Schumer. I guess Chuck Schumer is also conservative.
She called him anti-Semitic.
No, but hold on. So Chuck Schumer was also calling people anti-Semitic. I guess he's also a conservative. That's amazing. Wow, incredible. So just being against people, against anti-Semitism makes you, or being a Zionist makes you conservative. Wow, Chuck Schumer should be voting in our favor, man.
Well, here it is. Well, let me lay it out for you, since you don't know. She grew up in a traditional Sikh household, yet her parents assimilated into the conservative Southern conservative political cookouts. So shut the fuck up.
Okay, what's your source?
Bitch ass nigga.
What's your source?
Shut your bitch ass up. You've been lying all night.
You don't have anything. So he has an opinion article by some loser who wrote it, and he can't share it. It's not going to be anything credible of the person. So you have no idea what you're talking about.
This talks directly against what you've been talking about all night. Shut the fuck up.
Oh, when you're proven wrong, Othello, you
haven't proven anything.
I did, because you're using opinion articles. Let's see. Okay, so show me. Hold on. Watch this. If he provides, by the way, New York Times does the profile on every member of the administration. If he provides an actual source, I will admit that I'm wrong. If he provides an actual news source that actually names her parents, talks about their backgrounds, provides an opinion article.
What are the
names? What are the parents' names? What are the parents' names?
They assimilate into.
What are the parents' names?
They assimilate into the.
What are the parents' names?
Conservative part. Okay.
What are the parents' names?
Hold on. You know them, right? You know.
What are the parents' names?
But you didn't know this about them.
What are the parents' names?
You didn't know this about them.
No, actually I did. Because their parents. See, you're such an idiot, because the parents actually met very closely with many, both Democrats and Republicans. They're not conservative, asshole. Actually, watch this. Othello, can you prove to me their voter registration? Prove it to me.
Let me go find it, because I've been kicking your ass off.
I will bet you. I will give you $100 cash app if you can show me the registration and prove that it's her parents, not just a random seat.
Why do you do that?
$100.
Okay.
Why Othello does that? We're gonna have Brewster make a submission. I think
I'm on it.
Brewster, you got it?
No, I remember my question.
And it should be State Department
when
confirmed.
You got me. I said I need the lady's name to brush up on the story.
Which lady?
The one we're talking about.
Oh, you're looking that up right now?
Yeah, I don't know her name.
What was the name again? King? I always forget her name too. Harmeet. Who?
Harmeet Dillon.
Oh yeah, Harmeet Dillon. Yeah.
DHILLON or DILLON?
DH.
So I just want to ask, is she like more centrist then? I guess.
Yeah, she was. I mean, she grew up more. So her parents played the game because they believed that that was the only way to succeed in America, right or wrong. So she kissed the ass of both Democrats and conservatives. She had a lot of, if you look at like she falls in a line of people like Nikki Haley, like Bobby Jindal, who were in these red states and just kissed the ass of these people. But when you talk to them, they actually don't have any views and similar to them, but they kiss the ass because that's survival. And so that's what I was trying to say to him, because I actually know the family, right? And so people who've actually spoken to them and actually go ahead and say, hey, this is what the person believes, is vastly different than where the person may say, hey, here's who I'm hanging out with. If you believe that who you hang out with, it actually determines your political views, then, I mean, Barack Obama has said many times he has friends who are conservative. Does that mean that he's a conservative? No.
See how he's walking it back?
Yeah, but I don't know. So when I'm still
waiting for you to provide the evidence.
When a person says conservative, are they, would they be just referring to her political affiliation as a Republican?
No, he said his exact words, just to be clear, those exact words were, she grew up as a conservative. Her parents had in a conservative household, and that's why she's been conservative. That's why Trump chose her, because she has a conservative views her entire life, which is really not, even look at a law firm, defended affirmative action and other things. I mean, the law firm that she
but if you look at other stuff she's done, I mean, there's things to contest that, right? Like, I'm reading this wiki page of like her whole life right now, so I'm trying to understand, like, as a person who knows the family, I'm not gonna take, I don't know if I can take whatever as a lie. I do believe that people can be, I guess, like, personally, something else, like, obviously centrist in this context, and then, but then we have to look at the reflection of the things that she actively did, right, as well. And what she actively did is kind of like towing the line of conservatism, like, a lot.
But even if you did that, which perspective would you speak to?
Question is like, well, why would she be useful? That's what I asked like 25 minutes ago now.
And actually, to be honest, in civil rights, she has zero experience in fighting for civil rights, just to be honest. And actually, if you look at some of her cases, you should also look at her law firm and her law cases. She's actually defended, like, if you look at what conservative influencers said about her when she was chosen, said she's the worst pick. Like Cernovich and other people were like, what the hell is this? I mean, initially they were like, okay, she was supposed to head the RNC. She's a great lawyer and blah, blah, blah. But people are like, why is she running the civil rights division where she doesn't have any experience in this? And she's always been kind of on the other side of the conservative thing, mainly because she's a person of color. I mean, she's actually defended many people of color. For example, she's defended people who, in the birthright citizenship claim, she'd be in the opposite side of Trump. Like, if you look at it, her law firm and all that, now she disavows all that now and is doing whatever the administration wants because she wants a job. That's how it is. So the point I'm getting at is Trump put her in there maybe because he thought she would do what he says. And she is right now. And so he put her in. But I'm saying he didn't look at her and say, I can't put her in because she's brown. He looked in saying, hey, if a white person said, hey, I'm going to do whatever you say, and he had confidence he would, he may have put
I don't know, King. I don't know if we can completely divorce the fact that she's a brown woman from how advantageous this would look for the state. Like, we're talking about, like, you literally brought this up as a talking point, right? And this is like, with all due respect, you were like, oh, what? She's a brown woman. That is a very useful tool to an administration that on its face, I mean, like, maybe he didn't like any of them. Maybe he couldn't find one. Maybe, I don't know why. But what I'm saying is, no. Wait, regardless of the origin of the person, if he decides that, oh, yes, I can use this has happened in the course of, his entire campaign, right? We don't have to talk about Vivek, right? then why is this? I don't know how this is like so much of a talking point.
So it's almost like saying, I'm only going to choose someone who's a black woman, right? It's like when he did that, right? Oh, sorry, he didn't do that. But only saying that you're going to choose people simply because of their race. You're okay with that, right?
I'm not okay with that, but I'm saying, what I'm saying is,
racist? I'm just curious. Is that racist?
I'm sure it could be racist. I'm sure it could be. I'm sure. 1 second. Okay.
White.
I don't know how you ask questions and then want people to answer, bro. Really, honestly.
Well, because you're not answering it.
Well, you're not. You're not.
All right. So let me ask the question again.
Let me answer.
Okay. Let me answer again.
Yeah.
If a person says he's only going to choose someone because they're black and a woman, is that racist against brown people and white people who are qualified and maybe more qualified than those people? Yes or no?
Well, yeah. It would be objectifying them. Yeah.
So the 44th president of the United States.
1 second. So listen, I also think that it can be, like I said, advantageous to any one government to have a public face that is in line with whatever your desires may be. Right? And so I'm reflecting that to every president that you can probably think of doing this, right?
Let's agree on this. Presidents and people make decisions, like you said, and I'm going to quote you, that are advantageous to them, and oftentimes race, color, and perception of others can fall into that. And so that perception could be conceived racist because maybe that person not qualified, but it perceives better. Fair. But the point is that you had a previous president that openly said, I'm not going to look at qualified white or brown people or even black men who may be qualified. I'm only going to choose black women in the position. Joe Biden said that for both his vice president and his Supreme Court pick.
Okay, can I just, if anybody can provide me with something I can look at, that'd be cool.
Somebody post it.
Why would I pick Joe Biden? Fuck Joe Biden.
Short's trying to get in there. Short, go ahead.
Well, see, if you kind of go down the rabbit hole of everything you would try to pin against Trump, and then look at how some of these black niggas operating in the Congress today, you could pin the same qualifiers or negative traits on them as well. Black people have been using other black people to invoke other dumb behaviors out of black people and working against their own interests. So that's why the shit is so circular. It makes no sense at all. Can't nobody tell me the shit that coming out of Hakeem Jeffries' mouth or Jasmine Crockett's mouth, where she's literally having black Americans whose ancestors had to fight for voting rights. Advantage of voting and healthcare benefits that their ancestors didn't get, and they sit here and complain about white supremacy solely on the basis that they couldn't get the things, and then they turn around and give it to an illegal alien. That's like the dumbest shit in the world, and this is what black people are doing.
Yeah, they undermining their own people.
I'm gonna get to my own question, brother. If you didn't get it, then maybe you just didn't get it, and it was actually made directly to the point that you brought up. No way. So,
here, thanks.
That's a sister, not a brother.
I said I'm going to the brother. No way. Brother, my bad. No why. No why. You mentioned capitalistic society. So, if you had to choose the type of operating society that you want to be a part of, and it can only be a part of.
Was that for no down there? Was that
no why? Yeah.
Can't hear you now.
I don't know.
Fitting. I don't know.
Anybody who has anything against capitalism, or you use capitalism as a part of your disdain for America, if you had to pick one society to be a part of where there's only one operating model, capitalism or nothing else, socialism or nothing else, if you're going against capitalism, what society would you rather be a part of?
There need to be balance between those. All of those are undeniable.
That's not an option.
Socialism in some extent.
That's not an option.
In some extent. That's an option.
It's not an option.
He wants to back you. You're asking the question. You're making the point. You tell me.
Okay.
What are you right about?
Okay, let me respond to that because that's a dumb statement.
What are you right about?
You're telling me that I'm trying to be right when the answer is solely based on your perspective and what you hold true. So there's no way I can be right. There's no way you could be right or wrong. You just have to answer it. You just have to answer it. You just have to answer it based on the priorities that are personal and high on your priority list to you. So I hear people mention this capitalistic society. Okay, if you don't want to be a part of the capitalistic society, or if the capitalistic society is bringing all of these issues, then what would you prefer to be a part of?
A capital system that also has. If you are in
but
a
that's not the
liberal
premise of
capital
my
country,
question, Peter.
but you are supporting some vulnerable people in your society with safety nets.
Peter,
That is possible.
Peter, in his hypothetical, he's only giving two options, but we get your point. Like I agree with what Peter's saying, but we're trying to narrow it down, right? So
the point. So we're gonna have to discard that answer, Peter. If you don't like capitalism, or if you think that the majority of the problems come from capital, you see the fact that you can't answer this question is actually the issue, and that's what we're gonna get to. But know why? Can you share what operating model would be best suitable for you?
All right, bet. I'm gonna say socialism. Now what?
What's the reason why?
What's the reason why? Because it's not capitalism. There you go.
So this sounds like this would be in your wheelhouse.
What?
This question should be in your wheelhouse.
I didn't hear the question. I left.
What? Where have you been, man?
I want to go wash my hands.
Okay, say it again, sir. She'll answer.
If you had to pick your ideal operating model for a country, especially if you disagree with capitalism, or if capitalism has come up in any of your talking points as it relates to it being a detriment to this country, to America. If you had to choose one country, or if you had to create your own operating model where it only possesses one operating model. So for example, it's capitalism, all or nothing. It's socialism, all or nothing. Communism, all or nothing. There's only one operating model. What operating model would be your choice?
I would choose capitalism. I think it. Despite its obvious and I guess necessary brutalism, but I do think that there are ways to continue the system of capitalism with it being more equitable. At this point, I don't know what the system is that we have now, but if this is capitalism, it's certainly not, it's not leading to the place where it needs to lead to. I think for a country to continue its progress.
Know why you want to try to answer that question again, or you rolling with the answer that you put on the table?
I revolved my answer because I didn't think it was asking a genuine question. Dead ass. I did not think he was asking a genuine question. I thought it was a setup. All right.
Swazi was the honest person on the app. Good.
If I had to pick a system, I say capitalism because you're not allowed to fix it. You're not allowed to fix it. That's not part of the question. So I would have to pick socialism. And the reason why I pick it is because at least everyone would have a chance. The only issue with that is trying to actualize that chance without a system of income or a system of bringing, you know.
So let me explain why I asked the question. The operating system that you choose tells me who you are and what you believe in. It also tells me if you can't answer the question, then the only way you see life happening is if it's a perfect world. And there's no such thing as a perfect world, especially if you're not governing it. You're not going to see it as perfect for you. But then if you are governing it, other people are not going to see it as perfect for them. So literally, if you can't answer that question, then that tells me you live in a world where everything needs to be. There's a chance. It also tells me if you actually understand the operating models, or if you just want to degrade the one you think you're in. So that's all. So anytime someone comes up and say, what is capitalistic society? Okay, well, if you strip it out and you say you choose one operating model, which one do you want to be a part of?
Yeah, but I think you can be critical of a system while not wanting to do away with it completely. Like, that's how things get better, is by, critiquing them.
But what if you don't even understand the thing you're critiquing?
That's also a thing that could be happening, yeah.
And that's one of the ways I figure it out.
But if somebody fully understands and still doesn't choose capitalism, they could just desire a system that is more, equitable for the people around them and the things they've experienced, which I think is, one, incredibly human, and two, still honest.
But I'm willing to give up this because what I hold true for me are these things. So I'm willing to give up.
Are we still talking about Harmeet, guys?
There is one criteria that you need to pay attention to. For example, when you are a capitalist country without some kind of basis of socialism, those too rich people, you see them, they are too greedy. For example, when they come to allocating their money for their needs, they put their fifth priority before the first priority of another person's livelihood. For example, when you need a book to study a course in another language, you cannot afford that, and that extremely rich person don't give a shit. He prefers to have caviar with his breathe the same air with them. When they prioritize their caviar over a textbook that you need to learn to increase your information and knowledgeability to help the society, even that rich person would take the benefit of your learning, but he prefers caviar.
So how would the socialism balance out the capitalism?
I think that in this case we need to have some minimum measures can be provided for the main for the needs of the essential needs of the people of that society. For example, when you are a student, you need to access to your textbooks, and with whatever cost it is, if you can't borrow it, if you can buy it, you need to access it. That capitalistic country need to you for yourself, but they need to lend it to you. They need to help you pass that stage. You shouldn't get stuck in that stage for two main reasons. The first thing is that you would lose the opportunity, and the society would lose the opportunity of you learning and helping the society. The second thing is that would become some kind of personal feeling inside you that would tempt you for revenge, and that would make them feel unsafe. I think that there are some minimums. We cannot avoid that. If you can provide that, then you can think about capitalism. First things first, I think.
So, Peter, if I'm understanding correctly, we can't live in a capitalistic society unless everyone receive the education that they're entitled to.
Education, the minimum accommodation, the minimum food, and that's it. The other things based on competition. But being homeless at the same time, living in a capitalistic country, it is some kind of paradox that would make the whole society at risk, I think, at risk of unsafety. Because this level of difference is totally dangerous, I think.
Okay, so if I can make an analogy, you live in Iran, Peter?
It's for 2 years and 10 months. I am in Berlin.
Berlin, okay. You follow soccer, football?
Yes, I love soccer.
Okay. So you're game. There's one team playing another team. One team has cleats, and the other is not wearing anything on their feet. You're saying that the team with the cleats is obviously going to destroy the team that's not wearing the proper equipment. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. So before that game can commence, what needs to happen?
Okay. Before that game needs to start, if you are in a professional league playing, your managers needed to supply you the minimum equipment. Otherwise, the team is not allowed to show up in the field. You know?
Okay. So the soccer game is the free market, right? Really the free market. The soccer game is the market.
Is the market, yes.
Okay. And the team with the cleats are not saying this is the distribution of wealth in society right now, but the team with the cleats are the people who have, and the people without the cleats are obviously the people who have now.
Okay, so
yes.
I couldn't get it.
Well, I'm going step by step. That's we're on the same page.
I couldn't follow you. Can you repeat, please? I'm sorry.
I'm saying in this example that we're agreeing upon so far, the team wearing the cleats, and I'm not saying the distribution of wealth is similar, but the team that is wearing the cleats, that's 50%.
That was what I meant.
Yes, but they are not able to get what they need, which is what you're arguing. People in our society are not able to get cleats.
Okay, there are a couple of solutions for that. If they are extremely talented, they would have thought about that before, and they would have raised that point before starting the match, before the problem rises up. When it is not still existential, when it is still potential. You have some potential problems and you have talents. You needed to contact it and communicate it with the correct authorizations. If you didn't not, this was on you. If you had some needs and you did not communicate properly before that, you cannot start the match. But if you communicated and your talents are allowance to start the match, that is another case. It is more excusable, I think. And it is still a problem, but excusable in comparison to not feeling responsible about that. You must have felt that responsibility if you were in the need. In this case, I think that that depends on the case. That is fully depends on the case.
I'm so disappointed in you, Peter. You would choose socialism over capitalism?
I'm not done yet.
Not over that.
Beaver,
I say that those capitalist people needs to be human. If they are not, they don't deserve the system of capitalism.
Oh, okay. I see.
Would you, Peter, would you argue that more and more people are getting cleats or less?
I think that with them, if they
but as it stands now, as society progresses, are more people getting cleats or are less?
What kind of cleats? You talking about the metal cleats or the plastic cleats that are built in?
Either. Doesn't matter. Whatever your preference is.
That depends on the case, and most of the cases, they need to meet the minimum requirement.
I'm just saying
it's not the competition. Globally. They cannot compare their shares with the wealthy ones. But globally, they need to have the minimum.
Bima, were you trying to speak?
Oh, yeah. I was going to say, so I see Alfred had in the chat, he said that, here it is, happiest countries are largely in Europe running socialism. There are no countries in Europe that are socialistic. Most of them that be the Sweden, Norway, France, Finland, Denmark. I'm assuming around like that type, right? Those types of the Nordic, right, or the Western countries. But I think these countries have such that the populations are so small, and none of them are socialist. They're large welfare states, but they're capitalist. They're capitalistic welfare states. Like the United States is, in economics, it's referred to as a mixed economy because we have a little bit of both. But the problem is, and I think that this is the biggest contention that comes up in the United States. I feel, this is my opinion, that because we're not basing the foundation of how we're running the country in freedom, right? And when I say freedom, I'm talking about maximum, at least regulation for the states to decide how the states and the local communities want to run their areas. We are coming up with, we're finding ourselves at such odds that we're destroying our nation. That's my opinion. I don't think we're going to be able to, Democrats and Republicans, they're never going to be able to see eye to eye because they have, the goals are the same, and people don't think that. People don't think that the goals is, yeah, of course the goals are the same. It's just that we have a completely different way of trying to get there on both sides. But the problem is when you makes it impossible for one side to be able to do that because it's no longer rooted in the free ability. Xerxes brought up the creativity aspect, and I think that that's ultimately the biggest point of what capitalism provides, right? When you go through the questions that you ask yourself over the different types of society, whether overall, you want a capitalist society? Do you want a socialist society? Or do you want a communist society economically, right? You got to ask yourself, who do you think, base it in who's going to make the decisions. So who do you think, ownership wise, who do you think should control the production of private property? If you want to build a business, do you think that you should? Or do you think that your community should? Or do you think a centralized ruling elite should? A free market. This is not capitalism in the United States. This is mixed.
So we need to go harder into the paint on capitalism, which not many people would say.
I don't think that a lot of people are going to ultimately agree at this point, but when we see it destroying the fabrics of what we are, we're going to have to make a decision. And it's hopefully, I'd like us to continue to mature, to be able to say, okay, we want to have a secure nation that can protect its citizens, right, while also allowing the citizens to make their choices as freely as possible and to freely associate versus regulate them and make it impossible for us to do what we're doing right now. Our wealth is so uneven. We have, like, what is it? We were talking about this in another room. 10% of Americans hold 93% of the wealth, right? 1% of Americans
Probably even less.
Right, and that's a big gap, and that's going to continue. That gap is going to continue to get bigger if we don't reduce the competition barriers or eliminate them and allow everybody to compete fairly.
The problem is when all of these policies get pushed, they're never driven home to people that they will affect them too. And what I mean by that is, say you're proposing, eliminating, entry taxes into whatever market. People only think those are
Yeah, and I don't even think that taxation is the biggest. I mean, the regulation, sure, licensing and all that. It's partly that, but we're in such a particularly technological. Our technology is. We're at that point where you could start a business online. You know what I mean? With no capital, and you are making $10,000 a month in 6 months. You know what I mean?
10,000. Try 100,000 now.
Yeah, sure.
That's the scale that we're working with. Like, people were starting businesses like that with the advent of social media. You were able to start a company.
Right, and I see that too. Yeah, if you're consistent with it, sure. I've seen we see these kids, these 20-year-olds running around.
You don't even have to be consistent anymore. Like,
right.
We are at the point where we can be so. But it's not, because with these generative, like, AI agents, you can effectively be the CEO, COO, and CIO of your corporation. And you can employ these AI agents to head every single department and report back.
Right, exactly. One of the bigger things too is what I was trying to get to is that the licensing and all this other startup that could be. What I'm more concerned is the regulation around creating actual product is actual versus just moving it around. Right, like what value are you actually doing if you're doing like a drop shipping? You're doing just like a like this. I don't want to say it's trash. I want it because I want to obviously I have a feeling about it, but it's just there's property because I think honestly the patent system is one of the biggest problems in the United States structure right now, keeping us out of our keeping us from our ability to truly create and build as individuals, build products and build solutions and build cures and create versus just push around drop shipping shit from other countries.
In what way? Like, in what way is it not serving us?
The patent system?
Yeah.
I want to, before you jump in, I want to...
regulations.
Yeah, but specifically, what specifically is keeping people from?
Yeah, we have patent systems that build up, like basically patent arsenals that keep the actual definition. What a patent is to stop competition. That should be enough. Enough said. If it's so
like to make it tangible.
But that's not the only thing that's stopping what she's saying. If you look at the two words, intellectual property, if you're looking for somebody to take care of you, then that stifles your ability to be intellectual. You're literally looking for someone to solve your problems. That's the point. Okay, Bima mentioned that we need to get back to intellectual property, the art of being creative and things of that nature. If you're looking for somebody to take care of you, aka socialism, communism, where someone creates your standard of living, and that is how you survive as an adult, by what somebody created for you, and that is what you hold, not you specifically, but just through and through, then it stifles your ability to be creative. Therefore, so all of these people,
because you're pacified.
Correct.
Well, how would that be true though? If you have more time to, discover your intellectual desires, then how could that be true?
Because if somebody,
I didn't have to work for shit.
If somebody takes care of you,
it turned me into a monster.
What you're looking for, somebody to take care of you.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't engage your mind because you're looking for somebody to, like, we can see this today. We can see it in the people.
Wait, I mean, you can also see the opposite.
Right, and that's the reason.
I gave you a very personal, tangible. Xerxes, sorry. I gave you a personal, like, tangible example. That doesn't work. And I've seen it work the same way for dozens of other people.
Well, I mean, like,
with words like socialism or communism, the more you see their ability to think go down.
I don't know how you can make this statement when there are no current historical socialist or communist models within the United States that have affected Black people.
Because they're looking
child support. Not child support. Sorry. Fuck. What am I thinking of?
You're talking about the welfare system.
Yeah.
Child support.
Well, government child support, pretty much.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? When the government.
Yeah, but that's not endemic to just Black people. That support isn't endemic to just Black people, nor did it start for just Black people.
Single fatherhood skyrocketed
for white people. I mean, Black people at first, but if you have people.
And it shows how people that's given unlimited resources, like at least organisms that's given unlimited resources, tend to deteriorate. Right? If you look at Arachnophobia, it's a series.
Right? They don't create paintings or sculptures or computers or go to space, or they don't do any of those things, right? So we are essentially talking about two different people. Two different species, one of which didn't one of which has never experienced that kind of experiment on them.
They have pretty much.
If you would there be a need for any Black people to go out here and get a farm if the food was made free at the grocery store?
Well, yeah, because they would still need farmers, and ideally you would need more farmers because more people are being served more food.
Oh my God, this is all right. You're right.
Would people homestead if they were provided for?
If they were provided for by whom?
By the government.
Well, so you mean like if the government owned all the farms?
Will homestead, buy property, build a home on it, regenerative farming, cows, chickens, pigs, everything.
Oh, I mean, they may. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, because you can't grow every single thing.
Do you say why? Because more people need more food, which means maybe they need more sources to get the food from.
Who's doing it in the hood?
What do you mean? Why are we talking about the hood?
Who's homesteading in the hood?
A few people are.
Eventually, people who leave the hood, bro. What do you mean?
Hold on. My great.
We don't have any idea of industrialization and
Hold on, guys. Hold on.
Listen, all right. So when people are talking about people working under socialism, I've tried to solve that problem myself. Here's my presentation. If you don't do the work to do socialism, you will be kicked out of the system of socialism. Meaning, if you don't want to work in the farm, you won't get.
So my grandparents, for example,
campgrounds, whatever.
My grandparents, for example, live in the hood. Same time, it's like the country, right? So they have a homestead exemption on their house, and they're able to grow. They have to have like a certain amount of chickens, and all that other stuff. So it is happening. You just you only see what you see through like movies, like Boys in the Hood, shit like that. And think it's all of that, but there's a lot more going on.
Yeah, I gotta stop.
You don't know what informed my assumptions.
Oh, have you been?
Where?
To any hood?
Yeah.
Okay, you want to go buy some weed?
Grandmother's house, does that count as growing stuff?
No, friends.
I just wanted to add that there are
I live right next to a hood.
Yeah, one hood.
I don't know about
and I've been to multiple, so.
because yeah, it's much cheaper and they like it. Actually, they enjoy it. It's a hobby. So both things can be happening at the same time.
Not on Clubhouse. It has to be their agenda or nothing.
Black or white?
Yeah, I mean, like, it's hard to understand these things because if you simultaneously approve of capitalism, like, I don't know, the girl with the lips said before she left the stage, because you believe in the creativity, ingenuity, and future competition amongst the people, then in this way, I don't know how one could argue such a bleak future of just trying something else. Like, ideally, you would be able to engage that same creative mind born in the system of capitalism to pontificate about a world of other things. So I don't know why we're talking about a closed box. Socialism and communism many times.
You know, the black and white thing.
I mean, we have different aspects of it. I mean,
so no.
The fire department is socialist. They have social security.
Bro, what?
We have plenty of programs where people pool money into central pools to then be redistributed amongst masses.
Yeah, that's a fair comment. No?
You can have a government in which you have all types of parties. So, for example, you would have a socialist party, and you would have all kinds of parties you can have in a government. And if they're working together and they're proposing their own ideas in that parliament, then the government will be heard and will be implemented in different areas. So I don't think in an authoritarian, total, for example, socialist or communist country, or a total capitalist country is a good idea in any case. I think everyone's word should be heard and is valuable and can be implemented in different areas. All those parties should be able to work together and get to the best outcome.
Social programs account for 50% of the national debt. So the thing that you're championing might eventually bring us down if it's left unchecked, by the way.
Sorry, what did you mean? Can you repeat that?
I was talking to Syracuse. Might eventually bring us down very soon.
Are you?
I mean, but the large part of those social programs is supporting a community that can't work, aka the old people. No, the elderly,
right?
And disabled.
Hold on, I have a clarifying question for Rustard.
I'm sorry. Could he just finish the rest of his statement?
Wait a minute. I have a clarifying question for Cersei.
I just wanted to hear. I just wanted to hear the rest of what he said, bro.
The 50% of our spending that goes to entitlement programs, do that include grants? Does that include? Do you expect that to go down now that the fraud has been exposed, or you have a link for me to look at?
Is that the only fraud?
No, I doubt it. Nursing homes, childcare.
Crease Joel.
Wait, what?
Crease Joel.
Of the $39 billion debt. Is attached to social programs.
The 50%.
Okay, so I'm just gonna look at this. So this says, and this is, I guess I'll drop this link. This is from the Hubbard O'Brien Economics website. I'll give you guys that link so you can look, just in case you like graphs and stuff. There it is. Yeah. So this is talking about who owns the debt, right? Oh, fuck. I'm getting text. Things going. Get you another chart as well.
Hey, Xerxes, while you're working on that, can I ask you a question?
Oh yeah, sure. Who's asking me? I can't see you right now.
This Sword, I had went into a dead spot, so I.
Oh, Sword. Okay, yeah. Mm-hmm.
So I want to just revert back to the conversation that I had, and I want to frame it to you in a real world question.
Okay.
But I want to start by being respectful of you in a possible relationship. Do you have a significant other?
I do not have a significant other.
Okay, boom. In this theoretical situation, I'm approaching you to be your significant other, okay?
Yeah, sure.
And I approach you and say, hey, look, this is my plan for our life. And my plan is based on a certain level of equity that the government has in taking care of us. How attractive am I to you as a man that's supposed to court, marry, and
Can you say the question about including the government, or the statement about including the government one more time, just so I can hear correctly?
Yeah. So I approach you with the intent to date and marry you.
Mm-hmm.
And as I walk through my plan of how we're going to walk into a bliss, it includes the government taking care of us to whatever degree you choose.
Okay.
You can choose that. Would I be attractive to you, assuming that I meet other qualifications like appearance and physique and whatever else you hold true physically?
Yeah.
Character.
Mm-hmm.
But from the financial perspective, my expectation and my reliance on the government and my reliance is also predicated upon the government, how well they take care of us.
I mean, yeah, I totally wouldn't be against dating somebody who's in the military other than them being an agent of the state. But this is...
When I say, this is where I gave you the scenario exactly, and you added to it by saying in the military, and you gave the person a job.
Yeah.
Never mind. We can scratch that my answer.
Okay.
He means welfare.
It's like when people are looking forward to the government taking care of them, they're not thinking about a job.
But I think, for many people who are involved in the welfare system, they do have a aspect of it where they have to work, don't they, in order to receive their benefits?
When people are looking for the government to take care of them, they're not looking for a job.
Okay, sure. Did you get your...
social programs?
Sure.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So when people talk about socialism and they talk about, well, it creates a baseline for people's existence, things like groceries, in order for you to use benefits to go and get groceries, did you work for it? Especially if we talk about, so as some people mentioned earlier, the homeless.
Uh-huh.
The homeless, did they work for it? I'm not critiquing whether it's right or whether it's wrong. I'm just speaking to the psychology of it. The majority of women would not choose a man that showed up to the table, and a part of their financial success plan was relying on the government to take care of them, not work, to take care of them.
To be very honest, I wouldn't. If I work and I make a living and I have a house and I pay my bills, I wouldn't.
Let's say if he said, I make 30K, but my expectation for the rest of my life is for the government to supply the other 10. So I would like for you to accept me as if I'm making 50K. What would you think about that man's logic?
Are you taking me still?
Yeah.
I have a link in the chat I'd like Roostar to look at while you answer.
We can go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know that I can answer yet.
That dude's definitely not attractive.
Well, I mean, like, I think, like, I think there's a certain realistic point where people, you know, judge somebody's ability to access means, right? But, like, I don't know if I'm the person who does that more often than not. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not going after, like, investment bankers and, like, fintech who hasn't lived life and understands that, you know, people experience different chapters, but to not like comprise the whole book of just that one chapter. So maybe I'm like not the right person for that question.
Well, a chapter was, I'm talking about the whole book, chapter after chapter. The expectation for that brother is this is a part of his success plan. He plans to make what he makes, but then there's an expectation of him from the government to supply those needs for the rest of his life.
Well,
that's not a chapter. That's a lifetime.
I don't know. That's like realistic. I've never experienced somebody solely relying on the government as their whole income.
VA disability check.
Yeah, I've never dated a veteran.
Okay, so even if it's a disability check, is that person attractive?
Show me him. Let him talk to me. I don't know, bro. I don't know what you want me to fucking say, dude.
Getting at, but like with the Act of 1862, you know, like that act that provided 10% of all land in the U.S. to white settlers. Like, was that like? Well, you think their wives were attracted to them, or did they just acquire the land? You know.
Tell more of the history. Don't just start there. Tell more of the history.
Right program. Used historically to provide white heads of households.
What year was that?
Like for example, in Virginia, where they had the head right program, and when they got the land, they still had to come and work, right? They had to build up their own land. They had to sell their own products, and they had to work.
Yeah.
Okay. But in exchange, they gave up the land. For example, in England, and they came over here and accepted a plot of land, or they bought the land from the crown.
Well, some of them.
What year was that, Othello?
All in the U.S. To white settlers. So you know, it's you know, I see what you're saying. No, I think that's very unattractive. You know, for somebody to sit here and expect something for the government, go out and get it, because there's so many ways to make money. It is.
But that still doesn't prove your case, though. But we can move on.
Okay, well, I gave you that. I gave you that.
No, I'm familiar with the Homestead Act. That's why I said go further into it.
But there are exceptions, though. If someone's sick or they have a disability, that's another thing. And that means they can't work, or they can work less than a person that doesn't have the disability, right? So
I agree with that. But the choice for the woman to choose if this person concept of being intellectual. If you're looking for somebody to take care of you for your life, in order for your life to work out to its end goal, it disables the person's ability to be intellectual.
I don't think that's true. How do you explain children?
I'm not drawing a connection.
Well, like, largely children are looking toward their parents or whoever is raising them for their safety and welfare, correct? And that environment encourages and stimulates innovation, competition, creativity in them.
Othello, look at the link in the chat. You misrepresented the Homestead Act.
No, I didn't. It's in the chat. Go read what I put.
Go read what I put.
Okay, you read mine first.
You read mine next. You read mine now.
Okay. To all citizens. In practice, it was a whites-only land giveaway, as it was nearly impossible for most African Americans, especially in the South, to access or hold this land.
That's not true, brother.
So,
that's not true under multiple reasons. Number one, this is a modern source reflecting on who those people were and the term they identify as African Americans. What you would need to do to prove your point is find a source closer near the date where that was actually produced, and you'll get a better depiction of who those people were.
Gotcha.
I'll give you a prime example. Many of the Europeans that came over here were black. All Europeans weren't white. And the black Europeans that came over here were not Moors. They were literally Europeans.
And they are in a good standard.
Say that again, Peter.
I was thinking that the standard of Europeans are almost as good as Americans. But the foundation of United States come from Europe, doesn't it?
No, not exactly, but that's what's taught historically. I have a different.
Yes, that was how I was taught.
Right.
Well, you know, a lot of these Europeans were also in other countries, in countries where there were also living black people. So you could say that it is well known that there were black people among them, working with them as well. So they've been there for a long time. People also had the passports for that were from these European countries, because it was the other mostly black countries. They had ability to get the passports from the European country. Therefore, they could just fly back and forth between these countries. Yeah, they were citizens.
When you say fly, what do you mean? What time period you referring to?
From what I know is that they immigrated from those countries where they would live and work to European countries later on when they could fly there.
Oh, okay.
I don't know what happened before, very far before. I haven't read about that, but just know that they were first there in those countries, and then they remigrated, a lot of them, not all of them, to the European countries.
It's 15,000 people, including families.
Yes, we can. We're here to say that two things can be true, and that's exactly what I read in my write-up. Was saying that it was nearly impossible for most African Americans, especially in the South, to access or hold this land. And then you said how many people got it?
But what was the reason why, though, bro?
And you said how many people got it, Monica? How many black people received it?
Thousands.
Well, come on, give me a number.
If you had read the link, like you told me you were going to read my link, you'd have the information.
Because this could be 1,000, this could be 10,000, 35,000. How many people?
More than 1,000. Thousands.
Oh, okay, that's not a lot of black people.
So, see, this is where we get annoyed with each other, Othello.
Negative
to
it's not negative to remark what happened, bro. I don't know what's wrong with you people. Saying the real events of history should
what's
not
wrong
provoke
with you people is you calling us you people.
I mean, you people, the inhabitants of Clubhouse. Yeah, I mean, you people, the inhabitants of Clubhouse, bro. Whatever, bro.
You people are narrow-minded. You people are bigoted.
No, man. Like, what it is that you have a problem with somebody adding context, nuance, and accuracy to the thing you're saying.
No.
Why can both not be true,
Othello
bro?
is. I just. Did you even hear me?
Yes, I did hear you. I also heard you mischaracterize what he said as something negative when it is just a statement of fact.
You know, I don't have the energy to fight.
Cool, don't have energy. Go to sleep then.
I was talking to Othello, not you, first of all. Touch my PTR, Beaver. You don't have the skill.
What do you mean the PTR? How do I touch it?
So this is the thing. It was not misrepresented. What I wrote in the chat is that it was nearly impossible for most African Americans, especially in the South, to access or hold this land. So are 1,000 black people most African Americans? Thank you.
It'd be cool if people just read books, bro, and just gather your shit from fucking books, homie. Like, honestly, come on.
Any national poll starts at 1,000 people. Anyone worth its weight.
Okay, cool. Rooster, so when you brought up your stat, are you saying to say, like, the amount Yeah, so but more so than this though, the conversation was about able-bodied people relying on the government, right? Not 65, 67, 85-year-old invalids relying on the government. Correct?
Correct.
Right. So then your qualms with the percentage of the national debt that's spent on social care programs actually doesn't really matter. It's inconsequential to the thing we were talking about.
Why is it?
Because the demographic who uses those things are not the focus of your argument.
Who is?
Able-bodied people who expect a handout from the government.
And do you agree or disagree with that?
What? What?
Do you agree or disagree with that?
With what?
Able-bodied people milking the government.
Disagree, because even in the social systems, they cannot eat. They are unwilling to work. The safety nets are not designed for them. It is not a game to eat for free.
Can somebody translate Disney Obama for me?
He said it's not a game for people to try to eat for free. That's what he said.
Exactly. What I was saying that these social safety nets that I mean about socialism and I am defending on is about those people who have put their share of work inside the table. For example, when they are able to work, they don't deny working. When they have expertise, they would put their expertise for the society. But if they are stuck in a hard situation, this society would help them recover until they are able to work again. Yeah, that's it is, for example, also, there are different layers of support. For example, the people who had been working for longer time with more expertise, when they are in a specific situation, the level of support that they are receiving is different. For example, when you are in a when you have paid less insurance and to the state benefit department, when you are stuck, the level of support is also categorized differently for different people. But the meaning.
Yes, I agree with Peter. So it's based upon how many years you have worked, your experience, how much you have paid in to, you know, a certain type of support. So it's very based individually. They will look at individual cases. I think that's the best way to approach.
I'm still trying to figure out why mine and Xerxes' views were in conflict with one another.
Wait, I didn't see a link. Did you post a link to your statement that 50% of our debt is due to entitlement programs? Because I didn't find that. I did see current spending.
I'm happy to share it, but I don't know how to share a conversation with AI.
I use Grok. It's much easier. It's just a link download for Grok. What AI are you using?
I was just using Gemini.
Paste it there.
Maybe it does. Let me just see. Okay, so I copied it, but it's copied to my clipboard. Oh, there's a share.
Thanks, Tristan.
I guess I copy the share link.
That'd be great.
And you're gonna have to scroll down a little bit because, and it's gonna be weird at the top because my first prompt was just Jews guarding the camps because I was trying to make a counterpoint about where people were coming from comparing Harmeet Dillon or finding problem with her as a sort of racial shield. So discount that and then scroll down to where it, bear with me guys, thank you. No, I didn't have the conversation with Gemini, I might have been with Brock. Okay, I'm gonna go off mic, just give me a second, okay?
All right, that's fine. So, Othello, based on the 1860 census, the last before 1862, there were approximately 4.4 to 4.5 million Black American, well, not Americans yet, Black people in our country, right? That's what you shared in the chat?
Yes.
So, were only free people eligible for the 1962 land grant?
People were free.
Slaves? That's crazy.
In 1862, only the people in the North were free, I believe. No, I think they still had. I think they still had some slaves in the North in 1862.
All right, it was a conversation. I got a link.
Thanks.
Can't post it though, unless you guys want it in the chat. But if you want it in the nest, you gotta mod me.
No. Chat is fine. You don't need. We don't need it in the nest or the jumbotron.
That's because this is Monica's room and house, and you know she gets to determine what goes on.
That's right. Thanks for recognizing my awesomeness.
The only thing awesome about you is you're overweight and the fact.
Wow. What a
I didn't see that coming.
What do you think to say from a friendly person?
He's irrelevant. I'd like to invite people to the Dividing Wings
Irrelevant.
Telegram.
Actually, you don't even know what you're talking about. The only reason you came on stage was to actually sit there and go, I heard the word black man and I want to fucking comment on it because that's the only thing you
Brad, aren't you like an
That's the only thing you care about. Like, you can just sit down. Like, you think everybody wants to go and say, hey, you know what's great? I want to know what Monica's decision is on racial demographics and breakdowns in 1862.
He just wants to fight.
That's pretty much it. Yeah, that's what it is, Monica. Everybody wants to hear that squeaky fucking Twinkie filled ho-ho gelatinous fucking blob on your head.
Oh my God. They'd rather hear from Pagan Brad.
They probably would.
Are there any moderators in the room here? We have people.
There are moderators up here. But you got like you, Monica. All you care about is fucking your little racist. And then you got your little root crew that sits there and fucking goes ahead and does it. So have fun. And it's disgusting. Really, it's disgusting. Do you ever hear Monica? She ever talk about anything else other than fucking race? Oh, and Jordan fucking Peterson quotes. The two fucking categories that all she can do on fucking Clubhouse, but yet she goes, I'm a nice person. But I want to talk about how black people in 1862 fucked up welfare. That cunt's never fucking gonna get off welfare. Thank God she's a low-tier voter. The only thing she can affect is probably the fucking person who's running for dog catcher.
Viking, you sound like a disgruntled radio host who's lost his livelihood to podcasting.
Anything else? You want to try something else a little better?
Why are you guys so mean to each other?
Who?
Why is everybody so mean all the time?
I'm not mean. I'm mean.
I mean, what? Well, then you just contradicted yourself. I said, why are you so mean? You said, I'm not mean.
I'm not mean.
Wait, you just interrupted
Beaver,
me.
was that mean for me today?
Rude.
I'm so titillating because I'm so excited. Then you wanted to fucking go on and talk about how you wanted to blow up this school. Then you said, hey, you know what?
All of this shit can easily be discounted and seen for what it is if people just put up the numbers.
Rooster, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
So you believe that liberals are misguided on their attempt to help America?
Yes. I think the majority are misguided, being manipulated by a very, very small group of people who know exactly what they're doing.
But you also believe that liberals are doing this on purpose because they don't care.
Yes.
And do you think that there are some people on this planet who know what they are doing, bro?
Not doing it on purpose because they don't care. They care.
They don't know.
They care about a very different result than what you... Sorry, I'm making an assumption here about what you believe.
They want the vote.
Again.
It's more than just wanting the votes. They want power.
I promise you, there is nobody on this planet who knows what he or she is doing.
And just like people were saying, when you're given too much, you have no need to want anything more. That is exactly what the liberal leadership wants. And when I say the liberal leadership, I don't mean classic liberalism in the sense of freedom of expression, freedom of association, freedom of the pursuit of happiness, agree to disagree, but liberal in the sense of the Democratic Party they want you to hand over your will. They want complete control and sublimation. They don't give a fuck about you.
Down to.
If it is They had the means, they had the willingness, but the other people also have some strength. Would you underestimate others, Robert?
There's no such thing as an individually motivated person leading a group of people. It's the motivation. The motivation is the motivation. Like, it's an attractor field that has a gravity well that pulls people of like mind and motivation into its orbit, and it just collects whatever's around it.
Hey, good morning. The problem with the Democrat
Not
Party,
whatever.
they so naive and so blindsided that recently, just last night, this report came out of California. A Chinese woman pleaded guilty. Yeah, it is.
Did you see her videos where she's doing like the kick in the air, the back kick, and she's like running down the stairs? It's just crazy. Go on.
I didn't see. I got to do some more research on her, but I was just like seeing it, and it's like the sad part that is shocking and not shocking at the same time, knowing that these Democrats are so like naive, ignorant, and just. And it just reminds me of Tim Walz. I was just talking about before that report came out. I was saying like how Tim Walz spent a lot of his time in China, and he in government. What I can see, he's like the biggest pro-Chinese person we ever chose as a vice president or running mate, whatever, right? And he spent like years in China. Tim Walz, Kamala vice president. Could you? Man, we have to really take this. It's like an electric bus that's made by BYD. The cars are not here, but he pushed to get that BYD and gave them that contract. Governor Walz. I mean, not Governor, but Newsom. Governor Newsom. So they are sellouts. Well, they might before cared a little bit, but right now they are beholden with so many different elements outside this country. They care more about non-Americans than Americans at this point, and want open borders. And I'm like, about 2 years ago, or maybe 2.5 years ago, maybe 3, I would never eat. I'm like, man, that's just conspiracy theory. People just talking shit about a Democrat, blah, blah, blah. But no, it's real. Like, it is a real serious issue. They're out here saying, I want a fucking
for a long time. I think people are just finding out now.
I think all of this bullshit about white against black and who's I think it's living its last days, to be honest. People are tired of it. They're looking around and they're looking at each other and they're thinking to themselves, I'm not against you. Like, and you're not against me. Like, we think we are, but we're both fucking losing.
Exactly. We will both lose if we are
like white. I'm sorry if this pisses people off, but white people are starting to see like
Now you are out of the race.
We're on the fucking field too. People from outside, people who come from outside of the country, they use divide and conquer tactics on us. And one of the major things they use is race. Because we do have issues and have come from a history. So, Elon, what's her name from Somalia? What's her name? Ilman Omar, right? She come from Somalia as a refugee. She comes to this country and she say, racism, oh my God, these white people, oh my God. Like, what the fuck did you know about racism in our country? Like, you never really, your parents never speak, what the fuck is going on? And then you married a white man, and they just use divide and conquer on us, man. And they just, our, indifferences, they use it against us. But when the country fails, all of us fail. We're all going to feel the hurt and pain when the country collapses. Outside of America, they don't give a fuck. Like she said before, hey, I can just go back to Somalia. I'm cool with that. And they just want to siphon our wealth, our resources, and that's it. And from what I can see, they don't have any, and they would use any tactics available to do it. Because the more divided we are, the weaker we are. Yeah, they don't give a shit. They're the biggest scammers. And not only that, has anyone thought to ask Ilhan Omar, if this country's so racist, how the fuck did it let you in the first place? It's really.
She stole a shit ton of money, organized a big web of a scheme, and married her brother, and then went into a Somali community after 100,000 people had flocked into it.
I was going to say that too, with your inbred ass marrying your brother.
As asylum seekers.
I think that the people would change their behavior when their status changes. For example, when she wanted to enter the country, she was defending that rights of that moment. But when she sees her rights against them, they won't react like human anymore. For example, if they were the people who were their own officers to accept or reject them inside the United States, they would have rejected themselves because they would have seen the other person around the table against their willingness and against their direct rights. They did not believe in the short pain and long-term gain, and that is the longest story. They need to be guided by the system. They cannot plan a system.
Does anybody think that Creed was a good band?
I mean, they were talented as musicians.
I think they good, yeah.
Yeah, I think they were grossly underrated. Now that I look back,
I won't go that far.
That's because you're getting old.
What about Nickelback?
You're not fucking American.
I'm just kidding. They don't.
I like the Cranberries.
I
Linkin Park came on in my shuffle yesterday.
In your what?
My playlist on shuffle. So I sometimes
shuffle.
Oh, I thought you said supple.
Hey, the black guy. No, what's the most?
Was this the don't turn your back on me. I won't be ignored. That one?
If y'all know me, you know my song. Fat Pimpin'.
What?
Fat Pimpin'.
Fat pimpin'?
Fat. F-A-T. Fat.
Fat pimpin'.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that one. I know
Fat,
big
he's
pimpin'.
making fun of my list.
I know big pimpin'. You confusing
Oh,
that?
same song. Sorry.
Is that literally the song you were?
Yeah, big pimpin'.
Fat pimpin'.
I call it fat pimpin'. My family knows.
That was the Notorious B.I.G. on Jay-Z.
Gangster.
You know that's a good song.
Do you guys think music is worse now than ever, or where?
I think you kind of, sort of. There's like It also, I would say, whatever one, music labels ended up dropping bands. Bands have always been notoriously hard to work with. Mainly, you have to keep them together, which is it's problem. So they more or less started marketing individuals, but I feel like there's so like I have an appreciation for musical artists from like the 90s and before. Like they used to have to record their music live. A little before the 90s, you'd have to do everything from start to do actually many takes, but they couldn't really edit shit out that easily.
Auto-tune, yeah.
But it was just that the tape recording process was like
yeah, the whole process. But I was watching some old like music groups the other day on YouTube or whatever, and it's amazing how they had to get it right the first time. There's, like I said, there's no auto-tune, no filling in, none of this other crap. So when it came down to it, they really had to have a voice, It's just really amazing to see how far everything's come in that respect. And that's why I raised the question. I'm like, are we getting like to a point where the musicians are lazy and how they go about their business? Yeah, I'm thinking the same.
No, the music.
You have K-pop nowadays. Like, what the fuck is that shit?
Bro, if it's owned by a label, it's trash. Period. The end. If it's indie music, is the only music worth giving time.
AI's Drake, and what I mean by that is, I was listening. Like Drake's got a new album coming out.
Excuse me, good morning. I just got a phone call saying that Trump had a stroke. Can someone check that, please? I just got that phone call. That Trump had a stroke, a massive stroke.
But it blocks that.
You sound like you've had a stroke.
It's not funny. It's not funny.
You wouldn't have understood that before us, I promise you.
Either slow down you and who wants you and get you a little indie promoter or booking agent, and there's money to be made. A lot of people don't know. You know, Taylor Swift is an indie artist. Like what? Yeah, she's one of the smart ones. She's killing it. She takes care of her people. She buys them boats and shit. Like, you know, it's the artists and how much they're willing to support those that support them, and then you have the assholes who don't give a shit about their crew, and it's all about me, and the overhead is killing them. And I'm curious what the future holds for the music industry. I'm glad I got out because it's very cutthroat. So that's me in a nutshell.
When you start recording, the streaming model is broken. By the way, Divine, like, what do you think of the streaming aspect? Like,
I think streaming
being undercut there too. Go ahead.
Yeah, streaming. On how they, and Anthony and I had this back and forth a while ago. You know, my numbers were off. I admitted it, but the way they count streams as to a song going gold, to me, that shit is trash. I like the days of I sold 500,000 copies of this CD. That was gold. I get it. People are like, no, but the streaming is different. But financially, what the artist gets per stream compared to go find another one. But the money was great.
What do you play?
Was the money getting better the further you were into your career? Like,
yeah, definitely got better because I started as a roadie. I was a bad boy, and I eventually worked my way up. You know, there's room for growth. I worked my way up to tour manager / production manager, and I could charge what I want. I would always aim high. I would always overcharge. And if they said, okay, we'll pay that, I'd be like, yes, got him. You know what I mean? It was like that.
And just generally, was money flowing more to your side of things as the industry got bigger?
Definitely, because I called touring final frontier. Artists, again, sales wasn't the thing that made artists, in my opinion, make a lot of money. It was hitting the road, selling out those arenas or selling out those stadiums, and touring.
And if they're like a generational voice, 40 years, like, I really think that could happen.
I agree.
And what's even better is, like, the technology is so great now that, yeah, I see some pretty, I can see a lot of, like,
what's your picture?
Rolling Loud. You white people are something else, all right?
No, you think so. I think that you are racist.
Yeah, that's wild, man. Come on stage, talk about you white people or something else. This is amazing.
Well, I just left this concert, and them niggas was throwing garbage cans and all type of stuff. What's your name? Peter, do you consider yourself white?
Person who believes.
Believes what?
No, breathe. B-R-E.
Oh, breathe.
Yes.
Okay. So you're not white.
I think that this is the same genetic around the.
And then she, you know, wants to talk about, you know, diseases that only, that only, yeah, that's all good. Yeah. So, anyway,
Okay, Patty. He wants to talk about diseases that only affect certain races. Yo, like racially obsessed. Ross, racial obsessive syndrome. Shit is out of control.
I think she was just kidding around with that concert picture.
I mean, she's a troll. She comes in here, not Patty, excuse me. If Jazzy, she comes in, she'll antagonize us to talk shit to everybody. I mean, that's being Jazzy we've known for years. That's what she does.
Yeah. But I actually think she wasn't trolling though. That's the irony of it all. Like she actually came in seriously for the first time in a long time, and like that's how it goes down. It's kind of funny. I don't know. Like I came in on that. I'm like.
Oh, you white people. And to me, she was just kidding around. Just really.
But the sickle cell part.
That serious beef. I thought she was
sickle cell
dead
part he's serious about though, right? That whole.
Me and Jazzy can go way back. I have a special nickname for her and everything.
I mean, if you trace the sickle cell trait far back enough, it's gonna lead to one child in West Africa. Literally.
Well, this disease, I think like cystic fibrosis is one that people of European descent almost exclusively get. I mean, there's weird things that, like Jews get Tay-Sachs, so do the fuck are those Cajuns. I mean, there is a genetic component that comes from certain people of certain regions.
Yeah, like sickle cell.
Yeah.
I agree with that 100%. But the term, she said only, and then she's like, a lot of diseases. Like, these are nebulous terms.
Actually, very a small fraction of diseases. And it was
There's an
also
adaptation
bad
to malaria,
habits,
that's
not
why.
only involvement. Some people have bad habits. For example, me and my other cousin have different potentials. We are from the same family, not just the same race.
Well, I love Jazzy, but I wonder about her motives most of the time. I wonder.
I could have sworn you guys were talking about the abysmal inflation numbers that came out.
Here we go.
I could have sworn. I thought that's what I heard.
Oh man.
When I could have sworn that's what you guys were talking about. But, no.
Wait, what do you got? What's the number?
No. I heard something. Inflation. This, that, jazzy. So I thought you were talking about the abysmal highest inflation in 3 years that came out. Numbers.
But hold on, how come you didn't bring up good job numbers that came out that were over?
Good job numbers is all relative. It's all relative. Let me explain why I say that. What numbers came out? Was it 114 or 140? What was it? 114?
It's 165 or 160.
No, please.
And they said 65. That's way over.
No. But it was 114 that came out, right?
No, 160 or 165.
It was higher than 114, Ben. It was higher than 114.
You know what's crazy though is you came up on stage and said the highest inflation numbers in 3 years, meaning the final year of Biden, and then you wanted to put 2 years of Trump in. And it's the way that we frame this as like, yeah, it's higher now than it is in 3 years by what, half a point or something like that.
But is this the highest?
So, but wait, hold on. But why didn't you just go, hey, in 6 years? You know why? Do you know why you didn't say that?
during the Biden years when inflation, I think, was it up to 9%, but coming down gradually, ended at 2.9%. Some of you folks on stage here were raving and ranting, "Oh, Biden is fucking up the economy. Things are so expensive. Gas prices are so expensive." However, the tables have now turned. Inflation is at 3.8%. Gas has hit the highest it's been.
Three? I mean, you just did a comparison. 9% to 3. Guys, buckle up. You guys better start hoarding eggs. You know what? Go to the farms, get chickens, you start planting cucumbers in pots, boil water and store it in jars.
And like, oh, the Iran war is the best thing that Trump is ever doing.
No one said no one ever.
He's saving America from nuclear annihilation. Oh, short-term pain for long-term gain. You know, this is all bullshit, you know.
Wait, I'm glad you said that because massive things around the world. And no, Biden wasn't solely blamed for the economy. What was actually blamed was fucking libtard policies that fucking went into a lockdown, cherry-picked which winners and losers were going to be in the pandemic, shutting down 63% of small businesses, then hiking up taxes, then telling us we're going to spend more. That pretty much is a quick summation of it, which is why you got pushback. But now you're going to try to figure out and go, hey, in 3 years, the highest inflation in 3 years. Trump's been in office too, and you're going to go back one more year just to hang on the tail of Biden. So it's kind of weird. And then you're going to go hyperbolic because it's 3%. Sit down. We'll get to you, little boy, in a little bit. We'll figure it out, and we'll move on.
3.8%. But I didn't mean to derail the conversation. I apologize.
Experts.
So what was the core inflation number, Ben? What was the core inflation number?
The what?
Core inflation.
Money for you, saying good boy. Now
it's okay. I don't want to talk about inflation. Talk about inflation. What?
No, Jazzy, what they did is they wrote an article because it went up, and so they spanned it 3 years, and they said, oh my God, it's the highest inflation. And idiots like Ben came up on stage and said, this is the highest inflation in 3 years. You guys are fucking up the economy. Yeah. But Trump's been in office 2 years, so the 1 year, so Trump kept it stable. But they don't put it and go 6 years. You can't go 4 years. You can't go 5 years because it would be too high.
But not only that, Brad, but since 2023, he wasn't president in 2023.
Yeah, I know. But Ben wanted to make a point. It's called a hit piece. It's an attempt at a puff piece for the Democrats to kind of win on midterms, and that's what Ben's doing, is regurgitating really dumb op-ed.
Answer my question. What are the 2 major things he's done in these 2 years?
Ben, he kept inflation.
Are you fucking serious?
Yes.
What do you guys drink? What kind of Kool-Aid do you guys drink?
What the fuck are you drinking? Like, is that cum so tasteful out of Joe Biden's fucking cock that you just like swallow it and you can't get enough of it?
Hold on, Brad. Let me. So what you just said was the inflation.
What did he say? I didn't hear what he said. He rants a lot. I didn't hear what he said.
Oh, wait. Rant a lot. Motherfucker, you came on stage, the highest inflation ever. You keep licking the ball sack of the Democrat Party. And you go, no, shut down. Because I would put you in the shut the fuck up section today. I don't give a shit what you said. What you said was it's the highest inflation in 3 years. Motherfucker, you don't know what the inflation numbers are. You don't know exactly what it is. You read an op-ed piece on TikTok. And then somehow or another come up on stage and think you're smart, when in reality, you're the reason, and I want to thank you for actually winning us the blue fucking wall. I mean, we're one shit. Your big woke place, England, fucking went fucking right. Went MAGA. You lost. 1,600 seats. You lost.
Can I ask a question though? My question.
Is it me or does she keep cutting in and out?
I don't know what's going on.
Okay, he's coming back here a bit.
But I mean, even still, you want to talk about the inflation, you bring on an arbitrary stat. Like, if you're going to compare inflation, well, between presidencies and try to cherry pick a section of Biden that had a relatively peaceful period, okay. Like, what are you going to do? In the last 2 years and 7 months, Trump did this, and it's a change. Okay. And it's 3 fucking %. Not 9%, not fucking closing down small businesses, not
Can
shutting
you hear
down.
me now?
Yes, now we can.
Okay, so
I had nothing to do with anything, Deeper. I'm just letting you
no,
know.
no, you didn't. It was my headphones. But quick question for Ben. No, hold on. It came down under. Hold on 1 second. 1 second. No. No, I'm not done. I'm not done talking. I wasn't finished. You motherfucker.
Who the fuck?
So long story short, I guess this is a rhetorical question because I don't want to answer. I'm trying to tell you something. If Trump got in office in 2024, right, and inflation went down, that means that he was the cause of it, no?
Okay, I like your back, you know.
No, yes or no?
But Trump got into office.
Use your intelligence. Use your mind.
Yeah, Ben, I'm asking a question.
Priority is physical safety or economical safety. Even if you are right. Even if you
Okay,
are right.
no, Peter, no, I need you to stop for a second. All right? I want you to think about what you're saying. If Trump went into office in 2024, what's wrong with that statement?
Because maybe
it don't matter why you think. I know you're done because of what you're saying factually. You can't even
because when
count.
Trump took over in 2024, inflation was down to 2.9%.
No, it wasn't.
Go check it.
It was high in 2023. Why you skipping 2023?
Yeah, it was high in 2023. What was
and
it?
who was the president? Who was the
When
president?
Who was the president in 2023?
Who was the president? Not only that, who was over the Federal Reserve? Who was the chair of the Federal Reserve in 2023? And is it the same chair in 2026? That's going to be the cause of inflation, you dumbass nigga. It don't have nothing to do with the president.
You're about to fuck up my brain for the day. But let me go back to what I was saying. When Biden left office in 2024, inflation was at 2.9%. And it is higher than 2.9%. I would think you know that, right? Now, Trump got into office January 20th, 2024, right?
Oh, would you look at that? We had the same federal...
2025. Trump got into office January 20th.
We had the same Federal Reserve chair when the inflation was really, really high.
Federal Reserve chair that Trump...
Exactly.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to tell you. We can blame the president. I'm not even going to blame Biden. It wasn't Biden's fault. The president does not control the president doesn't control the economy. He doesn't even hold the purse. Right? So all these things that you guys like to blame, I don't even like Biden. I'm not going to blame him for high inflation in 2023. I'm not.
I just want you to make a little bit of sense. You think Jerome Powell is the reason the inflation numbers are going up, and you don't think it's because
he's not the
Trump,
reason.
But no, but you just mentioned, we've had the same
consumer, I don't support companies like that. I stopped shopping at Walmart years ago, right? Walmart can afford to pay the tariffs. Trump said you can eat those tariffs for dinner. Literally, it will be nothing for Christy Walton to pay a tariff. Dead people. And dick. You don't even understand how corporations are ruining the economy. They're ruining America, but you think it's Trump. And he's trying to save your dollars and your bottom line. You don't get it.
I think that you don't understand the meaning of the money. Just because they are rich, you want to take their money. It has some kind of consequences, actions and reactions.
I don't want to take their money. I want to pay people a living wage.
Not letting me explain these actions, each one of them in economic. Billionaires. You can support the people who are.
And this is the problem. Niggas like you are the problem. Niggas like you are the problem. I don't care about Jeff Bezos, right? They pay a lot of taxes. We're not talking about that. What I'm talking about is people that work for them, getting slave labor. And if you're going to raise the cost of living, you have to raise the wages. You have to pay people a living wage. So keep the cost of living down or break.
I was saying that actions and reactions need to have some kind of similarity and meaningfulness. For example, when you are defending the capitalism and liberalism, everybody's tax is being counted like how it is and how it was, and the level of predictability comes to the measurement. For example, Federal Reserve cannot change the inflation rate.
Exactly.
Just playing
Peter, the fact that you're saying the Federal Reserve can't do that and they just tried to subpoena Jerome Powell because he did that?
No. Let's discuss that. Jerome Powell doesn't want. Let her say that again, please.
Because he's doing what he wants to do at any given time. Just like you just said he can't do it, he's doing it.
That's why they're trying.
And they're trying to hold him accountable. So, Peter, you saying that they can't do that, and that's what they've been doing.
They can do that.
You just said they can't.
They shouldn't. Based on these knowledge.
What the fuck does that have to do with the application of whatever they should or should? They're doing it. They're doing it. And you're over here telling me, oh, you want to take rich people's money. No, I don't want to take rich people's money. I want them to stop taking our money. You retard.
That's right. Story. By overtaxing them.
Bro, no, it's not diversifying, you fucking idiot.
Yo, get this nigga off my stage.
Yo, this is what I'm saying. Yo, America, everyone from other countries think that you should. Everyone from other countries think that you should pay for their lifestyle. They want you to pay for their jobs, right? Inflation is at an all-time high, and they don't give a fuck. He's trying to tell me it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's Trump's fault, but it's okay.
It's not okay, but it needs to be discussed in non-political discussions and with the experts who have...
Peter, this needs to be discussed with people that live in America, not a motherfucking immigrant. We don't need you to talk about our economy. You don't know what you're talking about. You just said the Fed chair cannot change the inflation rate at any given time. And yet...
Sorry, you can remove me too because I have never seen my mom for
y'all serious right now, Matt and Beaver?
No, I brought you up. What happened?
He dropped me.
But he said he hasn't seen his mom in 3 years. What the hell does that have to do with anything?
You would call me racist, but you called me and you want to stay on the stage.
Because I said motherfucker?
No, Peter, that's just an expression. She's not talking about
this why you can't talk American shit with non-Americans.
No, but Peter's funny. He just doesn't know that it's special.
He don't know shit. You're right.
Peter, don't take
what the fuck?
More than you.
She's not talking about your mother.
I have been qualified by Technical University of Belgium.
Yo, hey, Peter, I can't do this shit, bro. I can't stand men sometimes. Like, it's just you gotta swing your dick in my face. I know you have a dick, Peter. I see. You're a man. You don't have to swing your dick in my face, bro.
Peter.
I didn't say you can't. I said you shouldn't. We don't want to talk about our economy with you. You don't know what you're talking about. Me and
okay, well, Peter, what if she was talking about the situation in Iran and it would piss you off? Yeah, it's the same kind of thing.
If she had not bad intentions, I would discuss with everybody about Iran. If I understand that they are discussing bad intentions, I would raise that point.
But you're making points I didn't make. You're talking about taxing the rich. I never brought up taxing the rich. You brought that up. You're misrepresenting me. No, you won't let me finish. She's a fucking dickhead. I don't want to talk anymore. Fuck her. Fuck you, bitch.
You interrupted me and continued my discussion from...
Nigga, shut the fuck up. You interrupted me, you son of a fucking... Listen. Fuck you.
Fuck your mom.
Fuck your mom.
Whoa, Doctor.
See her soon. Go see your mom. But fuck her at the same time.
I came to this place with equipment of an Iranian.
I don't care what you came there with, you fucking immigrant. Hey, guess what? I didn't come nowhere, bitch. I was born here. And so was my mom, and so was her mom, and so was her mom, and so was her mom. We didn't come nowhere with shit. You fucking backpacking, fucking hummus eating, fake ass Aryan son of a fucking biscuit eating.
Mixture American, or can I be African if I move to Africa? Can I be Chinese if I move to China? Can I be Chinese if I move to China then? Can I be Chinese?
American, right? You just
no, you're not. You're not. You're legally. You're under
the same shit y'all Americans do, right?
But you're not an American though. You should know that. We should change. We should change. Here's what I believe. If I
roll with it.
Well, if you were an American, you would know that we don't drink tea in the morning. That's British crap.
Back to American speaking. This is an American on stage speaking. Am I allowed to speak?
No. So what we should think about in America, guys, is that when we think about immigration, legal immigration, illegal immigration, it doesn't matter. You know, I don't care if they're peacefully coming or non-peacefully. They're taking over my culture. I don't want that, guys. I want us as Americans to, and you know what culture? This is the disrespect. This is our culture. Our culture is Henry Ford. Our culture is Thomas Edison. Right? What is your culture? What weird, backwards African booty scratching ooga booga place did you come from?
Cry me a river.
That's what I thought.
Ignorant. Yeah, you say river. inflation, that Trump improved the inflation after he took over from Biden. That is wrong as well. Biden left Trump at an inflation rate of 2.8 or 2.9%. Now he's back up to 3.8%. However, like I said, I'm enjoying this conversation. This American here will come back after I'm done with my American call. Peace out, folks.
Okay, let me just say this. You don't have to listen, but I'm going to post it in the chat as well. And everyone, I want you to do a little study with me. Type in Google who sets the inflation rate. In the United States, the Federal Reserve sets the target for long-term inflation, aiming for a 2% annual rate of interest. Price no. You said the Federal Reserve.
No, they
is not.
So are you saying the Federal Reserve? Sorry to cut you off, but I just got to run. I have to.
Did I cut you off?
Shut the fuck up, please. Adults are talking, okay? What was I gonna say for this?
You don't have an American accent, though. That's crazy.
I don't care. I'm American.
Do you think that exists? Do you think American accent?
But what about I'm just confused. Why is Jazzy wrong? Because the Fed rate kept the rates up pretty high. We're aware that the gasoline, the current interest rate right now is actually higher. But you also came off of a record low, like a significant low. You had the dips. Then you also had I don't know. You're going to cherry pick 3 years, which I love this because you're going to do it. We don't measure anything in 3 fucking years, but you're going to do that because we could go through the Biden term. The reason you want to do that little selective analysis and try to scream about it because it went up like what 8.8 points, 18% related to gasoline and energy costs. So you're going to say, look at how bad this is, and it's like it's some hit piece, but you think people can't fucking really? You impacted fucking millions of and billions of fucking people on the planet, and then you sat there and said you told Americans, "Oh, this isn't real. You guys just don't understand economics." Well, I'm going to tell you the same thing you told the American people. You don't understand economics, and you're selectively trying to manipulate stats. Which, you know what? To be fair to your dumbasses, very easy to do. But you, on the other hand, want to select a period to go ahead. So let's take a bigger section. Under Biden versus Trump, which one has the highest overall fucking inflation rates? Dude, nothing. I'm not your dude.
My fucking god, man.
Don't, I mean, I'm telling you, I put you in the shut the fuck up section. Which one had the highest inflation
You're not a
rates?
fucking mod, so you're not gonna put me in the shut the fuck up.
Careful, I'll ask for one.
You're not a fucking.
Careful.
I know that you feel like you're all powerful when you get this.
I'm not all powerful, dude.
Yeah,
I know you. It's A,
I don't know why
Biden, or B, Trump.
He's got to run. He's got to run.
Well, now he's got to run. Now he's got to run. Now you got to run.
But I packed your ass up for your meeting.
What did you say?
What about your booty scratching African country?
Hold on.
All right, Keegan, that's enough.
2 house cleaning notes. One is Ben is our resident TDS resident, so he actually gets some space here. But I just want to be transparent. That's the only reason why Ben's still on stage.
Well, no, that's fine. I'm not packing him up too hard. I'm allowing it to be lubed before I slap it in. So, Ben, I'm still waiting for that answer.
No, I'll get it.
I know. You're pretending you have a job. Okay, so again, we all have meetings. Oh, finally.
news thing or whatever, you know.
We need him. I'm not gonna lie, we need him.
Well, because it shows the ignorance, the stupidity. That's why I have him up here. People want to know. If it was somebody else, I probably would have tossed him a long time ago. Just to let everybody know.
Well, there's better arguments to be made on why the Trump administration is doing a bad job. The arguments, though, against the economy, when we just had a global pandemic and we had the country shut down, as Viking said, which is correct, is we shut down millions and millions of small businesses around this country. That's going to have an effect on the economy, whether or not you want to see it. It's going to be long-term effects. We know that it's going to take years and years for recovery. So instead of having the argument of the economic side of their administration, I think the better argument is how has he done happened? Do you think they will happen? And what does that truly look like? Go ahead.
Can I answer this?
Keegan, as it relates to your question, I'm sorry, yeah. So, Keegan, as it relates to your question, I think that he has not done mass deportations. And I think that he's coming against like certain structural issues, and it's like the Democrat, the liberals fighting him on it. That's what's preventing it from happening en masse. But I think the immigration problem is like there's multi-issue, areas you can focus on, multiple issues you can focus on, and one of those issues is how many people are actually coming into the country. And I think he's done a stellar job as it relates to that. I think people have fallen back from even attempting to come into the country. So how do you feel about legal immigration? Do you think it's necessary? Do you think that it's integral into having America maintain its dominance in the world, or do you think we don't really need it?
Well, I'm not going to say do away with all legal immigration. I mean, that's even the most strictest countries, like Japan, still allows a form of legal immigration. So I'm not against fully legal immigration, but I am against this idea that just because you're a legal citizen does not mean that you came here ethically, does not mean you've not manipulated the system. A lot of these H-1Bs applicants, fake shell companies to then get green card, to then go through the immigration process. So we have a system that has rewarded people who are manipulating our immigration system. That's our fault. I want to make so I'm against this idea that all this legal immigration is a good thing. That we just want legal. No, we want reformed immigration in this country. We want people to stop exploiting our systems, exploiting our government welfare systems that we've put in place for American people who have been here for generations, who have gone through actual hardships, served in our country's military, who have died on the fronts, who have gone through all sorts of financial struggle, from literally their family going from the Great Depression to the recession in 2008 to the COVID. I mean, truly, people have gone through actual financial burden that we want to help now. I'm fine with forms of socialism, forms of like government assistance, but for American people, not these immigrants who come in here legally and then just are able to utilize our systems to their benefit. So
yeah, I was gonna tell you, in Black Americans, not me, but they were asking for reparations and shit. I think white people should have given it to them.
Man, shut the hell up about that.
Well, I'm just saying, now you've got non-Americans getting that money and they're not benefiting you guys. At least we would have benefited
not a race thing.
It's
I'm
not.
Irish.
I made it
Yeah.
one, though. I made it one.
I got the right with 40 acres and a mule.
Joby, get the stick out your ass.
So
I don't
Keegan,
have a stick up my ass. Maybe you do.
if we were like, all right, I think that to limit immigration, it would like hamper us. It wouldn't help us. I think that can we improve our system? Absolutely. There's no question about that. You raised some valid points. But, like, if you is in dire straits, just one person, and arguably he came here illegally. Arguably, he definitely didn't come and under the guise like he did what you said it was the wrong thing to do, but it's like without this dude we're literally nowhere. Just one person. You look at a dude like Jeff Bezos. Jeff Bezos's mother was a teen mom. She was literally a teen mom. The man that married Jeff Bezos's mother and raised Jeff Bezos, that dude was an immigrant, right? Like, I'm talking about some of the most consequential people in the history of the world. Like, no less than an Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos. Like, the immigration was integral in take away, like Elon Musk's contribution, you take away, Bezos's contributions, and we're looking at literally a very extremely different America. Sergey Brin and with the other cat from Google, we can just go on and on and on.
But Anthony, and I agree with your idea that there are immigrants who have shaped our country. I mean, look at freaking Alexander Hamilton, right? I mean, he wrote half of the Federalist Papers. I understand that these are immigrants, right? I understand that without forms of immigration, but also these are the exceptions to the rule, right? Elon Musk's father, his mother was a model, his father was an engineer. Right? His father was like a venture capitalist in South Africa. He would have been in America anyways, right? And Jeff Bezos was, he's an American. He's a like, I'm fine if you're from India, but your parents are India and you want to come to the United States, I'm good with that family. That family is going to benefit America. But this idea that then we also need to take the other 30,000 Indians or 100,000 or 200,000 Indians, or we need to take the 100,000 Mexicans as well, no, I say no to that, because their benefits, the benefit of these neo-capitalists who say we would rather pay cheap labor here in America than the American civilian. We would rather pay cheap labor, exploit individuals who are willing to live in the slums of America because the slums of America is better than their best in their country. And I say no, because that is not a benefit to Americans at all. We are, like, there was just a story that was just done of this card. And I'll tell you why that's weird to begin with on a welfare card, but then they end up arresting him because he's an illegal immigrant. He runs away and he cries, and oh my gosh. But you realize, and someone who's a 911 operator talked about it, they go, actually, welfare checks are being used by illegal immigrants to just make sure their kids are okay when they're with them, when they're sick. Because they know that then they can get, because they don't have health insurance, then they can get a free ambulance ride and go into the ER. So they use welfare checks. Think about this. They use our police to escort them to hospitals when their children are sick. And it's all paid for by us, the taxpayer. So, like, these individuals are exploiting us. Even if they're legal, they like to exploit our systems. They don't get health insurance because they don't have good jobs. They're getting paid crap and no money at all. They're working our farms, and I get it. Like I feel bad for the farmers who the issues. And I'm not saying I know all. I'm not saying I know all the solutions, but I do not like what we're doing right now.
So, Keegan, there's overlap in your ideas and my ideas. There's stuff that you said that I agree with, and then I just within the conservative circles, there are people that believe that the United States doesn't need immigrants. There are people that have pushed that belief system. There's a rift within, you can argue MAGA in general, and MAGA specifically and conservatives in general, about whether or not the United States needs immigrants. I was wondering what side you came down on. I wasn't sure based on certain comments you made. Now you've made it clear that you have no problem with high quality immigrants coming to the country, and that's cool. So we really don't disagree, but when that's one of the secret superpowers of the United States. If you look at the countries with the highest outflow of wealthy individuals, number one would be, UK, and number two would be China. When you look at the destination for those people, number one would be Dubai, and number two would be the United States. So, we do benefit greatly when we get those wealthy individuals that love that American lifestyle and love the freedoms of America. It bodes well for us when they bring their riches to this country, and it helps in a ton of different ways. And when you look at our top, you can see the impact that
doing it. It's always going to be somebody to corrupt something good. And I think that's what's going on here, right? Like, you had high quality immigrants coming, and then they started letting refugees come, right? People with no quality just escaping oppression or whatever. And that's not always good, right? But it's like a humanitarian effort. I don't know, man. It's a double-edged sword. I don't like immigration. I don't like talking about it, rather. I think people should just apply to come here the right way, just like they require Americans to do when we move to other countries, because they really do. We have to, I don't know if you guys watch 90 Day Fiancé, you can't stay in that country more than 90 days, or else they're going to deport your ass, right? So I just think it should be a process that people have to follow, and a vetting process too, and we'll be better off.
low quality immigration. The stuff that Keegan was railing against, I have no problem with it. And definitely, you should not be allowed to come into this country illegally. And we need to reform our system. Our system it doesn't work. The current system is overwhelmed. Number one. Number two, it incentivizes people coming here illegally. If they know for a fact that there's a very good chance that they could remain here for years and years and years, there's a lot of people that's going to take that chance. If there was consequences, immediate consequences, then maybe they would be less likely to come. And when we look at what happened under the Biden administration, that was just a travesty. Obama had the common sense, immigration. But that clearly wasn't what was going on, and there are forces that wanted to overwhelm this country with illegal immigration, and then the benefits that were paid out, it was just crazy. Like it made no sense. The resources that were just used on those people, it just made absolutely no sense. And then now we have these people, these organized protesters that are going against ICE, that are trying to do their jobs, hate America, looking for ways to destabilize America. That's all this bullshit is about. You got a bunch of Marxists trying to fuck up America from within. America's too strong to be attacked militarily, so they came up with the bright idea of destroying America. Which talk, Bruce?
The race war stuff.
I don't like any race war talk. Like I'm not aware of a race war talk.
Well, you know what I mean. The pitting against each other of the races happened right after Occupy Wall Street. White liberals wanted an answer for why their mortgages were going under, and that was the answer.
So
it wasn't that Wall Street is responsible. Wall Street then employed the media to do their bidding and deflect blame.
From my perspective, a lot of the racial stuff, it happened after Obama. It was an unintended rebound effect. Of Obama. The idea of Obama was so much better than the actuality of Obama. Like, that's where, like, I would trace a lot of the racial issues to was the Obama administration. That's where, I would trace it back to, that's where a lot of this nonsense started. You mean to be off mic? Do you want to say something?
No, I don't. Sorry, I'm reading something in relation to what you're saying.
Bree, what's up, champ? How you doing, man? I hope all is well. Good to see you.
Andy, I like how you put that. The Obama, the campaigning Obama was great, and how he went about, obviously winning the election, what have you. Because he did all the right things. He did a great campaign, probably one of the best in history. And then, of course, him himself was obviously charismatic and obviously, as we know, a great orator, and could really fire up base for his group. But then when it came to showtime and actually producing, in my opinion, I think like yours too, he ended up just being a big flop. Is that kind of like you're in the same sentiment? Yeah, okay. So it's unfortunate because there was a lot of potential. I thought there was a lot of potential, but when things went sour, I guess he kind of did go racial and. I'm with you on that.
Yeah, man, 1,000%, bro. And it's so unfortunate. Like as a human being, I do find a reason to empathize with him. But I think that I thought he was smarter than that. Because the way he campaigned and everything he said was so spot on, and then to come into to actually get into office and then to racialize everything. You know, like it was so bad, man. And I understand, and I see it happen. I see it. I've seen it happen in other situations, but the blackity black mindset, it's infectious, man, and it's problematic. And this, you know, like you have people. Well, you know, race should not be a factor in lawmaking. It shouldn't be a detriment. You shouldn't make laws that go against people on the basis of race. You shouldn't also make laws that are perceived to be beneficial to people based on the idea of race. You know, like you have people that are perfectly fine. Hell yeah, I agree 1,000%. There shouldn't be laws that are detrimental to people on race. That's abhorrent. That's evil. That's terrible. But then when you flip it, you say there shouldn't be laws that are beneficial to people based on race. Then they have a problem with that. Then they think that's a bad idea. That's terrible. That's wrong. There definitely needs to be laws that are beneficial. That's bullshit. And it goes against the ideals of this country. And, you know, like, Supreme Court justice in history, and then lionizing an idiot like Ketanji Brown Jackson. That shit, it's like, it's so bad. It's so terrible. She is demonstratively stupid. She, you know, but people will sit down and pedestalize this chick. Put her up. You know, like, there's so much wrong with the world right now. You know, we're in the upside down.
Yeah, I just wanted to add to your point, Anthony. I agree with it in the sense that you said the race stuff was kind of a rebound effect from Obama. But I think it's a little bit of a mistake to characterize it as a rebound, simply because a rebound implies so you understand that this was a preconceived notion to start infighting amongst racial groups to, you know, stoke flames and cause, you know, a reaction that would favor them.
Anthony, may I ask you a question, please, sir? I don't remember. I'm really bad with names. I know it was like 2013 when President Obama, like the Spiegel Act or something like that, but it was allowing where like news agencies were allowed to like spin narratives where they could kind of change the truth to make it seem what they want. You know, and then we started like around 2013 getting like all this different version of media because everything was spun with a narrative. Do you think that had anything to do with like the racial divide that you're talking about?
If I had a son, he would look like Trayvon. When, like, that Harvard professor that was detained by the police because somebody called and said that he was breaking into his house, like, you know, Harry Lewis Gates, whatever. The way Obama handled that stuff, like, see, here's the thing with Obama. You know, he went into office with so much promise. What ended up was Obama was a disappointment to black people. Obama was also a disappointment to white people. There were people that felt that, black people that felt that Obama should have done more for black people. They legitimately feel that way. and it's embarrassing and it's dumb, but there are a lot of them. And then he was asked, if you lost this election would it be because of your race? Obama's response was, no, it would be because I failed to convey, a series of ideas that gave the people enough hope and inspired them to vote for me. He immediately eviscerated the idea that it was about race. And then he went into office and, became a blackity black. He had, Al Sharpton at the White House and, all of this nonsense. And I'm sure he got influenced by people around him. If we didn't need to racialize shit. If he had called up, Skip Gates and said, yo, listen, bro, I understand that you felt insulted that this guy is asking you for identification to, the best thing to do would be to respect law enforcement and provide him with the badge, not get detained, not get handcuffed because you're obstinate and refusing. That doesn't make any sense. If I'm talking to a young black man, if I'm talking to a young white man, guess what? I'm giving them the same exact advice. I'm going to tell them to be cooperative with law enforcement. I'm going to tell them to be respectful. I'm going to tell them to effectively communicate. This is what I'm going to tell them. It doesn't matter their race. I'm not going to tell a young black kid that you have to be twice as good, because that is infecting them with a sense of inferiority at the gate. I am going to give a young black person and a young white person the same. Is the world necessarily race neutral? Does racism exist in 2026? It sure the fuck does. But who gives a fuck? There are variables I can control, and there's variables I can't control. So I'm going to focus my attention on the variables I can control. All that other shit is fucking noise to me. And we got people that, they're race hustlers. And it's really unfortunate because in the so-called community, they have bought into a lot of the racial hustle. So that's where I'm at with it.
I agree. Thank you, sir. Yeah, and I voted for Obama while I was in Iraq with an absentee ballot in 08. I had.
Nathan, I'm inviting you up. It's a small, quiet stage. I would love for you to tell me, thank you for coming up, Nathan. I respect it. Respect you. Thank you for coming up. Is there something that I said that you disagree with? Let's talk about it.
I heard a little bit what you said. I had to take off my earpiece for a second, but yeah, man, I think you said some great things, but it's. I was talking to my white coworkers at the time and things like that, but Barack Obama was a letdown. I mean, I literally had white people that I was talking to, say, hey, we elected him. He was supposed to bring people together, help out the black community, make it better. And, I think the greatest lesson to it is that be careful who you vote for and their background. And just because they're just a black-skinned person doesn't mean they have the history or the understanding. I'm not knocking them as like they're just an evil person. No, they just don't understand, the history like me, like my father, my grandfather, my grandmother, my great-grandmother, my great-great-grandmother, going way back, centuries back in this country, fighting in World War II, Vietnam, all these type of events, the Great Depression, Ronald Reagan situation, like all this type of things that history now, lineage and stuff like that, it matters. More than I'm learning more about it, he wasn't, I'm not saying Hawaii is not the America, but it's far from the mainland. Just like when I go to Puerto Rico, I'm far from the mainland. It's not, to be honest, it's not the same experience living in the mainland, to be honest with you. So, and then he went to Indonesia.
I don't want to interrupt you, Nathan. The only reason, like, I want to kind of like have a dialogue. So I don't want, like, at points I might just, want to, like address something you're saying in that moment. So there's an idea that you're pushing right now that I understand why you're pushing it, but I fundamentally disagree with it. I feel like if you had somebody that came from outer space, they're a human being, they're black, and they came from outer space, and they had no point of reference for anything. And, you just explain to them the rules of engagement in America without knowing any of the history. Knowledge of this history, the lineage, what black people have gone through in this country. I don't feel that it's necessary for anything. I'm not against people learning their history. Learn what you want to learn. Focus on what you want to focus on. God bless you. But I'm trying to see where it's like, it's integral. Like, the ideals of this country are based on it being a colorblind society. Everyone has an opportunity. We're human beings, we're fallible, we have, preconceived notions, we have prejudices, but that's the nature of life. But if I have a company and I'm like, I'm not gonna, cater to black consumers, then that's my loss. It's not their loss. There's other. Because of my black skin, I go to a different bank and get what I need to get. And the bank that mistreated me is going to lose out on my business. And that's how they suffer. Like, I'm just trying to.
You had me, something else that came to my mind. Something you talk about family, right? Remember, Barack Obama didn't come from a two-parent household. He came from a single mom household, so that's that. Different, Donald Trump, Donald Trump is a first-generation American, but he's a lot older. But didn't he he was raised by his father and mother, right? I believe so. Yeah, so that's a distinction. So it's things to, what I'm saying is things to learn from it. Well, what we can see from Barack Obama, he came from his father, African father left, and they broke up. He went back down. She passed away later. So there's things to learn from it, was what I'm saying. I'm not saying that everybody's going to be like Barack Obama, but Donald Trump, he came here based on what you're saying, like his father started a company, very successful. He saw the success from it. He was raised in New York City. You know what I'm saying? That's a big part in the homeland. Like, New York City is a wonderful place. You got a lot of diversity, the Statue of Liberty. I mean, I can go on and on and on about it, how important New York City is. From his time period growing up there, played a big part. But, I think that we just have to learn from these situations. In the next president, I hope that we just, we vote for that president and push for that president for the right reasons, not because some, non-policy type person who just talking about we can't do it without any type of real policies backing that shit up. Like, what are we talking about? And that's a letdown. I mean, he let. You go ahead.
No, so Nathan, what I was going to say is this, right? You like between black people, you have like a diversity of opinion. You have black immigrants that come from different countries, and if we're going to have a candid conversation in this, mixed race environment, we're having a candid conversation. You'll have black immigrants that are critical of black African Americans. They'll say stuff like, black African Americans are lazy. You've heard immigrants say stuff like that. Am I misspeaking, Nathan? Have you ever heard that?
Yeah, I hear it a lot.
You hear it a lot? Okay, cool. That black Americans, they don't want to try to achieve. This is what some black immigrants are saying. And they're saying, that they can come to this country with nothing and they can build, something rather quickly. They'll be able to exploit opportunities they could never exploit in their home country because they're willing to work hard and achieve stuff. And then you'll have, obviously black Americans who will say stuff like, well, you don't know our history. You don't know what we've been through in this country. So is there any truth to the idea that the legacy, the knowledge of that history could be a detriment, could hurt them in terms of the effort to that, or is that like completely, bullshit?
Well, it is truth to it. It's truth to it in mostly every country. It's a group, it's a certain percentage of people, no matter where you come from, because it's I call it the 10 to 20% rule. In every country, there are going to be 10 to 20% of fuck-offs. That can be lazy, dumbasses, just a waste of space type of people. And the reality is this: these people, where they come from, they say the same thing in their home country before they got here. They were saying, oh, these people up over here, you're lazy. Not all of them, but the percentage of it's true. It's lazy Latin people. It's lazy people from Mexico, Peru. The same percentage of lazy people here. You got the same, and so that's worldwide. But the difference is this. How ignorant of you to say that. It's not benefiting you to say these type of things and push that agenda, because you're a minority of a minority coming into the country. And the only reason I'm saying that, because I migrated to a new country, Mexico, right? I go back and forth. It's some of the things I would never say, even though I might see, let's say 35% are lazy people in Mexico, right? Higher percentage than here. It's not my place to make those type of comments out loud. And like my personal opinions about it, keep it to myself, or maybe try to help progress on it. But I don't think I'm seeing not all immigrants say these type of things, right? When you talk about the black immigrants, right? I don't know what's wrong with them. It's really strange. Japanese immigrants. You know what I'm saying? And only I see a high number of ignorance coming from the black diaspora saying these type of things, because other immigrants are trying to coexist, be friendly to a certain degree, work together, right? But
that's not true.
That part, yeah. But it's like I don't get it. I think that the black diaspora has some unique issues going on in those countries, and that's the Caribbean, the continent of Africa, are really there's a lot of issues. Extreme tribalism, more so in the continent of Africa, the black countries, is really the tribalism is on a high Richter scale. For Caribbeans are kind of okay to a certain degrees, but I can. Have a scar underneath his eye on his cheek, a big scar. I'm like, where did that come from? His father got a hot iron, whatever he did, and burnt his face because he was a part of the tribe. I'm like, why did he do that? So we could identify who's part of the tribe if he was not. It's the old black people there in Cameroon. So, and that's the thing about it. They want to, that tribalism shit. And they come here to Black America, they bring that same tribalism with them. They have to tear down somebody, But when you look at the numbers, how, like, my family are successful. I'm successful in my own business. I'm doing somewhat good, and a lot of my classmates that I look at are doing good. Maybe 10% or 15% are not. Like I said, that happens in a lot of societies.
Problem that we run into, right, is you'll have people talk about, let's say, for example, the Jewish community. Why can't the so-called black community be more like the Jewish community? Why can't we, like, set up businesses and work together and, make shit better? Why is that? And, I think that the fundamental issue is that the blackness, it's not strong enough. That's the issue. Because if we go to all black, vast majority black countries, what you see a lot of the time is tribalism. It's tribalism. The tie that binds is not strong enough. When I went to, get my wife an engagement ring, I was living in New York, and I went to the Diamond District. Even though it's called the Diamond, they took me from spot to spot. They were just handing diamonds over to each other like it was water, like it was nothing. Just giving them. There was like no ideal tracking or anything like that. It was like complete and total trust. Complete and total trust. Now, like, in the Jewish community, you are honor bound if a Jewish person shows up on your doorstep to give them shelter. That's part of their culture. Now, like, in the so-called black community, could we have the 47th Street? Could we have the Diamond District? Fuck no, because the tie that binds isn't strong enough. It's not strong enough. It's just not gonna work. So, like, this, it's like, on one hand, it doesn't matter what Trump does. It's still gonna be spun back to him being anti-black. And then, there's people that are going to use the C word, and they're going to call your uncle this and uncle that, and they're going to disparage someone. They're going to, like a Clarence Thomas, they're going to disparage him because he thinks like Frederick Douglass. If you want to go back to our history, he has more in common with the dude like a Frederick Douglass than, arguably, like, whoever.
But here, it's like at this, and in the next voice they'll say that black people are not a monolith. Oh, black people don't all think alike. This is, the problem that I see in the so-called community name. Spinning it back to the topic of the room, politics, I think it's just going to hurt the so-called community. It's going to just be super detrimental long-term to the so-called community.
Well, a long time ago, my great grandfather was this. I think it was closer to the Great Depression, somewhere around there. The men used to get their paychecks and go to my great grandfather and give them their rent money, mortgage money, so they won't spend it on the weekend when they party, doing whatever they do. So, you know what I mean? He wasn't even a bank. So the trust was there, and the history of the black community is conservative. A lot of black Americans at the core have like strong conservative family values in our culture. And in the church, not just black skin, but the culture of people who would call me or call names, stuff like that, are pretty much like first generation black Americans, because they see Trump is a problem with them because of the border, the immigration process, that he's like pro ICE and things like that. But everybody in my family, I can really, I'm thinking about it now, you actually talk to them about it, even my mom. They never had an issue with immigration enforcement. When I asked them, like, hey, what was going on back then? Well, in the warehouse, they got rounded them up and sent them back home. This is way back when, So, we see, we're pro the country. We don't have another country to go back to, and we want opportunities and our resources to be for us mainly, and we don't want to see it taken advantage of. Period. You know what I'm saying? You can't really compare Black American community to the Jewish community. Everybody has their own unique path. A lot of Jewish people back in World War II was impacted by that, and they have a unique viewpoint. They were almost eradicated. Millions of them died. So, and real fast, so they probably look at each other as like almost going extinct. Like, hey, we almost was up out of here. We need to take this culture and our religion more seriously, come together more. We learned the lessons, and that's why we have them now. Doing great, doing good. But the Black Americans, we have to give them credit. We can talk about it, and we can list all the negative things, and we can list all the positive things. Black Americans have. What are the positive things? I'm shaping this country to make it a better place. Even back when the Civil War happened, there was black men and women who stood up and became ready to say, "Hey, we're here." All these things in our culture, even though Black Americans went through hell, we helped give the country a sense of humility, passion, equality, and justice that we have right now. even with my people who served in war, black men who served in World War I, World War II, that not only helped Black Americans, but helped America live up to its real intent, you know, and progress in this country. Even when the Civil Rights Movement happened, you know, when we talk about Michael Jackson, right? The black and white song, I mean, shit was kind of like hot. Everybody in the world wants to come through. And I'm not just saying Black Americans didn't do it alone. There is white males sacrifice their lives, right, for Black people, but for equality and justice. So everybody played a part into what it is right now. It started off horrific, you know, and it came, you know, through century after century, decade after decade, and now we're here right now. And we just have to keep progressing. They're great Black Americans. I meet them each and every day. You know, I think that Black Americans have tripped up. The drug epidemic, we fail, we get back up. And now, I just have high hopes right now for America. As long as we protect ourselves from, you know, the negative outside evil forces outside of this country and focus on, you know, keep the progress going, you know, because that's what we need to do. We sent somebody to the moon. Trump get a lot of hate, but man, come on, man. Like, I think his first administration, he pushed it and signed some things to go take us back to the moon. He released the UFP files. A lot of great things are happening. I just hope that America just stays focused and choose the next candidate, focus on Americans and protecting it and really value what Anthony was talking about. That you can come here, you can become successful. You know, as long as you ain't doing crazy shit, you're going to make it and work hard.
Do you want to add? Good. So it's quite interesting, Nathan, that we talk more about ethnicity than America itself. There's a lot of opportunity in America. It actually stands on every street corner. Has provided all of the citizens. Unfortunately, there's a big divide. The divide is self-inflicted. It is unfortunate. One party has decided that they're going to be, quote unquote, the savior of ethnically Black Americans, but they have actually destroyed them, and no one calls them out on it. Okay, the race hustlers that's been around for years and years and years. And when you say conservatism, we're way far away from the nuclear family. Where's our nuclear family? You know, we don't take care of the children, the music that we put out. You know, they say, well, the Jewish people own the music world. No, you don't have to produce it. You don't have to be involved. No, but that's how we make money. Yeah, but you're destroying the community. We had a big room the other day just talking about the side chicks and all the tricks out here and people breaking up their families. Real conservative, what I call real conservative. But if we out here wilding out, and do we call it a community? I just don't see that. And for other people to come to America from other countries, we're supposed to assimilate, is what they say, right? People come here, they're supposed to become an American. The American ideal is not about ethnicity. It's about responsibility. That's why I always say we hold these truths to be self-evident. Most people don't want to do that. Like I tell my son and daughter, my daughter's an attorney, less than 1 million attorneys in the whole United States. My son a mechanical engineer. I told them when they were younger, you can be whatever you want in this life. It never let anybody tell you that. You know why? Because we are American. Why? We didn't choose to be born in America. It was bestowed upon us. I didn't choose to be born in Maryland, but it was bestowed upon us. I'm grateful every single day that I'm responsible for the outcome of his life. And for someone to talk about the White House, I land on this. What happens in my house is much more important than what happens in the White House. Yes, it's important in the White House. But at the end of the day, I got to make sure that my house is in order. So, thanks for letting me share the mic. Again, it's a privilege. It's not a right.
Edward.
At the today.
Edward, you've never had to play the race card ever in your entire life?
Absolutely.
I mean, I got played. I got beat up too. How are you?
Nah, I can't do that, man. I'm sorry. Hey, Beaver, if I did that, you know what? Then we become just like the other people that's always calling us out, right? Telling us, well, you know, listen, you know that the white man's gonna help you no matter what. Nah, man, come on.
Well, I mean, if you were screwed over in a situation, and that was the only remedy, I mean, I would do it.
So what do you think playing the black card looks like? Just give me an example of what you say. I have ideas. I definitely, think that there's people that do what contribute to playing the black card. But I want to know what you think.
Okay, so like if you're in some, say you bought something at the store and it didn't include everything, and you go back to the guy that sold it to you and you complain, and he says, no, it had everything. I made sure it had everything. And he's lying up for his ass. And you've tried to plead with him and use reason and explain, and you have your receipt. You're like, I want a refund. And he won't give it to you. So then you go above his head, and then that guy won't help you. And then so you're out of he did this because I'm black or something. Or that's probably a poor example, but there's ways where if you have no other recourse, that you were done wrong, but playing the race card would get you the right result in the end to make you whole. Like, I would do it.
All right, so it was an interesting example you gave. But, like the example I would give is, let's say that you are demonstratively a shitty employee. Your race has nothing to do with you being a shitty employee, but you're demonstratively a shitty employee. And then you get fired. And then you turn around and sue the company because you say the reason you were fired is because you're black. That, to me, would be an example of playing, the quote-unquote black card. Now, me personally, would I do that? I'm not going to say definitively that I would never do that, but I'm saying I would hope that I wouldn't do it.
I'm talking about a situation where you were completely 100% in the right, not when you were in the wrong. But then you were about to be totally screwed over, and you had no recourse. The only thing you would just have to walk away, take the loss, and move on in life. Or you could play the race card to make yourself whole again.
I try personally in my personal day-to-day life. I try to stay away from the whole, race issue or using a race card, good, bad, or indifferent. I personally try to stay away, but at the same time, I'm human, I'm fallible, and there's been times that I thought that race play. Side by side, one has 8 bedrooms and the other one has 4 bedrooms. So they got appraised. I was doing a refinance on both of the properties simultaneously, and they got appraised by 2 different appraisers on the same day. The property with 4 bedrooms appraised for
significantly more than the property with 8 bedrooms. That made absolutely no sense to me, and I really thought it was racially motivated. So I ended up, and this is not typical, it shouldn't have happened, but I ended up talking to the appraiser, and we spoke for over an hour. And I was surprised he even entertained the conversation at all, much less how long he spoke for. And we went back and forth, and we went into the numbers. And I disagreed with his conclusion, but at the end of the day, I walked away feeling like that had nothing to do with race. But in my initial knee-jerk reaction was this was somehow racially motivated.
I have a very controversial position. I have a lot of controversial positions, but I promise you, they're all they're all based in principle. I don't know how frequently you guys hang out in libertarian circles. When I left republicanism and conservatism, I went libertarianism was what really appealed to me. And so I started to move towards libertarianism. Along my time as a libertarian, I liked that more because there was more consistency in positions. But that also created awkward, which would federal legislation. One of them is the Civil Rights Act. And for the time, I would agree that things were needed. But I think the Civil Rights Act is very unconstitutional and trash. And we have to get back. We have to fix that. But we can't. The reason that was passed was because of the bullshit that the government involved itself in to begin with the systemic oppression. And one of those things is freedom of association. And unfortunately, because the government had to fix the trash that it started, it violated property rights and freedom of association with the Civil Rights Act. Are forced to serve, hire, associate, contract with people against their will. And I think that that's something that has really hurt us as a nation, because people feel that they're entitled to jobs, that they're entitled to be served, to be hired, to be dealt with, to have contracts with. And that's just not the case. You're not entitled to shit. When it comes to the government, the reason that was proper for the time was because the government had already placed its hand in that force. And obviously, that has to be corrected. But the people should be able to have gone through the cycles that they needed to in order to come out the other side. And now I'm afraid, we're going to have where people feel, regardless of who they are, regardless of race, that they're entitled to get a job, that they're entitled to, it's ridiculous. It's absolutely insane. And, yeah.
I'm sorry.
No, that's it. And I think that's a big problem.
So Bima, I think that was one of the most important submissions I've ever heard on Clubhouse. I think that the depth and breadth of that submission is like, so that we just move it away momentarily
from race. I want to give a concrete example of what you're saying, and it's super interesting. You know, there was the court case where the gay couple wanted a bakery to make them a cake, and a gay couple. This is it comes to, you know, like it goes to the heart of what she was saying with the Civil Rights Act and, you know, blah 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 blah, and entitlements, and it goes to the heart of the issue.
Well, the question, the real question is, if she or he or you would go back in that time period, which Jim Crow was, those impacts were not just contained in the South, because people from the South moved to the North too, these same ideologies and practices, some of them. What would be the impacts of a group of people, and what would be the true solutions to fix those type of negative impacts that cause on that group? I mean, that's the question that I'm not hearing. What would be?
That's a really good question. It's a really good question. Have to come to an end. And that's what I think happened, Nathan. I think that, like, the government, you know, came up with an imperfect solution to fix a self-created problem, if that conceptually makes sense.
It actually makes sense, but when America, look, Anthony, if I'm driving my car, right? I drop some Kool-Aid or some hot coffee in my lap, and I run your ass over, you know. And now you're paralyzed and shit, you know. What's the American thing to do? Well, my insurance, or me included, you would sue me, right? Maybe I will pay you and write you a big ass check, or a check for your damages, and you be and that's it. I don't have to change any laws. That's how we deal with shit. I mean, the situation, when I'm hearing, I think it had negative side effects to what you're saying, but these little civil rights laws and stuff like that. And we, you know, equality, they should have. Universities and jobs and things like that. No, I mean, they said, you know what, we fucked up. Here's a check. Have a nice day. You know, maybe that should have been a solution for it. You know, write the check and move on from it. You know, I don't know.
Yeah, and I
should have. That is the biggest story. Should have, could have.
Well, I'd like to. I hope that in the future, you know, we're gonna have to move that way, because we have to get back to understanding that our nation wasn't created to solve the problem like the government. That's it. The government isn't to solve the problems. We're supposed to solve the problems. We're supposed to work through that as a people. Those things should have all been done on the private level, right? Not, obviously, all the laws that were passed to be undone. And I also believe that reparations absolutely had to and still has to happen. I 110% support that. Because a lot of that is, objective that we can look through. New Deal, we can look at that. There should be a New Deal for Black Americans. I'm just going to say it. There was one for white Americans. It's what created the middle class, the modern day middle class, and Black Americans were completely left out of that. That needs to happen. I'm not going to feel happy and satisfied until that happens. But also, what also needs to happen is the trash that created the idea that we shouldn't handle bad ideas on the private level. All of the other stuff, right? The private times, there's going to be a whole bunch of stuff, but that needs to be handled by the private markets, by boycotts, by social pressure, by voluntary action. And we're getting there, that we can see that now. We call it cancel culture, right? That's what cancel culture, that's what needed to happen. Because now we have people walking around. We have, no offense if you're liberal and you're left, but it's just the case. A lot of lefties, a lot of liberals, Democrats feel this entitlement that they should have this job. And I mean, I'm always shocked to what do you mean? The person woke up, spent their heartbeats building something and creating something, and they want to figure it. They want to create a particular, And do you know what's interesting? I felt this. I've always felt this. I remember, I was in college, and I had gone there, had two girlfriends, and they said that they needed a bunch of people. So we were all excited that we were going to be able to get a job together. And we get there, and they had all this full lineup of all these girls, and they all had a very particular look about them. Okay, and me and my girlfriends are looking at each other, and they're like, well, this probably, what should we even try? Yeah, let's try. So some of us got the job. Out of three of us, one of us got the job, two of us didn't. And I was not one of them who got the job, and I didn't complain. I was like, I understand what they're looking for. It was basically like it was like a Hooters, but it wasn't a Hooters. But they were looking for a very specific blonde hair. It was blonde hair, small waist, big boobs. That's what they. I wasn't mad about it. I was like, that's fine. You know what I mean? And but that's just the way it is. Times where we go to clubs in the city, and they'll turn people away. Oh, sorry, you're whatever. You don't meet the criteria, whether it's the way that you look, whether it's what you're wearing. Goodbye, and then that's it. Am I mad at it? No, that's what they want. That's fine. Guess what? You just got checked off on my list, either for me to attend, or to bring people to, if that's what I'm looking for, or this is exactly where I'm going to avoid when I want to do something else, right? And it's just the way that it is. And I know that's like the discrimination thing, that's a huge thing. But also, I mean, even if you're employing people or whatever it might be, the cake example is a perfect place where the Christian bakery didn't want to serve, a cake to a gay couple. And I mean, that's fine. I think that's perfect. That's perfectly fine. That business would have taken the route. That's only going to work for a little while, right? I'm not worried about them. But yeah, I'd like to get back to that, and I think that one of the biggest problems in this country right now is entitlement, believing that you have some special right to be hired, you have some special right to be contracted with, you have some special right for all of this trash, and it's leaching into the societal, more like the societal consciousness. I don't know how to explain it.
What happened with that case? You may have already said I was doing something, but did the Supreme Court rule on this when that bakery didn't want to serve the gay couple or make the cake? Like, how was that ruling, and why was it determined?
You have the right to refuse service if you own a private business.
But even if it's a protected group,
you have a right.
You have churches that literally will not let you be buried on their holy.
There's protected classes, though. Like, you can't not serve black people.
But if it is revealed later that you were refusing false, then your crime is towards
sexual identity not part of that.
You can't refuse service based on like what she's even said, right?
If it's my business, I have the right to refuse service. No shirt, no shoes, no service. If you act out of pocket or you make me feel weird, get out.
But it can't be proven otherwise.
Yeah, but that's not what we're talking about.
But you can't do that. Say, I have no black people.
That's literally where the conversation with Anthony started. Was like, with the bakery and the ability to deny service.
And I'm showing that the Civil Rights Act eliminated our ability to free associate because we can't discriminate.
Yeah, if it's a government entity, you can't tell me I'm a private business.
Public,
force me to serve you.
Private.
Now who's expecting to be served?
Private businesses, Doc. It's private businesses.
Doc, you're wrong.
No, private makers only for ladies.
No, private clubs can do their own thing, but not a private business that's open to everybody.
Does a business have the right to refuse service, yes or no?
Not based on skin color, no.
What if I just tell you to get out?
Yeah, you can do that.
That's
but
fine.
If they prove a pattern, though, that you're only doing it to black people, then you're going to get fucked.
How? I had the right to refuse service.
I think we should read the 64.
But I like what B-Ma said. B-Ma made a good point. Well, I don't know if this was the point, but it was almost like, why do you want to go to a place that don't want you? We could have brought our own buses, but no, we want to get on the bus where they don't even want you on there. And it's crazy how I'm not saying segregation was the answer, but it looked like we forced blacks or any other culture, forced their way in places that we wouldn't create your own like we did, Black Wall Streets and stuff. But
with major respect, brother, I'm going to help you out a little bit. It wasn't just about that. That wasn't really the main. It's about this country. People forget all the time. This country was formed, and if you go on to the 250th anniversary of America, it's called taxation without representation. That's why black people stood up, and America had to correct that because America was founded on being taxed, taking money out of our pockets, and not being properly represented. Now, was black people working back then? Yes. They was getting taxed by the government, but what doing shit for you. That's the main reason for it, not just, I just want to be next to you. I want to be in the same club as you. No, bro, it's about money.
But don't you think some of our leadership was kind of misdirecting us? Because Martin Luther King said he led us into a burning building. We were misrepresented. It's just like even if you take Jackson, Mississippi,
and they killed them, right?
And if you're doing right, they killed him because he changed his point of view. When he was with them, it was good.
Now, Edward said, before you came on stage, Edward said something about, and here's another issue, right? The government, the Democrat Party at that time period, and I forgot what President said, that we would have these Negroes voting for us. He didn't say the Negroes, he said the ERS, with the Ers on it, for the next 200 years. So they manipulate, now, in a sense, and that's what Beamer was saying, that, and we was having this conversation, our votes, not to truly heal and fix the true situations that these type of negative effects have occurred. Because guess what? They still occurring today.
Yeah,
you still see shit today. Look at the web and the red line, all this other type of shit that came. You know,
why don't we talk about the SPL? What about what happened with the SPL? The company that's supposed to be helping minorities was funding the KKK.
Right. The main issue is that our money, tax money, it needs to represent who's paying it and be there for the people who've been paying taxes and helping build this country. But that's about it, man. We have to remember that.
Isn't it finna be a black lady that's finna be the something in Memphis, and everybody's mad because she's a Republican? I'm gonna heard that how they redistrict it. They redistrict.
Voting rights, right? And see, here's the thing that I talk to a lot of Black Americans about. When you, let's say you're a woman, right? You have a wife. If you allow every man to slap her on the butt and do what he want to do with her, her value goes down. In voting rights, if you allow other people to come to this country, skip over the border, shout out to California, voting rights, and you want everybody, the whole world to come up here and vote, what do you think is going to happen? You know, obviously you don't care about it too much. Everybody come up in this country.
Yeah, that's because I'm letting the illegals eat free, live free, and I got homeless. So of course they're gonna vote for me.
When they come down, like Trump and Republicans said, "Hey, we need more security for voting," and they're like, "Oh, wait a second, what about us? You know, it's gonna be hard." Well, you shouldn't be for everybody coming up in here cheating and shit and trying to create all. Donald Trump winning, right? And when you have Biden and Kamala did a horrible job, that's the cause, right? They did a fucked up ass job. They're running 15 plus million people. The effect is Donald Trump won in. So it's.
They pandered to the black folks too. What did Hillary say? I keep hot sauce in my purse. And then what did Kamala do? She brought Megan Thee Stallion up there. They thought they could pander to the votes, and it didn't work.
Well, it's not pander. It's pander. Yeah, you're right. I agree. They did pander, but the hypocrisy is at an all-time high. Here it is. They scream to the high. Hold on, brother. They scream to the high mountaintop. Trump's a racist. He hates black people. Oh my God. But here it is. This racist, bigoted Biden said, "Oh, if you don't vote Democrat, you that black. I get hot sauce in my back, in my purse." Here's another one Hillary could have said. Black teenagers are super credit.
Biden said poor kids are just as smart as white kids.
Yep, that's the most racist shit I have heard. Even the governor of New York City said about kids, black kids, and computers or some shit, but weird racist shit. So here it is. Michael Jackson's in the news now with that movie. I've seen it, and now it's coming out, and I never even heard this about Donald Trump before. The audio tape saying Michael Jackson didn't touch them kids. He's defending MJ back in the day, a black man.
He played back with his kids. He stayed in Trump
Tower. He played with my kids. He didn't do the shit. He was strange, but he did not molest them kids. And the evidence came out. He did. So it's kind of crazy to me that didn't hire him. Like how much the Democrat Party lied to manipulate us. They use fear, which is race. Here's the racist thing: to tell black. And to use actual fear to push the group of people to vote for you. That's like telling Jewish, small hat Jewish, whatever you want to call them, oh, the Holocaust is going to happen again if this person gets elected president. Please vote for me. Man, they ask, their career be over with immediately. And rightfully so. So that's why I despise the Democrat Party. I would never call myself a Democrat again. That party is despicable and needs to be burnt down and revamped or whatever the fuck. The leadership as it is need to be eradicated, gone. Hakeem, all these weird Pelosi, she's gone anyway. The whole shit, AOC is a walking disgrace. You know, that shit, it's just crazy, man.
I gotta stop you there because Nathan, I want to be fair. That we need to be advocating for those changes on the private level. I think these are the biggest powerhouses of true equality. These are the people that we need, but we just can't have it done through government force because it blurs the lines, it confuses people, and it's just not the way that it needs to go. I think Democrats and liberals are very necessary for the health of our society, 110%. They're the closest. You look at the careers, right? It's not, look at academia, first of all. You go to colleges, academics, the large majority, that they then champion for these big changes, and they have huge hearts, and I think it's so necessary. But the problem is they think that these solutions need to be done through the government. They absolutely need to be heard. They absolutely need to be corrected. The only reason that we don't do it through the government is what the government does is it gives us this one slap solution, and we're an intelligent society with an infinite number of possibilities to solve these problems. And if it doesn't work, right, we're stuck with that legislation, identifying the problem, and then us constantly working, freely associating, testing out these solutions to find the best solution. It makes it impossible for us to. We don't, right? What is who is it? Was it Einstein or whatever? He's like, I figured out 1,000 ways not to create the light bulb, or however that quote goes, right? There's going to be a lot of ways that we're going to try to solve these solutions. We think that, because we're going to push it through government, that says no, right? So we absolutely we have to appreciate liberals. We have to love them. And we have to understand that they're pointing out the true problems of society. But their only issue is that they want to do it through government, and government isn't for us. Government is not our friend, and it doesn't help us. We need to associate and congregate on the local level, on the private level, and then make those solutions. And the Republicans need to listen, because the Republicans, a lot of times, the right, they hear these problems, and they're like, prove it. Oh, you can't prove it or whatever. No, sorry. And then they don't offer any solutions. Issues, identify them, and then we need to solve them, and we need to actually figure out the Republicans and say, okay, yeah, we understand that this is an issue. Let's figure out how to solve it. privately without government intervention. It should be very rare that even Republicans should be running to government, right? Republicans do the same thing. I'm sorry, I know you're going to hate me, but they do the same thing in different areas. And they're ready for corporate protections. They're ready for financial. They're ready for all these other things on a different way. They want to go back through the back door, right, instead of right through the front door. So both parties need to stop looking for the government to solve shit, and we need to work together. But I think liberals and Democrats are crucial and critical to the health of our nation.
I only got two minor pushbacks to what you're saying, because Bima, office. I like the fire station. I like feeding kids before they go and start their day at school, so they're not hungry learning their lessons. I am a Democrat on the classical levels, but a 93 Democrat classic liberal to 2026. These neoliberals behave in such a manner that they make me look like I'm a Republican.
Yeah, and that's interesting too. That's an interesting. I'm telling you, entitlement and extension.
How is that possible without government interference? And as you said, I think that is ideal. It is not avoidable. Government needs to align the movements of its power toward this. Otherwise, it cannot be eliminated. The government's impact on the social landscape.
No, we can. It just has to be. And they're doing wonderful and happy. And then you look at the European nations that he points out, and they're fractions of the United States population. They're 3% of the population, 0.5% of the population. They're, like a couple million here and there. Yeah, sure. And but how many countries are in Europe? That should be what should be happening here in the United States, because we're such a big, we're how many, 350 million of us. We need all of these smaller decentralized just to figure out what is going to work, what's not going to work. You know what I'm saying? The movie, I'm sorry, I cut you off.
Yeah, we call them states.
And I mean, yes and no, but I want the movie. Go ahead, the movie.
Oh no, I wasn't in no rush. I'm American. We're not rushing. No, that's a joke. No, I agree with both, especially like what Brian had said. This new form of liberal, however word you want to say it, has conformed into something, whatever it is. It just conformed it. Male wants to be a woman, can be in women's sports. These are topics that's going all the way to the Supreme Court. There are more problems to worry about than my 8-year-old wants to be a girl. No, dude, you believe in Santa Claus, you're gonna grow the fuck up out of this shit. But we're giving them the chance to take hormone blockers and do all this. It's at 10 years old, 8 years old. Look at Dwayne Wade's son or whatever it is. And my problem is, you can't drink alcohol till you're 21. You can't smoke cigarettes now till you're 21. You can't get a tattoo. But if I want to chop off my thing, we're gonna pay for that. But I can't say, hey, mama, I feel like I'm a white boy today. Oh no, son, you're black. But hey, mama, I want to be a girl. Okay, let me put a dress on for you. Our thinking that, like I think Brian said it best. The 93 liberals. Or the Democratic, man, we love Clinton. He played the saxophone on donated money, helped the lady out to live, gave this other woman that got beat up after the Part 5. There's a lot of stories that they don't talk about Trump, and Trump don't try to put it out there. It's like if somebody called me gay, I'm not going to argue with you because I know who I am. But if I sit there and argue with you, then I might be proving your point. And if you look at an attorney and a prosecutor, but when I found out in that system, they go have dinner together and then come back to you to decide a plea. So both sides are fucked up. No doubt about that. I think I've said this before, Brian. They're two snakes. But how can white liberal that's from the suburbia area, come from a good family, tell me about my grandmama raising 8 kids in the projects and be worried about me? It's just like Denzel, I'm going to land on this, just like Denzel says, Spike Lee is not going to direct the Goodfellas. He's just not, because of their culture. Not about racism. It's about culture. And I think a lot of times in America, we're getting the culture thing mixed up with racism. But what the Democrats have done now, last 5 years, 10 more seconds, the last 5 years, everything they do is about race. Everything is race. And just like the lady in Virginia, Barack, you go help the white lady, but you don't want to help the black Republican. It just makes no sense. Get the best person for the job. Forget that DEI and affirmative action.
So far left that it makes people that were left to begin with look right.
Yeah, exactly. You did something, so you're doing something so foolishly. I mean, look what they're doing in California. They give out drugs. They have drug dealers there giving out needles, trying to do what Portland does. With transgender man, and he goes to the woman prison and impregnates them. And nobody talks about it. And I'll tell you another point we had earlier with Kamala Harris. I call her Koala Bear. She helped prosecute Michael Jackson. That's why LaToya Jackson don't like Kamala Harris. I mean, just like Joe Biden, I put it in the chat. He was the head of the crime. Nobody cares. Like Barack, he took drone strikes, killed Gaddafi. What did Hillary say? We came, we saw, we killed him. I mean, nobody cared because you know why? And that's the problem with Democrats who fuck with black folks. Oh, Barack. And the black man finally won. But I think his son killed him. But that's a whole nother subject. But what I'm saying is the Democrats, they always using race. And whatever they don't get their way, they want to throw race in it. Oh, they're taking over all our votes. Like in Mississippi. We only get, 5 electoral votes? There's a fucking man. Mississippi votes don't. But in the inner city is ran by blacks. I have a nuclear plant in my county. It's called Grand Gulf Nuclear Plant and a university in one county. Why are we not one of the richest counties in the state of Mississippi? Because the leaders are stealing that fucking money. Forget the white folks and the other folks. We're doing it to our goddamn self. And that's the sad part. We won't put a mirror to ourselves. And we're blaming the government. Like she said, we want government assistance. The EBT and shit, some of that welfare shit has fucked up families because you can't have a man in the house. You can't have this to get this. And now the music. I'm a single woman. I got wet ass. Stay with your man that you was with. No, he cheated on me. I don't want another man gonna come take up be a stepdaddy. So when she get 18, she gonna want her real daddy to take her to graduation and hurt my feelings.
Yo, I saw that video. That hurt my heart.
Man, it killed me.
The movie is a movie for real. Like this dude needs his own reality show. Yeah, listen, I'm just gonna pipe in real quick. Man, listen, if Bill Clinton was to run in 2028, he would run as a conservative Republican.
I agree.
it's so bad. The whole liberal agenda has been hijacked. The alphabet people and the Marxist/socialists have completely taken it over.
Not the alphabet people.
They have to find a place, and there are places with the liberal.
I actually believe that the alphabet people were being used by the party, not the alphabet people.
And look,
they were being used by the party.
And also, sir, they keep adding letters to it. They keep adding new letters to it. Like my best friend is gay. I have no problem with it. The only problem I got with it when I look in my old city, Chattanooga, Tennessee, where I went to school at, and it's a third grade class, second grade class, getting a book read to by a drag queen. Like I was a fan of RuPaul, man. Because you know what I respect about RuPaul? He did what he did, dressed up as he did, but he didn't try to like they say, since that community can't reproduce, it wants to recruit, and he never came to little kids' school to recruit young kids. If you're an adult at 21, whatever. Man, do whatever you
tens all the way through the teens and stuff. Like you had like Queer Eye for the straight guy, you had RuPaul, drag show, and then you had that show on, I think it was Home and Garden Television, Jazz, where it was this little boy that transitioned prepubescent into all the complications, because they did the nippy tucky flippy inny soddy outy thing, and like, bro, because they did all the prepubescent stuff, they never went through puberty, so they didn't have enough material to make a correct thing. And this poor person has gone through, I know, at least a dozen surgeries because of all the complications. And you want to do this to children? And RuPaul,
did y'all see that little trans? Brian, did you see that trans boy on the Strahan show? What was it Good Morning? Not trans. He's a drag queen, but he's like 8 years old, 10 years old, and he was on the Good Morning America. The Strahan. I agree.
It's all gay niggas to me.
It's all, but I see what he's saying. There is a blur line, but again, the transgenderism, even with that, I don't have to tell that person I'm this. But if you go to Thailand, and that's one place my homeboy say he wants to go, I'm saying good luck over there. But when I look at those videos, they walk up to him. Are you a lady or a lady boy? I'm a lady boy. Well, why don't in the Western world we take up that same concept? Hey, excuse me, I'm I do have something downstairs and it's tough, but can we go from here? But we want. Shit, I must have been drunk last night. We all been fooled in some type of way, and that's all I'm saying. In the Western world, you can keep being a transgender a secret, but I got to tell you who I voted for. So if I tell you the wrong side, then you're gonna hate me just because I voted for this person. And to me, I remember growing up, and I know Brian know this. Man, you voted. Nobody asked you who'd you vote for. Nobody
cared.
Nobody cared.
But I think it should be something. Well, I don't just go around asking people who they voted for, because like I think it'll be obvious in maybe like their rhetoric or like their action or something like that. So I'll let people tell me who they are rather than asking who they are. But now in
modern day, like even now, America isn't what it was 10 years ago. America isn't what it was 20 years ago.
And Me Too movement.
So with that being said, there are a lot of there are a lot of like concerns that have risen out of the throughout the years. So with that being said, if a person were to in 2026 ask, wait, now who did you vote for? Depending on which election, more than likely they may be referencing an election that involved Trump. I would think that for them, it raises a concern for them because of obvious reasons, but that's besides the point. All of that to basically say that, like, through the years, certain concerns with people may raise, and if a question is important to them as to who did you vote for, I would. We may have different point of views, but I have just as much respect for you as I hope you would for me. It's just like when that young lady, she goes to those Democratic places and say, well, why do y'all have a wall up and I can't get in? Isn't that kind of being fascist? And they can't answer, get away. It looks like the left side is more violent than the right side that's supposed to be the racist and all that. If you go to these, it's like the Democratic convention that was in Chicago. You have to have ID to go in there. It's the hypocrisy that's keep going on. I mean, like I said, the sexuality, hey, that's on you. When you're grown, you can do all that. But you can influence a child to whatever you want them to be. I mean, they did experiments. That's not true. It's a lie. I politely disagree. I can take a 5-year-old child and make them. I can drill them with the same doctrination on. I said I can make them whatever I want them to be. If I want him to be gay, I can make sure he's gay. I can get him molested. That's not how sexuality works, though. Okay. Tell me about
sociology works. Look at like Brown Eye, Blue Eye. Remember that? Like,
yes, that experiment. Yes.
Like literally, like that literally proves sociology. It's psychology of people in groups. Well, like you think your sexuality makes you a special group.
So Dwayne Wade's son at 8 years old knew that, let me give him hormone blockers and turn him into a woman. He just knew. At 8 years old. Look, I'm not here to speak on Dwayne and how he wanted to raise his kids. I'm just saying kids. I'm just talking about, let's just talk about general. I'm just talking about just in regards of just sexuality. It's completely, if you're not gay, you're not gay. You're not straight, but
Coco, let me ask you a question.
Why we gotta put all these pronouns in? That's what the liberals want. They're taking away from the real problems. They're giving us all these bullshit distractions. But see, I agree. Here's the thing. Here is my conflict with Democrats, right? Here's my conflict with Democrats, especially within the past, like, 15, 20 years since I have become politically aware. I understood the fight that Democrats were doing in regards to LGBTQ plus rights. I definitely understand. But then when the trope became when that became the main pillar, and we're still experiencing economic harms, even within the community, outside the community, every community, there are still economic things that we could be also focusing on.
of, you know, civil rights and all of that stuff. But what they could have done more so of is also the, you know, economic structures, the infrastructures, and all of that stuff, like the infrastructure and the bypass, and during his administration. So, like, with just that being said, I think more things could be done, and that's why I say that the Democrats kind of started using the the LGBTQ plus community as a way of getting votes rather than, you know, hey, the obvious. So, you know,
they're doing it just for votes. That's all they do. They will never see them again, and that's the sad part about it. It's just like they were like the trans community is vulnerable. Well, if they're vulnerable and they're in the army, then they don't need to be in the army. I don't want to be around a vulnerable person that's vulnerable. And I think Peterson, I love Jordan Peterson. He made a good point. But why don't you just hire all women for your business? You know, the problem is, I think in this Western world now, which has been a problem for the last 60 years, is fighting for equality for men and women. And I think biologically, in just layman terms, a woman is not a man, and a man is not a woman. A woman cannot do everything a man does. It's just the way the world is now. Can Ali's daughter beat me up in boxing? Probably so. I'm not a boxer. But if she went against another boxer, like I would put a high school state championship team against a WNBA team any day of the week. A boys state high school championship team against a WNBA team any day, and they will win. But you know, it's ironic that a man who wants to be a woman wants to be in a woman's sport, but a woman.
You need to use more complex logic. This is really simple.
Because I've really been waiting to ask a question, Coco, for a good long minute. Like, Coco, you made the statement that, like, you know, when you're asking people in 26 who they voted for, like, you know, that you'll somehow weigh and judge them because they have their personal beliefs. Like, do you have a purity test of, like, you know, if people don't, like, pass your standard of purity, like, you just, like, X them away from you because they have different points of view?
Hello? What'd you say, Bree? My bad. I'm working right now. Can you please repeat your question for me? I got 5 minutes.
Well, you said that you were trying to, like, say because they have different points of view. Where do you derive your purity test from?
I wouldn't say like purity test, and I also wouldn't say like you just stop dealing with them and just stop. Like, for example, you know, if I had a friend, you know, I have a lot of friends that, you know, quite a few friends that I'm pretty sure they voted for Trump. Like I said earlier, I don't feel the need to ask you for it because I let you tell me. So with that being said, the pure, like I said, people concerns are raised when they're supposed to. So, like, in today's time, if a person thinks that what Trump is doing is wrong, or like what his administration is doing is wrong, and I'm just generally speaking here, and they say, oh, okay, the conversation, oh, well, you know, who did you vote for? Because, you know, I think now politically, you know, we all are having political conversations, not exactly like who we vote for, but like just political, you know, just politics, just political talk. So just with that, you know, if a person were to ask, you know, who did you vote for as a question, you know, and they say Trump, I think it kind of evolves the question to, okay, so why did you vote for Trump? just to kind of get some type of an understanding, and then that person can then say, well, I believe this, I believe that, and because of that, I think we should be just friends and not, we could just, whatever have you. It could be a multitude of things. So I'm not saying that people are asking that question and then just automatically cutting ties, whatever they're.
If your point of view is against the person that you, like you said, hypothetically, you're trying to get to know, does that make them bad? Like, or it's just that you just don't agree with their point, so we're just gonna keep it as friendship, meaning I can't come cut your grass or help out with you, or besides going out to drinks with community, I can't. If you had a dog, I couldn't babysit your dog if you went out of town. Like, you won't have any trust for that person, or it's just basically, hey, we'll have drinks and talk politics, but we don't have good viewpoints, and that's it. That's my question.
I mean, it depends on the person that's asking the question. If they feel that it's significant enough for them to say, you know what, then I can't fuck with you, bro. I just can't. Then that's on them. It's their right to do so. But like for me, I still do business. I still have, even gay friends who, even, make money with. And I know for, some of them have voted for Trump. But I just put them on a certain level. I just put them within like a certain part of my brain. It's just a little bit of a raised eyebrow to me, to where like,
is it to the left or right, or is it below or lower? I mean, below or higher? Put them below you or next to you or lower than your opinion? Just a question.
No, I get it. It would more than, because I never want to make myself be deemed as the know-it-all, be-it-all, because I'm not perfect and I'm not God. However, I do feel like I have a great moral compass, and if the other person's moral compass kind of conflicts with my moral compass, then like I kind of just put them in a box, and then
nightclub down in Florida, when the shooting was down there for the gay club down there, he stood up for the gays. Doesn't that make you feel like he's actually there for you?
I mean, what someone did in 5+ years ago would be different than what they're doing now.
But he's doing a lot for the community still, and he's still lowering drugs for the community, making sure HIV drugs prices are going down, helping with the programs with that. He just doesn't want the overlap of sports. I mean, military is something that's important. He does have some people that are gay in office. Not a whole lot, but he has someone.
Mm-hmm.
Just to push, like the old gay
You're in the matrix, Cool C. We can't hear you.
I would say that, like, if you have an administration, okay.
It's not good. So that's the only reason why.
See, your Obama phone ran out of minutes, man. Your service is nervous, bro.
Look, I'm just here to have a conversation, but I think that, like, if trying to tell in schools what they can, and especially colleges, what they can and cannot have within their curriculum. Mind you, it's the state's job to even come up with their own curriculum. That's the job of the state. The state is in charge of their own curriculum, not the federal government. So I find it weird how Trump is now. Mind you, the Republicans are the party of small government. So I find it weird how Trump is using the federal government to sit there and say, "Hey, we're going to withhold federal funding from you if you don't do what we tell you to do in regards to what you have in your curriculum." That's states are supposed to have that power. So I don't care if you are white, black, blue, green, Republican, Democrat, Independent, in any way, shape, or form, you should be kind of upset at how he is using the federal government to tell a school what they can and cannot do within half.
Questions. One is real quick. Like Tampon Tim, you want to put tampons in boys' restrooms, but girls got to pay for them on a daily basis. That's just ridiculous to me. I can't. It won't even register in my head. The second question I had for you was, what made people hate Trump so much? Because when he was on The Apprentice and he was in a Nelly song, Nelly down now, give me some of Let Me In Now, give me some of Trump money. He shook hands with Mike Tyson. He's been with all the celebrities, but all of a sudden when he became the president, he's so hated. I just have a question. What made him? Was it the social media? Or did you actually do research on Trump to see if these allegations are true or not? Because that 34 felony, that's some bullshit. If you look at it, it's all bullshit. That's why Fannie, I ain't heard from her anymore. And just like COVID, nobody's wearing masks. He tried to take it over to Africa, and they sent his ass back over here. But my question is, why is there so much hate for Trump since he's president? If it's not the social media and it's your own personal opinion. For 4 years, I didn't hear anybody talk about Joe Biden or Koala Bear. They were just great president and vice president, in the world's opinion. He had 81 million.
What the hell did she do as vice president?
That's a good one. You know, if you ask certain other side, I'm not even going to say which side. You ask certain side, oh, she's Lord, you don't have much to do as a vice president. They just blah, blah, blah. You know, and they'll be like, what is Vance doing and all that? But like Koala Bear said, and I haven't been to Europe. So don't talk to me about the border. And you have to be unburdened what you burden with. And make sure that word salad registers. That's a joke.
$3 billion to homeless veterans in America in order to deal with homeless veterans. They gave $9 billion to illegal immigrants for homelessness.
And that's probably just in Chicago, wasn't it?
No, that was like the national average for 24.
Oh, okay.
It was $3 billion to homeless vets and $9 billion to homeless, illegal immigrants.
I was arguing with a person.
Make that make sense. The people that actually fought for the country are getting treated worse than the people that came here illegally?
Illegally. And they sitting in Congress talking about everybody deserves health care. They're releasing them like it's almost that what they're saying is we're treating people bad here in America and y'all are not giving people the rights. It's like y'all are trying to use reverse psychology. When I say y'all, I'm talking about, I guess we can say the left side, because I want to also add, why is Christianity or just Jesus of that form is the only one that gets mocked? They don't mock Buddha. Like what they did at the Olympics last year in France, that's why they had that light outage. Keep playing with God if you want to. Just like at the Oscars when it burnt up.
The guy's balls fell out of his costume on the thing.
No, I didn't catch that.
Yeah, one of the guys who was on the table, his balls kind of fell out.
But look at that mockery of whatever you want to do. But that's the only religion that gets mocked. Nobody mocks Ali or whatever the name is, and nobody mocks Buddha and Zane Wen or none of those religions. And just like Trump, you tried to kill him 3 times. That lets me know he's doing something right. And I think everybody in this room knows the saying, if you don't have any enemies or somebody don't like you, then you're not doing something right. Everybody.
Old Testament. Sometimes what he does will bring future whatever, but in the Old Testament, it talks about leaders like that and what they're doing. And if you don't realize, he's actually bringing the world together in a way under all this, because now he's talking about Venezuela, the 51st state, that the president there actually working very well with him right now for the oil, and everybody actually coming to America for oil.
No, did you see that flight?
He's about to release so much oil right now.
Yeah, hey, but did you see that flight? Did you see that flight for the people leaving out of Florida? So happy to go see Venezuela go home for the first time in so many years.
Yeah.
It was like he said. He says, "I'm gonna put in the Senate." It was a joke today. He says, "I'm gonna go to the Senate or whatever and tell them I'm not gonna build the wall," and watch everybody stands up. He was being.
Democrats are. They want everything Trump's against.
And Brian said, I think Brian couldn't have put it a better way. What it was 30 years ago, or even 20 years ago. Fast forward to now, they're so far gone. You're making me look like. That's why I told someone, I said, it's not that I voted for Trump. Well, then what are you talking about? You just love Trump and blah, blah, blah. I said, I just prefer the better candidate. Because that woman couldn't. I can sit here for 5 minutes and talk some shit. It'll sound so good, but it ain't going to mean shit.
So here's another thing. There's a program, I live outside of Philadelphia, but they're talking about flipping Chicago red, flipping Philly red. The reasons behind it for the last 30 or 50 years, Philadelphia's been Democrat. And the programs that they've are trying to show that, hey, we need to change that. We need to make you a priority in your own black community. These are black leaders. There are other people, too. But the Republicans are looking to make you homeowners, looking to make you worthy, looking to make sure. Because
get off government assistance,
Because if you get rid of basically illegal immigrants, okay, there used to be a program that if you got out of jail, you could go into like trades or building houses. I'm not trying to put this on any one community, but you used to be able to come out of jail, and you used to be able to go into a job and get a carpentry job or a house building job or a landscaping job. Now, who's doing those? People who will do them for a lot less.
Right, I will.
People who you might, but who's actually would have gone to and maybe you got $30 an hour, they're getting for 18 or whatever they're getting paid.
Dude, in '91, I was helping frame houses where, like, internal framing, not external framing. But I was making like $12 an hour when minimum wage was like $4.25. You know, I was making good money.
I think it was about what year was that? It might have been four. I think
that was '91. That was like '91.
Oh yeah, no, I think it was $3.75, bro.
Oh yeah, well, I mean that's when I had a job at McDonald's and I was making $3.75. So you might be right.
Okay, $3.75 in '91 because I sure was, but I was making $4.25. Working for Annabella Home. Old white lady, boy, she paid me good. I thought I was rich. But I was going to ask you.
That's back when stuff went Bali. That when you could buy stuff back then.
$20 can get you gas and go to dinner. New York, he wanted IDs for vote or didn't want IDs to vote. You know, he was like, no, let everybody have free will to vote and blah, blah, blah. But then when he had to shovel snow, you had to bring 2 forms of ID.
Yeah, and that was a good thing when he paid $30 an hour to shovel snow.
Yeah, but no, that's not the point. That's not the point. The point is you have to have 2 forms of ID.
And it cleared the sidewalk, so that just disproves the lie that people depend on socialism to survive. If people were getting paid livable wages, then they would work.
Yeah, but that's not the point. I know, but that wasn't the point.
$30 to shuffle the snow off.
Yeah, but that wasn't the point. That wasn't the point.
No, I'm not. But I'm just saying. I'm just saying. To my point, I'm making my own point. That people aren't, lazy just because they don't want to work. They want to, work.
That's all Cool was saying, and I don't think that was so much a point. But you made a great
around here, bro. Around here, man. Like I live in agricultural Georgia, right? You know, like I live in ag land, and like all we do is disc fields and grow crops and shit. And we have a lot of illegal immigrants because you can in order to do what I do, and I get it, you end up with more value on the work horsepower between those 3 guys versus one of me. But when you're willing to pay them a non-livable wage because they all live together with 8 of them in a single wide trailer, and none of them are here legally, like you're literally undercutting economic culture by allowing this behavior to continue.
Wait, I want to speak on something that I think somebody had mentioned. Felony.
That's what I was kind of saying.
The felony counts.
Yeah, I mentioned. I said it was all bullshit. It's like one count, and they expanded it all through in Georgia. And look what happened to Fannie Wilson. But go ahead.
Oh no, I'm talking about the 34 felony.
We can't hear you.
You can't hear me?
You're low.
Can't hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. I'm talking about the 34 felonies that he was convicted of in New York, I think.
So he's just like a black man.
That's a good one.
I mean, if you want to talk about,
don't be mad at
right. If you want to talk about high collar crime, I mean that's
just now, mind you, the only reason that he had 34 counts was because he got charged for basically each like payment or like entry that included like I think it was like checks and stuff, like checks and invoices. So like each one of those, it was 34 of those. So he basically got charged for each one of those.
No.
So
no.
no.
The bank.
Wait.
Cool. See, just let him get it out. Just let him get it out. Let him finish his thought. You can get up. No problem. We're just conversating.
Go ahead, Cool C. Say what you was gonna say, Cool C.
The banks actually told the government that he actually paid off the debt a lot sooner. Even though he may have said stuff about his properties, he paid off the debt and all that a lot sooner than he did. And money and negotiate a deal that is worthy of paying back, and he has done so. So they were mad, even though Citibank and the Bank of Europe, whatever bank over Europe, said, "Oh, he paid that down. He paid it off. He did it a lot sooner than he was supposed to." So he was able to accomplish the goals that they're trying to push that he defrauded them on. When actually he actually made the money, made the payments, and everything.
Yeah, it was
Wait,
bullshit.
so what are you talking about, Cool C? Because I don't think we're talking about the same thing.
What he's hold on, Cool C. What he's talking about, Coco, is the 34 indictments, and most of it stems from he made an agreement on this building, and he said it was worth say $500 million, and the bank did an audit.
No. What Cool C is talking about, or Bree. I'm there. Hello.
You're talking about other cases.
Oh, okay, all right. So I'm talking about the 34 felony counts. Now, Beaver, I want to talk to you really quick because we can't talk about it. Why do you think that it was? Yes, it was. Yes, all 34. No, each entry involving each like payment or whatever involving.
Yes. That's correct.
The payments were 34 of them. In total, 34. So each invoice, each check, each like ledger entry, it was 34 of those within the Stormy Daniels whole case. So he was charged 34 times for each one of those.
Yeah, it was bullshit.
Now, Beaver, why do you believe that it was bullshit?
I think it was bullshit too.
It had nothing to do with Stormy Daniels.
Wait, hello. I said hello, Beaver.
Coco, these people have ADHD and they can't hold it down. From running again. They wanted to go after him lawfare any way they could. Okay, the 34, because he miscoded, the accountant miscoded something, and then they really stretched the law to like say, if this was to cover up a crime, you don't have to know what the crime is and all this bullshit with the jury. And they made it 34 because there was 34 entries. You don't think that's bullshit?
Yeah. So I'm going to look at this. I'm going to take the emotion. I'm going to take the emotion out.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with Stormy Daniels.
Wait, Bree. Wow, yes, it does, Bree. Hello, that's what the case was. That's what the whole thing was about.
Stormy Daniels was a
okay, Bree. Well, you're right. No, it wasn't. It was a felony.
Hey, we have a conversation. Y'all ain't gotta get emotional.
I'm not getting emotional, but I don't like when people interrupt me with ignorance.
He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Just let him speak his mind. We
federal, like this is a very that was a very rare case. Like felony business related cases aren't usually tied into federal election cases.
Yeah,
And with this case, both of them were intertwined at the same time, based off of evidence, not based off because of people. No.
They were trying to get
wait. Not based off of emotion, and they just hated him so much that they just had to do their job and convict him of 34. Now, if you want to say that they could have kept the case, like the federal charges, as one case, whatever, or as one charge, and you can make that argument, and but the evidence based off of each ledger, each invoice. Now, mind you, it basically. Hello.
That's a $high crime. That's not a $high crime.
The only reason, wait. The only reason why I'm saying that it's $high is simply because it had something to do with the former president. Yes. With him being a high collar person. I didn't say
if he was never elected president, he would have never been charged for this.
No, you cannot say he would have been charged had it. He would have been charged had it went to court anyway. No. It just so happened that Trump just was the president, former president.
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, first of all, he would. Hold on, cool. See, hold on.
738.
Yeah, cool. See, hold on. He was running for president. It wasn't just a former president. He was literally running his campaign during this whole thing. So I don't know how you can separate not a political, basically witch hunt. I mean, why this year? Why go after him during a political fight when he's running for president? Go for it, yeah.
Because did that keep him from being the president of the United States of America?
That was the goal.
But I don't care what the goal was. Did that keep him from being the president of the United States of America?
No, because
So with that being said, you can talk about, they wanted to stop Trump or whatever have you with the rule, blah, 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 blah. I'm just going off of law. I'm just going off of
But the law says,
y'all are
you can still run for president if you're a convict. It doesn't say you can't run for president.
No, he was charged for this in 2023 to stop him for the next presidential election.
In 24. That's why they created COVID, to get rid of him.
Well, I don't know. I won't go that far, but
people didn't believe it. That's
81 million votes.
Yeah, this helped him get elected. These bullshit lawfare charges helped him get elected.
American people didn't believe it.
No. What about Ilhan Omar? Anybody gonna go for her? With all her fraud? No, they're not. They're going to cover it up. She's doing more fraud than what Trump could ever do.
What about
So you think Trump is doing fraud today?
What about
No. I mean, he got accused. He got accused of 34 counts. He got accused of stuff. They thought they found him guilty. But look what's going on in Minnesota. Nobody cares about that. What's going on in Minnesota?
All I'm saying is there was enough evidence, and I'm just going based off of the evidence. That's it, and that's all. That's it. Who is the people? You ain't the people. Only Trump. Y'all are not the only American people. So what you do? You keep on trying to generalize the people as y'all, and that's just not the case. That's not the case. And I'm talking about. Here's my thing. The courts don't go based off of the people. The courts go based off of evidence and law. And so with that being said, they went off of testimonies not count as anything. And then you had Cohen. Wait. And then you had Cohen's testimony being backed not only by documents but by witnesses and evidence that the reimbursements intentionally were labeled to be misleading. Hello? It was a unanimous decision. Now, if you want to argue about how the state used their own law to fast track the case, that's a completely different argument.
Okay, the 4 major cases against Trump all came in a 5-month window in 2023.
Wait, Beaver, all you had to tell me was wait, you didn't have to mute me while I was talking to say what you said.
Because it's getting out of control.
But only I was talking, so how was it getting out of control?
But I'm trying to tell. Okay, finish your point, and then we'll revisit what I said.
Case of just like people just getting Trump because they didn't like him. It was evidence to this case. It was a paper trail to this case. There were witnesses. The witness testimonies were substantial in this case. So it wasn't that the jury didn't have any evidence to go off of in no testimonies and then still convicted him of it. They had shit to go off of and convicted him off of that shit.
Unlike the cases that he's brought against Letitia James.
So why did the case come in 2023?
What do you mean? What do you mean by the case?
Why was he charged in 2023 for all 4 of these?
When would it have been best to charge him?
Since when the cases like these take just a month or two? Since when the cases like these take just a year to handle? You do realize no. All of these.
When was the crime committed?
Yeah. Beaver, he was.
I mean, this is obviously lawfare. The laws have to be applied to everyone evenly. So if there's a law in the books that then you're selectively prosecuting certain people for political reasons.
So Beaver, do you think Trump is applying the law evenly to people in this presidency?
In which do you have an example?
I mean, Letitia James Comey.
I think Trump. I would say Trump's having his revenge tour, and I think he should.
I think he's winning
good for him.
Because everyone.
Hey, I put it in the chat for when the day he was charged. It was right before the election. It was right before the election.
Right, that's what I'm saying. The movie.
I put it in the chat. I was just helping everybody out.
Gotcha.
What about Bill Clinton when he paid $738,000 while in office?
The establishment went nuts. They never thought he would become president. He became president in a huge upset.
Yep.
They all panicked and said, "Fuck, we can't let this happen again." So we're gonna we're gonna scan everything that's ever happened, and we're gonna find something to get this guy to prevent him from running, and it backfired.
And did y'all see that Congresswoman? Did y'all see that Congresswoman that was from the Virgin Islands that was getting texts from Epstein? Nobody talks about that either. She was getting direct texts from him. Ask him this. Ask the Lord about Cohen and all this. Man, they tried to frame that guy and it didn't work. When God is on your side, you can shit on it, piss on it, it's still gonna come out like gold. And that's why he got golden hair.
Do you see all the defense that Trump has?
What's good, y'all?
So, do you see all the defense Trump's been playing to avoid the Epstein file from coming out? Do you see that? Or do you
man. Hey, look, that's because some of his friends gonna get caught up. He's protecting his friends. They're all because why didn't Biden? With the left, you can do whatever the fuck you want. If you want to be a girl, a boy and be a girl, you can. What was that lady? She was assistant something. She was a male, female, whatever they call them. And she said, hey, climate change affects black folks. Man, we born in the sun, man. And that climate change where Al Gore is full of shit too. The ice ain't melting, the flood, nothing. This world, you're made of 70% of water. Man, all this, I remember growing up, and I told you this, Brian, we motherfucking had acid rain growing up, and then it was in 2000, the computers were gonna fail. Man, and now y'all really think we went to space? And then we took 5 gay women up to space to float around for 5 minutes, and then sent 4 astronauts up there to circle the moon? Man, fuck that. The only place you can float at is underwater. And just like Neil Armstrong and them other 3 guys, they said them the people that escaped from Alcatraz. So the conspiracy theories go on and on.
What's going on?
Broke. Damn, now he's a millionaire. Man, if you borrow $100 million from the bank, I can't let you go broke. I'm gonna loan you another $100 million. The rich been doing it. My mom adopted all her damn grandkids. She's dead and they still getting paid. My friend down the road buried his grandmama on the property. He don't have to pay taxes. So just like Trump said, Hillary, if you want to change the tax code, you could have done it. I'm using the same. All y'all got donors. He's the only president that don't take a salary. They don't take a salary, and he's the only president that lost money becoming president. The other, look at Nancy Pelosi, look at Ilmar. These motherfuckers getting rich off us. What the fuck? Waters. What's that old black lady name?
Maxine.
What the fuck she doing for us?
What is Trump's net worth today? And what was it when he got it?
I can pull it up. He was $3 billion, and now he's $2 billion. He lost.
If you don't vote for Trump, you ain't black. It's that simple.
I don't mind him making money because after all the shit he went through, more power to him at this point. Make all the money you want.
Beaver, back to that 34th.
I put it in the chat,
reason
y'all.
why it
Y'all
was
wanna
so
read the chat?
delayed, like it was multiple reasons. Because you asked why did, like, if it happened in 2016 or whatever have you, why did it take so long for it to be whatever that it was, or whatever you said. Now this is a timeline, right? Now the payments happened in 2016. I'm working right now, y'all, so I'm gonna have to dip in and out or whatever have you. But the payments happened in 2016. But what the case is really about were the reimbursements that were paid to those Cohen reimbursements of those payments, and basically said that they were legal, just legal stuff, whatever happened. And that is what the case is really like based upon, is the 2017 business records. And so, just with that being said, at first it was only about like Cohen, but then even though because Trump wasn't at that time indicted or whatever have you, for multiple reasons, because I think they still had to like wait on like other stuff while he was like sitting president. Like
but they did all this for 2024 election. They didn't want him to. They're trying to damage him. That's what the whole point was.
I think that trying to damage someone and then just basically, I think that following the law is different. What do you think should have been done differently?
The charges should have never been brought.
The charges should have. So what charges should have never been brought?
Trump should have kicked out all the fucking Jews, bro.
All right.
That's what I'm not understanding. What charges are you saying should not have been brought? Like him reimbursing, while president, reimbursing his lawyer for payments that he made for like a little hush money thing or whatever have you. So, because mind you, the affair itself is not the allegation. It is
it's Trump.
No. It is the reimbursing of those payments and how it it intersects with federal, because it has something to do with a federal campaign. It had something to do with a federal campaign. So during the federal campaign, his lawyer was paying a person to not say certain things, so it wouldn't put him in a negative light. And then when Trump won that, when that election happened, Trump won that campaign. He then sent reimbursements for those payments. Now, if I don't know if y'all know this or not, but that results in a conflict of interest when you're doing something for a federal campaign and making payments to keep something from coming out during your federal campaign, and then you win that I'm
you
just
know
paying
what's worse
attention
than
to
that?
facts.
Yeah, but you know what's worse than that? A woman or a president raised $1 billion, and now all of a sudden she in debt. That's what it should be a concern. What the hell you doing?
Well,
with $1 billion?
is that person president right now?
No,
I'm not going to worry.
campaign.
Well,
They need to see
okay,
what
that's
she
a
did.
deflection right there because that has nothing to do with
But
the
talking about, you're talking about somebody that wasn't president at the time either.
What are you talking about?
You said
He's
those
the president now.
Those charges came up before he was president.
No. The charges came up while he was president.
Oh, they brought him up in 16. I just sent the quote that it
No. The incident happened. Okay. Oh Lord.
Let me go Google that. When did you say the incident happened?
Y'all don't follow. Y'all.
No. I put it in the chat when Stormy Daniels came, like the guy Beaver said. It was a political stunt. They started in 23. Killed that Democratic lady.
Did I say it was or wasn't politically motivated? I'm just going based off of evidence. Now, whether they quickened the case?
No, you said the charges were brought up while he was presidency.
You said what?
You said the charges were brought up between 16 and 20.
Yes. Well, 2020.
No,
21, actually.
No, I just showed you in the chat. It was in 23.
Oh, y'all, please follow. So, so the verdict.
No.
So
I'll do it again.
So it began. So look. So I'll just say this: the actual trial happened fairly quickly, but basically I think it began in like April 2024, and the verdict was in May of 20. Was in May of like 20. 2024 because of legal issues, and that was also because of Donald Trump's defense.
Hey, I'm interrupting you again. Please look at the chat again.
My God, bro!
I reposted
what?
The felony charges that were brought up in 2023 specifically. A grand jury indicted him on March 30th, and then formally arraigned him took place on August 4th, 2023. So that was officially timeline for those charges. He was not president.
That's what what?
He was not president then.
No, I said the case itself. I did not say the trial and verdict.
No, the charges were brought to him in 23.
Oh my God. Okay, so we're gonna start.
It don't matter when the crime happened. It matters
but
when
that's
you
what
brought
I'm
the
talking
charges.
about. But that's what I'm talking about.
Years to charge me till I ran for president. I hit you in the mouth. And you waited 5 years before I got famous. Hey.
Happened. That is not what happened. So please, I'm going to say this over again, and this is just the timeline. This is just the timeline because I even had to put it in my notes because I remember talking about this a lot on Clubhouse. My notes. ATES. NATES.
They say Joe Biden's son used to sniff that shit.
So basically, the events happened in like 2016, 2017, but the criminal case, like itself, did not go to trial until 2024 because the investigation and legal process took several years. So all of this time, it just didn't all of a sudden it wasn't just all of a sudden just brought up out of the blue. This from it was being investigated.
When did Letitia James get the case?
Who was talking?
When did Letitia James get the case? Let's see. We can barely hear.
Who is Letitia?
But whoever prosecuted Trump, when did she get the case? Letitia James?
I think. Are you talking about the judge?
No. The prosecutor. When did she get the case?
When did she get the case?
2023, right? So how were they investigating before, with no lawyers investigating it before she got the case?
It was being investigated literally from 2019. I think that's when it really started. Was in 2019.
Alvin Bragg. Yeah, but they were Alvin Bragg, but they were previously investigated before, and they declined to press charges back in 2018. The facts were looked at then.
Well, in 2018, Cohen had pleaded guilty in federal court for several crimes, I believe, including the campaign finance violation that related to those payments. Oh my gosh, you keep on wanting to go back to this emotional topic of they just didn't like Trump. They just didn't like Trump. Just because, okay, something can be true and be politically motivated at the same time. So a person can be guilty of something and then that case be brought up to court and be fast tracked politically at the same time. A person can be hello. Just because that did not make him not guilty. Just because it was politically motivated, it was fast tracking.
Her campaign on, she's the prosecutor. She ran on getting Trump. Just to let you know, just to give you a heads up.
Hey Jay, you see what happened to Jasmine Crockett?
Say what?
What happened to Jasmine? Oh, go ahead. And y'all see what I put in the chat? You were right. It started at the end of 16, Coco, by the way. At the end of 16. But look what they did at the end of his term. But I know
the law is supposed to be blind to politics.
Yes, and like Beaver said, they did it to stop him politically. That's what they did at the end of 16. So he can't get reelected.
So you can't go after people politically.
So at the end of 16, I'm sorry.
So the way Trump is using the federal government right now, all of a sudden, but yet when the federal government is used against Trump, all of a sudden, well, you shouldn't use the government like that. But now,
yeah, it's payback time.
Oh. When y'all lose, don't go crying because y'all want to pay back.
No, payback is due.
Don't go crying because you want to pay back.
That's right.
Don't go crying because you want to pay back. That's all I gotta say. Okay, just know that you said. Just know that you just conflicted your whole argument. So it wasn't really about the way the government was used. It was who they.
No. They opened up the can of worms.
Girl, please.
They said the president.
Y'all just exposed your hypocrisy, and even the movie said that
They open up a can of worms, and he will get his.
Girl, please. And even the movie just said that a person can still be a felon and still run as president. So it didn't hurt anything. Yes, it is fact. So if
they were trying to hurt us.
Oh, girl, I just exposed y'all hypocrisy.
Hear me?
That's it. It backfired.
We can hear you now.
Even Obama was
Yeah, we
laughing
can hear you
at
now.
him. Everybody laughed at him. Jimmy Kimmel, this guy
Okay.
never be president. This was in 16. Then all of a sudden he becomes president. Oh, he's a racist. Y'all,
All I gotta say is this. You can, wait, Beaver, you can tell me to be quiet and don't have to move me down. I will respect them.
I was trying to.
I've been asking you, Coco, if I could speak, but you can't hear us.
Don't nobody want to hear you right now. I'm just playing. That was a joke.
But Coco, you understand my point? Pockets, you can go in a second. You understand my point, Coco?
The movie.
Just because I understand your point don't mean I agree with your point.
Well, right. Okay, that's fair. You can say two wrongs don't make a right, which is, some people have that view. But I don't mind Trump going after his revenge.
Well, the American people do.
No,
No, they don't.
We don't give a fuck.
We got 71 million people that say, give But when every other president goes to a regime, they go kill that motherfucker like they did Gaddafi. They could have brought him back alive.
We should have killed that motherfucker.
No, we shouldn't have. See, that's your problem. See, you came into the wrong room, sweetheart. Tone it down. We don't argue. We conversate. We conversate up in this room, liberal woman. You sound like a liberal woman. You and Coco would get along well.
A liberal would want him to die.
Please don't. Well, for one,
your energy, young lady.
one, I know Pockets.
I've been cordial, but I can show you a country nigga though. I can show you what a country nigga is.
All right, that's a question.
All these big mics, like what the fuck?
Pockets, it's Pockets' turn.
Yeah, the movie. Go make the movie and sit down. I feel like this whole idea that.
Go change your tampon, you little wench.
Well, yeah, I do use tampons. I'm a woman. Shout out to that.
I know, them crabs be jumping off of me.
All right, we got it, bro. Relax, bro. Relax. No one cares. I think this whole idea.
I know that's what they. Don't need to be president either. How about that? Little wench.
Who the fuck thinks women should be president, you dumbass? Nobody.
We don't want Koala Bear or Hillary.
No one wants Hillary either. Hillary should be dead too. Like, hello? What the fuck are we talking about?
You're a cruel person.
I don't give a fuck, man. I really don't give a
Hold
fuck.
Hold your breath and
they should all be dead. I'll just say the Clintons should be dead. Biden should be dead. All of them. Right. So I don't understand this whole. Yes, Trump. I'm not. I'm actually. I think I'm authoritarian, right? Because I don't really know what I am. But I feel like the idea that Trump. Because I'm gonna be honest. Trump's a businessman. We need money. We need money, bro. We need a businessman in office. We really do. We don't need a politician, man. We need money. This country needs money. So I'm for whatever he's doing to make this country money because we're fucking broke. I'm for him cutting off funding. I'm for him literally saying fuck you to the UN, saying if we're gonna literally fund everybody, you got to be paying us as well. Great things that he can do for this country. He just fucking doesn't know how to speak correctly. That's because he's a businessman.
Well,
so
some of it's directional truth. Yesterday, someone was talking about directional truth. He'll give you an idea, and the thing is, when he presents it to like China or whatnot, he gets his way. We're gonna raise tariffs. No, what is China doing with you? As soon as Trump says one thing, he's using a tactic. That back in the day, that he's actually using them for political advancement.
Does anybody have a problem with Trump's revenge tour? Besides Coco?
Absolutely not. Absolutely fucking not. Get your revenge. Absolutely not. Every politician, Coco, every left, every liberal, every progressive, every politician has gotten their revenge in some form or some way. Every single one. We can go back to Obama. Obama got his revenge. He was the one that deemed Venezuela to
I
be
don't know
honest.
how many of you are old enough, but in 1987, 1988, and 1999, Trump has said he would never go for president unless he had to. He was on Sally Jesse Raphael talking about Iran.
Yeah, Barbara Walters interview.
Barbara Walters, Oprah even had him on there. In his conversation, I would not allow Iran to do what they're doing. This has been something that the true Trump supporters knew from the 80s, that Trump was saying back then that he would take care of Iran if he ever had to. And this is nothing new to us. Like, literally, in 87, he even said in Cuba, if they asked him to build something, he wouldn't do it under the communists. They would have to be shot down, and he would have them rebuild, like get a new government, and basically then.
Yeah, go ahead, girl. Go ahead. Shut up!
Because he's a gentleman, stupid.
On what is the revenge tour? What does that mean? And who's on the list?
Oh, we were talking about. Okay, go ahead, Weaver.
Well, I'll give her the little rundown of what transpired. Somehow came up with, the 34 felonies, blah, blah, blah. I was telling Coco that it was political lawfare and all it was bogus. And then he said, and then I said, the law's supposed to be equally applied to all citizens, not selective prosecution. And he said, well, what about
But here's my thing. I'm all for any one person getting their revenge. If they feel that a person or a government or an organization did them wrong, by all means do so. But I believe so if I'm at work, while I'm at work, my job is to do my job. My job is to do what the American people pay me to do as a federal employee. My job is to not take care of my personal. Oh, this bitch did me wrong yesterday, and I'm my federal time because while Donald Trump is president, he's on the clock. He's on federal pay dollars. He's on the wait a minute.
You're a federal employee on the clock right now, and you're on the house.
No, actually, I'm on my lunch. That's why I'm able to use this time. What do you mean? Enemies on Clubhouse. So I can do.
You got one of those corporate or those federal roles that are cake and easy and overpaid. I know the gig. Good for you.
Well, being overpaid is subjective, but with that being said, I'm never going to use my official time to take care of my personal, enemies or my personal discrepancies. So wait. So with that being said, it is in my belief that while the president is the president of the United States of America, that he should be using the Department of Justice, he should be using the FBI, he should be using every bit of our federal taxpayer dollars to do for the American people
rather than to do this revenge for himself. Because these people are
someone's coming after the president, they're coming after
hello?
Unlikely to yield the results we want. That's all you guys had. You
I agree.
had the Russian collusion delusion. You didn't have the gossip on the P tapes, knowing that Trump is a germaphobe, that it's very unlikely he would ask prostitutes to pee on a bed that Obama slept in. You didn't have any intellectual discernment.
Well, you get fucking frosted.
And she's absolutely right because Trump ain't never had a drink. He has very high morals. People don't know that.
Yeah, but that is morals out the window.
You don't even know the man. It's like saying you think Michael Jordan is the greatest player. We're speaking from the outside looking in. We are nothing.
Great.
Think about it.